Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well and welcome to the Winter Championship. So today we have the top 4 players in the world duking it out for what is actually the largest prize pool I think we've ever had in Total War competitive history. So we have Anticity versus Czarix on the bottom side, and Danakin is going to be playing the winner of Boss Toss and Berrserk, who's wrapping up just now. So we're going to be going into Anticity and Czarix, but before we do, I'm joined today by the legendary Dob Plays. We're going to be casting it up, having some fun. How are you doing, man? Life treating you well?
Doing great, Turin. Thank you very much. Yeah, life's been incredibly busy in the best way possible recently. So, yeah, excited for this domination action today. Should be quite a bit of fun. We're jumping straight in with quite a sweaty and juicy matchup, which doesn't sound right when I say those two together.
Yeah, it's Slanesh. It's a Slanesh update. You're in the clear, man. You're in the clear. So yeah, we have Anticity versus Czarix. So this is a rematch of the recent official event we had about 2 weeks ago. Before we do that, though, quick prize pool update. The prizes for the event. First place is going to be 3,000 Great British Pounds, 1,400 for second. Third place is 800. Fourth place is 600. And then 5th through 8th is going to be 300. So everybody in today's event is going to be getting a prize. And we are, of course, doing the top 4 today. We started the event earlier today, but just to deal with admin and make sure there was no lag issues, we just were kind of on admin duty for the round of 8. But top 4 is all going to be done here live today. So as you said, the first match is going to be Anticity versus Czarix. These are two of the best players in the world in domination. And would you like to break down one of the two armies here and go from there?
Yeah, I'll start with Czarix Wood Elves. Quite a fun pick in domination. He's got a couple of Blade Singers and a Spell Singer of Life, along with the Glade Lord. This is the ranged variant with the Prey of Anathrema up on a dragon. Quite a bit of stopping power there. We've got up front the Way Watchers in Vanguard with the Regiment of Renown as well. Some Dryads, including the Race of the Frozen Heart. So quite a few elites, some heavy hitters early for this Wood Elf army.
Yeah, no, those I'm really curious to see, because obviously we know the Trouser Snakes, the Dreadmaws, are really good at shutting down static archer positions. So things like Glade Guard, that can't necessarily, I mean, they can shoot and move to an extent, but the Way Watchers should be a little bit more resilient against that. Are we going to be seeing a Prey of Anathrema on the Dreadmaw trying to finish it off, or is it mainly going to be ignoring it, attacking it with a dragon, etc., etc.? So, yeah, I like that quite a bit. And Warriors of Chaos are probably the best faction in the game right now. I think they basically feasted on Norska's Soul for the update. You know, they got the Dreadmaws, the Chimera, the Bearmen. I mean, they got so many tools. So we see Hounds, double Dreadmaw. Forsaken, of course, quite good here. Marauders, and it is going to be a Shadowcaster with the Tormentor Sword. Nope, just Pendulum and Melkoths. And we do already see the Trouser Snakes creeping on the Wood Elf Archers.
Yeah, the Warriors of Chaos got a nice little Slanesh snack, too, with the DLC, even picking up the Champions and the Steed Mounts, which are very good for all the Slanesh characters who could take them. But yeah, right now we've got some Forsaken, some quality Bearmen just pushing up the center here. But we were talking about this a little bit before, these 360 shooting kind of skirmishers, like what the Wood Elves have here with the Way Watchers, things like maybe, Skinks, Chameleon Skinks, Skink Skirmishers, stuff like that, do a better job against the Dreadmaws because they can reposition while shooting. Their, loose formation also helps them take a little bit less damage, but a nice, Arrows of Kurnos coming through, hitting a few of those infantry units on the advance.
Yeah, Arrows of Kurnos is such an insanely good ability. We do see the Dreadmaws. They're kind of an interesting thing. I think Dreadmaws are a unit that scale, depending on the skill level of the players. I think that when you're at the highest levels of play, which is what this is, the Dreadmaws become insanely good. They are a bit of a micro-tax, right? Like the unburrowing, the burrowing, the moving. There's a lot of, attack orders and orders you have to give them to them in general, but these players won't have too many problems there. Dragon moving in the front on Objective 2, Pendulum going down from the Warriors of Chaos as the Dragon does move in, and it does look like Anticity is maybe going to be counterattacking with some Hellstriders. No, they're kind of sitting idle back there, as some War Dancers do move up to the 2 points here.
Yeah, it looks like these Blade Singers, I don't think they were spotted in the woods. They're coming to maybe try and block. Ooh, nice feint out with Anticity. Catches those Hounds before they get blended up by those elite Wood Elf infantry. And a quick tear out here on the center objective as well, as a few of those Hounds and Marauders run to the hills. There, the Hellstriders are deployed.
Yeah, Hellstriders move in, engaging against the Dryads. Anticity, probably one of the best Hellstrider players in the world. He's very good at all the Slanesh-adjacent factions. They do eat a big volley from the Way Watchers, but that was a good masterclass of micro there. Basically, right as Anticity moves in, he uproots his Dreadmaws and continues the disruption. And it does kind of look like Czarix is going to be engaging the plan of just ignoring the Dreadmaws for now, but that could change. But they are really, really tricky. I do think Dreadmoths could probably use with a bit of a change as it pertains to their burrowing and unburrowing timer, make it a little bit longer for them to reburrow, but we'll see how they play out today. And they are taking some damage here. And you know what's actually a really interesting thing is when Dreadmoths do have their leadership get broken, they just instantly shatter and run off the battlefield. So using the leadership debuffing of the Hawkeyes could come in clutch later on.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, he's also got these Wild Riders kind of in a position here to potentially respond if anything gets a little bit too crazy here. But right now, more of the infantry for the Wood Elves just moving in to engage on these points, and some Blade Riders also pulling up here. Right now, they're just kind of mirroring the Dreadmoths, like not fully committing to an engagement yet. But let's see how they play.
Yeah, continuing to pop up. You can see Anticity creeping in there, pulling a little bit of Tremors action as one Dreadmaw is going to be moving towards the Hawkeyes. Czarix does see this, is going to be microing his archers back. Meanwhile, the Dragon trying to fight on the objective, but we do see a triple cap right now. Anticity is up on value and also up on objectives, which is actually a very, very grim portent here for our Wood Elf player. Granted, Wood Elves are a faction that can kind of lure you into a false sense of confidence, pull you back, and then alpha strike you later on, but it does seem like Ent is getting a lot of good infantry trades. The Dragon is causing a bit of disruption. It looks like right now in the middle, he's maybe going to be going for a kill on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, but there are some Hellstriders nearby that could probably buy some time, but that would be a big play for sure.
Yeah, definitely. The Dreadmaws so far have taken pretty minimal, just kind of incidental damage. They do have some decent missile resistance at 25%. And also, you know, for the cost you pay for them, have a pretty massive HP pool as well. So will definitely be tricky to deal with.
Yeah, indeed. Good little fight there for the Wood Elves in the middle. The Wild Riders did get a Prey of Anathrema on one of the Hellstrider units with the Glade Riders and were able to win that fight pretty decisively. And we do see the War Dancers of Czarix actually getting some cost-effective fights against some Marauder Bearmen and getting a little bit of ground there. But overall, it is very much a story of the Wood Elves being on the back foot. Although Czarix calling in a late-game heavy hitter here, he's going to be calling in the Lost Sylvan Knights. Now, Lost Sylvan Knights are definitely a terminator of a unit, and calling them in the late game is always a good idea because often your opponents will be a little bit depleted as it pertains to Winds of Magic, so you can get a little bit more distance when your opponent doesn't have it as many mel costs. And it looks like they're moving in. Czarix really, really needs to stop the bleeding, though. He needs to get up there, get an objective back, so that he has more time to value trade. Meanwhile, the Trouser Snakes in the back are just causing massive havoc, and the Way Watchers really not having a good time of it, as both of the Dreadmaws are actually still reasonably healthy.
Yeah, the Way Watchers definitely having some pretty major problems, like getting line of sight and targeting that they need to for, you know, high-value targets. But right now, yeah, even like Hellstriders and Hounds being used to really nice effect, kind of chase routing units. That Spellsinger came back from route in the woods momentarily, but then immediately kind of got caught by Hellstriders there. So Anticity definitely on his micro right now.
Yeah, he's really good at enveloping. I think that's one of his biggest strengths as a player. He always does these full surrounds. And, you know, in the early days of Domination, people were always like, oh, you can never attack into your opponent's spawn zone. It's impossible. But, I mean, that's what he does. He plays Total War Domination very similar to a traditional RTS, where when somebody's attacking your base, you cut off their supply lines and intercept the reinforcements. He really, really plays that way. But still, Czarix not able to get this objective back. The Marauder Bearmen being ITP is insanely good, making the Lost Sylvan Knights a little bit less effective there. The Dreadmaws are kind of just serving as a bridge toll here to cut off the Wood Elf reinforcements, and I think we could see a tap out here from Czarix relatively soon. He's going for a bit of a desperation play on the other side. Dryads are heading over towards Objective 3. They're going to be trying to grab that, but yeah, looking at the overall situation here, and again, for anybody just tuning in, this is a best-of-5 series. So every match a day, we're going to be doing both semifinals, first place, and third place matches. All will be best-of-5, but I mean, oh man, Czarix is down 3,000 value. However, the damage value tracker isn't always the most accurate, but it kind of looks like it is in this situation, as the Dreadmaws are probably going to make their way towards Objective 1 just to shut things down.
Yeah, I mean, Anticity's got 23 units on the board, which granted, a lot of these are kind of tattered, scattered Marauders, but for the most part, I mean, he's got a lot of mobility units, which are perfectly functional still. Yeah, both the Dreadmaws over 50% HP, so it's pretty smothering right now. But Anticity has burned, like you said, arguably the best faction in the game right now.
Correct.
And Czarix, I don't know, Wood Elves are certainly good in Domination,
yes,
but you would call them maybe more upper mid-tier?
They're a top-tier faction. Wood Elves are very good. So Czarix did win the last major event, which was a week ago. He was actually able to defeat Anticity in the grand final, so this is like a rematch, basically. Warriors of Chaos are probably, I would say, the strongest faction in the game right now. Yes, you can only play them once in a best-of-5 series. They do have global bans today as well. So Czarix chose not to ban Warriors of Chaos. Rather, it looks like he probably used that ban on Slaanesh, which I think I would rather probably face Slaanesh than Warriors of Chaos these days. But yeah, I don't see any avenue of a comeback. There's a couple of Haggard Dryads over here on the other side. But yeah, they're not going to have a good time. A couple Wild Riders coming in, but Ent will be able to Hellstrider them probably. But this has got to be GG, and a very decisive victory here for old Anticity in Game 1. Out for revenge.
Yeah, looking very, very nice. Yeah, there's a little bit of Wild Rider play over on the far side. You know, given the stakes on the line, each player is going to want to take every opportunity they think they have to potentially claim victory here. But yeah, Czarix definitely in desperation mode right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And their last series, I think it was a very similar beginning. I think Czarix did lose the first game and came back and reverse swept the series. I would imagine that Slaanesh is globally banned for this series by Czarix, so Ent most likely will not be able to play Slaanesh. I'm curious to see what he's going to be bringing out next. Czarix is a Tomb King's Wood Elf main, that's kind of his jam, and it looks like Game 1 is going to be a victory there for the Kraken King. The former world champion, the current world champion, Danakin Trop, is playing today as well, so Danakin will be on the other side of the bracket. So let's go ahead and update the score here, and we will break it all down. So what was the big decisive factor for you? Was it the Dreadmaws causing the backfield disruption? Did you feel the Bearmen front line was just a little bit too sustainable and hard to snipe? What do you think was the big deciding factor?
That was definitely part of it, but I think also if you just look at the sort of the number of units in both of these armies, Czarix definitely went with more of an elite army, and the Bearmen and the Dreadmaws, because their cost efficiency, allowed Anticity to go very wide here and maintain a massive map presence. You know, Hellstrider, same thing. Extremely cost-effective kind of mid-tier unit, right? So Anticity with just a horde of cost-effective mid-tier stuff, able to just smother Czarix, and you know the Dreadmaws definitely being a key component of that, definitely.
Yeah, the Dreadmaws. Let's look at the actual value. So, from what I understand, when the Dreadmaws actually emerge from the dreaded Earth, they I don't think it tracks the explosion damage. So the Dreadmaws themselves got 731 value. And 700 value, which if you include the explosion damage is probably around 1200 value, I would say, over the course of the game. Certainly not bad, but it's not just their value. The Dreadmaw is like a constant thing in the back of your head, lurking in your backfield, especially if you're going to be bringing archers. But I thought the Way Watchers would do better against them. But I mean, the Way Watchers did get 12,000 and 1200 value, so it's not like they were useless. But yeah, I would agree. I think that the wide Bearmen were very cost effective and were just able to hold things down. And obviously the magic usage and mobility from Anticity with the Hellstriders was absolutely insane. So yeah, good match. And that's going to be Game 1. We're going to be heading over to Game 2 here in just a second. So we do have an update on the match. So let's go to the brackets and make it official here. So we now have Danakin Trop, the world champion. He's going to be facing off against Berrserk, who is an amazing player. So I'm just going to update the bracket here. And yeah, they're going to need some time, so we'll probably stay with Anticity and Czarix here. And then from there, guys, we're going to be going back and forth between all the different lobbies, just to reduce downtime for games. So let me get him here, do this, and we are all set. So, dude, how you feeling about the big 40K announce?
I'm hyped for sure. Similar to Warhammer Fantasy, I always loved the art style of 40K.
Yeah.
But I've never really played the tabletop, you know. I'm not really super familiar with the lore either. It was mostly just like walk into the game store, look at the box art, like, huh, that looks cool, and then, you know, go buy the Lord of the Rings models. But
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely pretty hype, you know. I'm genuinely curious to see kind of how the some of the battle mechanics are implemented. Certainly, of course, you know, 40K, even like comparing, you know, some of the stuff I've watched on YouTube with like 40K versus Warhammer Fantasy, 40K definitely seems more objective based. So yeah, I'm curious to see kind of how that's represented in the game, or if it's represented in the game. And of course, you know, we've had ranged
absolutely.
Total Wars before.
I played a lot of 40K. I played in a fair amount of tournaments and you know, casual play, narrative campaigns, everything. I'm very curious to see how a lot of things are going to be implemented. I did play the play test. So I did play that. I think it was like back in April. I can't quite remember. So we got a little bit of a look at it, but there's still obviously so many questions to be answered. The big thing is like multiplayer. So Dav and I were talking about this before the stream started, like how multiplayer is going to be implemented. Is it going to be like conquest mode where you have one flag planted in the middle, two big armies fighting? Is it going to be, you know, 3 or 4 objectives, whatever, with, you reinforcements coming in. Really, really curious. Yeah, so I'm hyped, man. Who are you going to main of the 4 starting factions? I feel like you're a guardsman guy.
Absolutely Imperial Guard. It's Warhammer Fantasy Empire, but in space, right? You got your like regular Joes, like you and your buddies trying to fight like demons and all other unholy alien monstrosities in 40k. So yeah, definitely. I love tanks too. They have lots of cool tanks. So Guardsman definitely going to be my main. Although hopefully we get to see some, like, obviously Space Marines we saw there, and you can kind of create your own Space Marine chapter. But then some of the other chapters, like, Grey Knights, Space Wolves, have a lot more of a specific identity. So hopefully we'll get to see them added, in future updates as full factions, because Grey Knights is another one I would love to take a look at. Oh, yeah, man.
I think over the years we'll hopefully get a lot of stuff. And, dude, I just want my Death Guard so bad. Oh, I want it so bad. There's a lot of tricky things about 40k, though, in terms of, like, in tabletop, for example, sometimes you have these flying units that can, like, fly across the entire table and can be tricky. So obviously we've seen the older renditions of multiplayer, the early days of Land Battle, and how, like, flying fast units can be done. So I think in 40k is an objective-based game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it be objective-based, to kind of rein in really fast, crazy things. Because, like, imagine trying to, like, you're playing Chaos Space Marines, right? And you have, like, a unit of Possessed, like, trying to chase down, like, a Tau suit that can just, like, fly infinitely in the air and just, like, can't be interacted with. So I think you would probably need to have objectives. I think there has to be some sort of objectives. And another question, is it going to be, like, is multiplayer going to be more urban fighting? Because in 40k, have you seen a 40k board? Like, what it's like? It's just, like, huge cities, right? Like, tons of line of sight blocking to balance out shooting versus melee. And is it going to be like that? That's another question. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, based on just the one screenshot that we saw, I mean, that map seemed to have quite a bit of terrain on it, and it didn't seem like a siege map, but it maybe took place inside a city. Like, maybe if you're fighting a battle in a hive city, maybe that's one of the maps you're fighting on. But yeah, I mean, it just like, in terms of terrain too, like, they talked a little bit about the cover mechanic when they talked about the new engine in that update video. Was that last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Definitely some potential for some great new mechanics there, but I'm curious to see how it all gets implemented.
Dude, I just hope multiplayer rules, dude. Just give it to us. Give us a functional quick search system, quick battle system, like, just all that. That's just all I'm asking for. Not much. I mean, look, I would love servers, but I'm not holding out for that. But that would be, oh god, imagine if we had dedicated servers for this game.
Oh man,
can you imagine? Yeah, one can dream. It could happen, though. It could happen. I know it's probably a little bit overly optimistic, but we'll see. Looks like Czarix is leaning towards Lizardmen in this next match, and we are on a Ragnarok layer. This is a very small, close quarters combat centric map. Short range shooting is viable. Artillery can be tricky here because of the tree lines guarding these side objectives. But yeah, like a Dread Saurian build here could be very, very good. Could be very good. Are we winning? Yes, we're doing good. Hey, T-Rex, thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, so Lizardmen, Dread Saurian. And can't play Chaos again, though. So he's probably exploring his other options. So no more Chaos. But he's so good at those mobility factions. Is Bretonnia doing well in Conquest mode? Have you found them to... Because they've been just making a ton of meta appearances in Domination lately.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Grail Knights are amazing. Like, they are matchup defining. And even factions which have tools, like, you can bring a good counter build, designed to kill Grail Knights, and they have a good chance of still just running over your face if the player is on point with their micro. So, yeah, I mean, appropriately enough, the Knights of Bretonnia are quite terrifying in land battles.
Yes.
I don't know that they're necessarily S tier. I would probably put them in A tier.
Yeah.
Right now.
Kind of where they're lurking in Dom right now as well, like high B. And, Bretonnia has been, historically, Slaanesh has been a meta terror for, like, the past year. Basically just, like, 65, 70% win rate, really crushing it. But Bretonnia, the brave sons and daughters of the lady, mostly sons with a couple daughters mixed in, have been a counter to them. I mean, Bretonnia has had, like, something like a 70% win rate against Slaanesh in some of the high-level tournaments we've had recently. So pretty cool to see that, like, an underdog faction can do well. And it's like, that's kind of what Total War is like. We have 24 playable factions, right? And like even the crappiest faction in the game that just has the most bad matchups can sometimes be a hard counter against like the most meta stuff, which is like Nurgle, for example. Nurgle is like pretty bad, but they trade well into vampire counts, so lots of weird stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's definitely room for creativity as well. Like in one of the earlier round games you were spectating, to help resolve some issues.
Yeah.
You even saw like a rogue bloodthirster, right? Which is, when I think of a bloodthirster, at least from a land battles context, like very tricky to work in. Even just like the non-RWAR regular bloodthirster rarely sees use, but
yeah,
there's it's always nice to see a player who can take something that you might perceive as terrible and make it work, especially in a competitive setting. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, we had a game earlier, so just a bit of a recap. So this tournament was an 8-player tournament. We started earlier in the day. We're just doing the top 4, which is 4 best of 5s. But Dav and I were like adminning throughout the morning because we had some lag issues and some crashes. And I like to admin the earlier rounds that have more people to make sure it goes smoothly for the players and is fair. And, we're not making snap judgment. Oh, Empire. Oh, dude. Anticity. He knows that it's you and I casting, dude. He's talking dirty, bringing the Empire. But yeah, so we did have some wild games. We had like a Bloodthirster game. We had Nurgle versus Kislev. Nurgle actually got picked by Ulrich Rahl, even though it did lose, but it was still a good game. But dude, Empire versus Tzeentch is the matchup. Okay, so what do you think the Empire player is going to bring from your Imperial expertise? I'm curious to see if our opinions are going to align on this.
Oh, it looks like did Czarix go for Tzeentch? Maybe
yes, he's probably one of the best Tzeentch players in the whole world. He's really good at Tzeentch.
Oh man, there's some issues here because the cav interactions, granted, the Tzeentch Centaurs are maybe slightly less cost effective now than regular Centaurs, but one of the biggest issues for a long time for Empire, at least in land battles, is if your cavalry can't trade well, like your base Empire Knights. If they don't have things to do, then it's very easy for you to get overwhelmed on mobility and have a hard time using your ranged units well.
Yeah.
War wagons, yes, but Centaurs are fast enough they can catch them pretty consistently. So there's some issues in this matchup for sure. Yeah, I mean, that being said, you definitely still have some tools that can do very well.
Yeah. Yeah, a good analysis for sure.
Like the war machines you don't have as many really scary single entities to worry about fighting in melee, so something like a steam tank can potentially get some pretty good work done. I don't know, they might not be super common just because of how expensive they are, like a steam tank or a land ship in Dom, but
yeah, I think you've articulated some good points. Tzeentch certainly does have some mobile tools that are pretty good against Empire Cav. I think for me, the way I play this matchup is it's always 4 wagons. They're so incredibly solid. It's a little bit tricky to have static shooting positions against each between their magic that can just like nuke like a handgunner or like Hawkland, whatever, and Furies. Probably 4 wagons, just having like a value trading brigade rolling between the objectives. The engineers are pretty good too for sustainability because of the restock. So maybe restocking the war wagons with Mercurial Shot. So Czarix will probably get all 3 of the objectives pretty quickly. And then Ent will just value trade him and then try and steamroll him off later. I don't know if we'll use a tank, but maybe Shadow Magic against Tzeentch. Or maybe a Deathcaster with Buna. We could even see an Elspeth. Because Buna against Changebringers and is also decent against the Centaurs and a couple of the other units on the roster. But yeah, it's got to be wagons for Anticity. It's very much, I think, his style as well as the meta way to play this. Czarix, dude, he uses weird stuff. So Czarix and I practiced a whole bunch for the last official event, and he was using like burning chariots of Tzeentch and like the weirdest stuff you could imagine. When was the last time you've seen a burning chariot of Tzeentch?
Yeah, very, very rarely, especially with Changebringers right now. But I feel like I saw, it was probably months ago, but there was a match I saw where they were using it basically as a chariot, right? Like cycle charging infantry from the air. And it was surprising how effective it was.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, Czarix he plays like meta adjacent. Like Wood Elves is his most meta faction, but aside from Wood Elves, he doesn't really play any meta factions. He plays Tzeentch, he plays Tomb Kings, he plays these factions that are kind of in the underdog category, but still are very viable. Tzeentch is a strange faction, but the fire damage is relevant, trying to heal through that when they're pretty much, a lot of the roster does have fire, so that's nice against potential Empire healing, but Ent's probably either Shadows or Death Magic, I would guess. It has to be. It has to be. Yeah, welcome, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining. Yes, we rise today. Joined by the great Dob Plays. I see a couple people asking. Dob has a YouTube channel where he does regular casts of Total War Competitive as well. Amazing lad. And what do you got going on these days? Mainly doing some Conquest casts, running some tournaments and whatnot?
Yeah, we're doing some Conquest casts. This year I haven't had as much time to host tournaments as I would have liked.
Yeah.
As is often the case. But yeah, in the new year, we got a lot of things to look forward to. So probably try and fire up some kind of, Conquest like series of tournaments or a league or something. But yeah, we're having a good time. Definitely enjoyed the DLC. I'm a fan of mobile factions in general, and all, I guess 5 if you include the Beastmen and Warriors of Chaos. Like all 5 factions that got new stuff, I enjoy playing. So it was a great DLC experience for me so far.
Yeah, it's been good. I think just a couple balance things need to be hammered out. I was thinking actually later today, maybe tonight, having like a post-game show, like a stream where we just sit and talk about some things that could perhaps be looked at, and balancing thoughts and everything, which would be nice with maybe some of the competitors. Yeah, if we have any mods, I could drop a link to Dob's channel. That would be outstanding. And yeah, overall though, I think that Warriors of Chaos came away the strongest. It's just they just got so much, and they already have such a wide roster, Bearmen are just so. Are Bearmen seeing a lot of play in Conquest as well?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely like matchups where you either need the extra HP, immune to psychology, or like if you want to trade up, like High Elves is a great example, right? Played that one quite a bit because, obviously 2 DLC factions, but yeah, I mean the Bearmen, because they trade much better than base Marauders into pretty much all like low to mid tier High Elf infantry.
Yeah.
It just makes, other parts of your build a little bit easier to build around. Granted, they are at the end of the day just like lower mid-tier light infantry, so a lot of things can just kill them still.
Sure.
Like AoE magic or big monsters just blowing them up. Like they are not going to stand against the world, but it's just they're a really nice, like a little bit more quality infantry unit that you can take if you don't want to all the way invest in champions, but you need something more than Marauders.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think they're so good. The ITP, the 12,000 HP, just makes them such a freaking steady, solid unit. Such a good backbone, And I mean, like a Forsaken unit, for example, has 8,000 HP, right? These things have like 12, right. So they're pretty agnostic in terms of like what attacks them. They're just gonna endure. It's kind of like the Nurgle thing, where Nurgle is just like, I have so much HP, whatever you hit me with, I'll take it like a champ. No, Anticity played Warriors of Chaos last game. He did win, and by the way. After, I know there's a lot of downtime in between these first 2 matches, but after this, it's going to be nonstop games, rapid firing, basically, because we'll be alternating between the 2 series. But we just had 2 players finish their previous round while that first game was going, so they needed some time to get set up and take a quick break and everything. So, Professor Pone's disqualified for being so good. Yes, it's true. It is absolutely true. Czarix, so we had the Clash, the Creative Assembly Clash, which was kind of like a prequel to this tournament. And the grand finals was actually won by Skaven. So Skaven came in and just crushed a Khorne build. It was crazy. He massed Stormvermin and Sensor Bearers. It was some of the most off-meta stuff we've seen in a while. Are you seeing a resurgence of Skaven a little bit with the cost reduction on Stormvermin, or just kind of the same old?
I haven't seen too much yet. I have tried a little bit myself with the mass Stormvermin builds, and the fact that you can fit in like 8 Stormvermin pretty comfortably, honestly, like, depending on rule set and everything. But yeah, the fact that just cost-wise, you can fit in a lot more Stormvermin and still take like a very functional army with the other elements that you need. Yeah, it's awesome. It definitely helps the Skaven in a lot of situations, for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty wild how like one little change like that can be so impactful. But yeah, Stormvermin they're dense, it's a lot to get through them. It's a lot. Yes. And 850 for the Sword and Board version. I'm trying to think like what they're comparable to. I guess like a Chaos Warrior at 750. I'd have to compare the HP and the stats and everything. I know Stormvermin have a higher model count if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, for rats that's huge, because man, in the previous meta it was like basically just like 3 layers of clan rats with like Skaven slaves, and they just got folded so quick. Like one good burning head and like terror could just like fold an entire formation. But now that you have Stormvermin, it's a little bit more resilient against burning head, which has just kind of been like a cure-all against Skaven forever.
Yeah, definitely. It gives you something that can take some hits and tangle, with the big scary stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, they're basically like, you could compare them to like a marked Chaos Warrior, right? Like a Warrior of Tzeentch or Warrior of Nurgle, maybe.
Yeah.
Where they've got, their 2 variants, and yeah, it's great. The Council Guard, I don't think got any cost reductions, right? They're still the same. But.
Yeah, Council Guard, I think. Oh, they might have gotten a little cost reduction, actually. I'm not sure. I have to take a look at that. I don't play Skaven too much myself, although I think I might give him a try and just spamming Storm Vermin with like a Grey Seer, just casting the dreaded 13 spell. It's pretty good. You only missed 1 battle, and we're loading into Game 2 right now, ladies and gentlemen. So it begins, best of 5, a rematch of the last weekend's major event. It is oh, dude, we were close. Wagons, but with a metal caster. So probably Final... Anticity loves Final Transmutation. He basically what he does is he'll dive you with an Empire Knight and be like, oh no, my Empire Knight. He's like Palpatine. And then like the enemy dives, counter punches, like, oh, he sent an Empire Knight to its death. It's a free unit. And then he Final Transmutations you. It's like... That's like a story as old as time. He does it in every single game. So would you like to break down the Imperial Army?
Oh, I would love to. Yeah, you and I were talking before the stream a little bit as well. And we agreed that, Lore of Metal might be the best common lore of Magic. Like, I would even put it over Lore of Life in many instances. Like, depending on the build you're running, I think Metal is generally just universally amazing. But he actually did not take Final Transmutation. It looks like just Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. With a great cannon here. We've got some War Wagons. Yeah, Quad War Wagon. Couple of Empire Knights to support, and Boris, one of my personal favorite lords, just an awesome lord in general. He's always been good since Warhammer 1, always reliable, and he's got both the debuffs, the Midland Rune Fang, and Hold the Line as well, so coming in with a pretty hefty kit. But let's see what Tzeentch has got cooking.
Yeah, I love the Imperial Army. The cannon is an interesting tech, especially on this map. You'll notice that the side objectives are really obfuscated by the trees. But yeah, just shooting down the pipe, putting perpetual pressure on Kairos, forcing your opponent to micro for 800. It's not too bad. So looking at the Tzeentchian army of Czarix, it is Kairos Fateweaver. He can see the past, he can see the future, but he does not know how this is going to go. Scroll of Destiny active. He's going to be using Blue Fire of Tzeentch as well as Tzeentch's Firestorm to wreck blobs. And whoa, look at this. Are those Exalted Pink Horrors of Tzeentch? Yes. So he's got 3 Exalted Pink Horrors of Tzeentch, backed up by Marauders, and Kairos with some Zangors in the Vanguard. Very, very off-meta build by Czarix. I mean, massing Exalted Pinks, I mean, certainly going to be good against, like, State Troopers and Light Armor, but I'm really curious how they'll perform against some of the armored threats, like Wagons at 80 and Empire Knights at 110 armor,
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been seeing a few more people take them recently. They've sort of been considered a very, very off-meta unit, but I have seen more of them recently than I have in past years, I would say. But yeah, both the Wagons and Outriders coming forward, giving a little volley here. But look at the damage; actually, not bad at all on those War Wagons.
Yeah,
from the Exalted Pinks.
I'm kind of impressed. Yeah, that was just like a partial volley, not even a full connection. Did some good damage. So I guess Tzeentch is going to be going for a bit of a stuffing strategy, looking to use this range to kind of poke back the Wagons and some of the other tools. On the low ground objective, we do see these Angors getting up, the Sour Guts shooting from the trees, and more Marauders of Tzeentch as well. Going to be trying to keep Ent from capturing Objective 3, but Tzeentch will be able to get the middle. And Boris Todbringer running some interference and just trying to break through the shields of the Exalteds, but not doing a whole lot of damage. Kairos has taken a little bit, but so far, pretty decent trading for both sides out of the gates. Although, maybe looking like Ent is winning the value trading here.
Yeah, he's also getting some Grenade Outriders online. They're going to be great against the light armor of these Pinks. They're kind of stacked up on those spears as well, so we get some really nice value from that AoE damage. But the Sour Guts also fire. The Outriders, of course, very low HP, light armor. They'll take damage very easily from any counterfire from these Pinks.
Absolutely. And in the way that this is like a classic domination format where basically you have one player going for the defensive value trading, yielding the objectives, while the other player is going to be more aggressive here. And, again, does overextend themselves a little bit in some ways compared to their opponent's objective. But look at the pink fire from the Pinks in the middle. Yeah, melting one of the Wagons, but he hasn't lost a model yet, which is very lucky. Spawn also being used on the bottom, which is pretty heavy metal, because Spawn will synergize very well with all the low AP Tzeentch stuff they have on the battlefield with the armor sundering. So Czarix, the counterplay to this way Anticity is playing is basically to triple cap him and punish him for being so defensive, and again, threaten the points victory later on.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Exalted Pinks are doing so far really nice. But we do get one Empire Knight kind of loose in the center. This is the combo. You need Boris, because the Griffins don't do a ton of AoE damage. Have them hammer in with a nice Knight charge. That should be able to crush this unit very quickly.
Yeah, and we did have a nice play on the bottom as well. The Empire Knights did get caught in a Gaze of Fate, and then they got charged by the Centaurs of Tzeentch. But Centaurs of Tzeentch are getting poked by the Pistoliers and Outriders, and looks like Empire Knights going to be chasing a Bat Borg. Does get the Disintegrate on that unit of Exalted Pinks, which are, what, like a 1,200 gold unit? And Kairos is looking like he needs some milk. He's not having a good time at half health, and if he were to get sniped, that would probably be game blouses.
Yeah, he's taking some good focus fire from the War Wagons right now, running a little bit danger close. Nice Searing Doom as well on those Centaurs. Such a good spell against cavalry in particular, as they're all clumped up like that.
Yeah, it was a good little magic exchange. Did you see the Tzeentch's Firestorm used on the Empire Knights as well? So the magic trade going back and forth. Czarix does have him triple capped right now, so there are going to be 3 victory tickets per second going to the forces of Tzeentch. And this can get a little bit precarious with the Empire. If you do not pull a big enough value lead in your initial poking with your wagons and grenade launchers and you don't have ammo restock, if those wagons run out of ammo and he has not done enough damage, he's going to be on the back foot, whereas, you know, Czarix is going to be cackling on all 3 objectives. But, I mean, Tzeentch is looking pretty raggedy right now, and those war wagons are continuing to feast. And the cannon, I don't know what it's targeting right now. I think it's going after Kairos. Can you tell? And, oh, look at the Marauders back there. Zangor's going for the cannon.
Okay. Yeah, they're looking to... Oh, maybe not. Looks like they fainted out of that once they were discovered, but... Yeah, he looked like... I'm not sure exactly what he's targeting here. I saw a couple of shots land on the ground, like right in those Marauders. Maybe going after the spawns would be decent, because, I mean, Kairos is nice to pressure. You can kind of keep your opponent with a little bit of micro attacks there. But, yeah, the spawns being able to pick off their unit models is quite nice at a distance.
Yeah, and the spawner, I do like the spawn. Oh, look at the Tzeentch. Yeah, the Tzeentch army ability going to be going down to the cannons back here, which is really nice. So taking a look back here, will it one-shot the cannon? I don't think it will, but it'll do considerable damage and butter it up for later. Although, I don't know, Tzeentch's magic is on point today. And look at the cannon just getting one-shot back here. Okay, that thing's done. Great value. I mean, 800 value on 1 point and click, that ain't bad. Spawn to the front getting nuked, but Czarix still comfortably sitting on the points, using his Screamers on the outside to keep these cab back. And it does look like he will be able to get objective 1, especially if he moves his greatswords over there. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the greatswords coming in. They're going to be more than a match for the Zangors, especially Empire Knights supporting. Let's see. Ooh, they might try and go for the center objective here, along with these grenade outriders. But the damage continuing to come on the war wagons every time. Every time they get a nice volley, or like Kairos with his blue fire focusing on them, has been able to dispatch one unit, kill a couple of unit models of another. So they're starting to take some more meaningful losses at this point.
Yeah, certainly. And with Tzeentch, you have to be a little bit tricky as it pertains to the value metric, because you'll damage their shields, you'll get value, and the shields regenerate. But I still think the Empire is ahead by at least 3,000 or 4,000 value. On the low ground, we do see some Empire Knights battling the Zangors with some Outrider support, so they are in the process of getting that. Tzeentch going to be reinforcing with some more Exalted Pinks, and Furies being called in. Tzeentch approaching 600 points, Empire sitting at about 200. But this is where the Empire is going to start getting stifled a little bit in terms of its offensive prowess, as the wagons are going to be running out. However, they can still be used as battering rams and capture weight wagons, because they do have 3 capture weight each. So it's going to be a scrappy game here. This one's certainly pretty contested.
Definitely. Kairos gets a nice land here in the center, tear routes those Outriders away, kind of disrupting the Greatsword's advance as well. Doesn't look like Tzeentch still has a great response to the Greatswords, except maybe like sacrifice the Sour Guts in melee, which is not something you want to do. But as they do explode in melee, they will do quite a bit of damage.
We get the Gaze of Fate combo. So Homie uses Gaze of Fate to stare down the Greatswords and then uses Tzeentch's Firestorm on them. So we were just talking about answers to them. That's certainly a good one, as the Greatswords are getting mulched down at about 30% right now after that. So Anticity using his mobility to consolidate his position on Objective 1. So he is going to be stopping the bleeding a little bit. And Czarix still has a long way to go. And yeah, Tzeentch is looking a little bit haggard on the battlefield right now. We have an Exalted Pink, a couple Marauder units. Kairos is just flying around, but Toddy is healthy. The War Wagons are going to be able to probably just roll into the Exalted Pinks later on. The Greatsword's still fighting very well. Yeah, it's looking tricky, man.
He's unsummoning a couple of the War Wagons at least. Looks like one of them is still remaining that has a tiny bit of ammo left, but choosing to just refund that value, try and, let them restock their ammo, maybe bring in for another run. Yeah. But, yeah, it's a little Searing Doom as well. On these Marauders and on the Zangors, trying to keep them from getting too crazy here. But yeah, Tzeentch is definitely getting very thin on the ground. Only 8 units, many of which are quite weak.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit dodgy. So the unsummoning of the wagons, there's 2 schools of thought with that. When you unsummon, you do get a partial refund if the unit is healthy. Some of the wagons were quite damaged, so I don't know how worth the refund it was. Spawn coming in the middle. But yeah, Czarix is very much in a desperate situation where he's just going to need to Helm's Deep here, as we do see Knights of the Black Rose coming in, an excellent unit against Siege. Shielded, 120 armor, so they're really good against the Marauders, and also against some of the fire of the Exalted Pinks. But man, Toddy is going to be kind of a bully this game, isn't he? And looks like Czarix is trying to re-secure Objective 1 by calling in some Forsaken just to further play that triple cap playstyle here. Look at that, Wagons being called back in. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They can come in again with full ammunition and just kind of value trade, get some range support here. Empire, pretty strong force on this center objective. Zinch doesn't seem to have any answers also for Boris, so he's kind of just free reign to, do some attacks. Also get those really nice debuffs, especially as enemy leadership drops. Will really impact and help the Empire troops trade much more favorably in melee.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now we're starting to see the Sons of Sigmar come in, and I love seeing greatswords. I bring greatswords to my tabletop games all the time. I bring like a huge brick of them, and I always lose with them. But they are just so they're so haggard in tabletop. But here they're great. I mean, again, Zinch, because Forsaken are super meta, and look at that, Gaze of Fate going down on the Knights of the Black Rose, and another Zinch's Firestorm. I love this combo, just like this snare and this pop with the magic. Let's see what kind of damage it does, as it looks like maybe the Forsaken might be able to get this objective back, but the Knights of the Black Rose normally would stop that, but in their current health state, the Forsaken might be able to win that one.
Yeah, the Forsaken with a decent charge bonus. The barrier with Zinch, of course, will absorb some of the charge from the Knights of the Black Rose, so looks like the charge just like barely broke through the barrier. They're going to take a little bit of damage in melee here, but trading really well, actually. But a beautiful Searing Doom in response from Anticity.
Yeah, and you get some Empire Cav coming in. The Empire Knight's probably going to be able to finish that off. Kairos coming over here. This is pretty big for Czarix. I mean, he really needs to get this objective. He's really being pushed to the limit of what his tattered army is going to be capable of here. But if you could flip this objective down here and put the pressure on Ent and then prepare a Helm's Deep on Objective 3, that could be quite big. But Anticity, oh yeah, this is looking pretty grim for Czarix. If you look over towards Objective 3, the Kraken King is calling in a bunch of Spearmen right now, just like 300 gold chaff units to threaten the Objective 3 cap. And when you're behind in value, it's really hard to match your opponent's kind of chaff swarming like this. Forsaken coming out, which is a good tech, but there are greatswords down there. So that's going to be incredibly tricky. But this one is looking like Ent is going to be getting away with the kind of defensive counterpunch, and Czarix just couldn't quite trade the value effectively.
Yeah, he's quite a ways behind on value. And a couple of Spawn moving in to try and see if they can seize this objective. But, oh, Boris with the killing blow potentially against Kairos himself.
Yeah. Yeah, Kairos looking a little bit raggedy, guys. Sitting at about 1,600 HP, trying to get away. Very close to crumbling now. We do see another Gaze of Fate and Zinch's Firestorm going down. I'm loving that tech, though. It's very good, especially against the Greatsword and Empire Armored Cav. Spawn are grinding well, but if Kairos dies, that's going to be game over, and it looks like he is going to be disintegrating. Does Zinch have any play anywhere on the battlefield that we can see?
It doesn't look like it. He used that Oracle of Eternity to stave off disintegration, but I'm not sure. It momentarily worked, but I don't think. Yeah, it looks like the War Wagon fire was just barely over to barely able to tip him over the edge, and there he goes.
Yes, the Oracle of Zinch. You didn't see that one coming. Zinch still kind of gremlining down here on Objective 1 with the Spawn. I mean, there are 2 Spawn units and not a lot of shooting, but I just feel like Boris is going to eventually be able to drag those down, and you can see Anticity is preparing for the Spawn by bringing in Wagons and Outriders, which can just kind of mow them down. A little bit of Forsaken play on the low ground. Forsaken are a hard counter against light infantry like Spearmen, and Centaurs of Zinch will be good here against the Greatswords, so he's still scrapping, but I just feel like the steamroller of Sigmar is going to be coming, and Boris will just bounce between all the objectives here. There's still, he's only at 1,121 points. It's not like he's at 1,400, you know?
Yeah, he wasn't able to accrue that much of a lead during that time. So Empire looking like they're in very good position here to try and carry the rest of this game. Yeah, you can see the Outriders come over, and with some hail of gunfire, they just force the Zentagors off the Greatswords there. Spear's also doing a nice job supporting. So, Czarix very much on the back foot right now. Some Furies to try and counter the Outriders, but let's see if he can hold.
Oh, dude, I love Outriders. Just seeing them like charge something with their repeater rifles and unleash those salvos is so fun. Furies being called in, which again are very disruptive against Empire mobility. Is there any weirdness? I mean, the Spawn are still fighting down here, but they're both really raggedy. One's at 500 HP, the other one's at about 1900, so super low. Empire Knights just kind of serving as a body block there. More Empire Knights being called into the middle, and Zinch just sitting on 500 supplies, not really able to call in anything super impactful, and it's rapidly going to become a situation where Anticity could win on just even 2 or 1 objective, right? Because, if you do the mental math of that, like, for example, if somebody reaches 1,250 points before you reach 1,000, then they can win by just holding 1 objective because of how the math works out on that, right? But,
right.
Yeah, looking pretty grim for old Tzeentch here. The Changer of Ways, his schemes were not executed here. And the Wagons and the Greatswords and the Empire Cav, I mean, a very solid meta Empire build. Wagons are amazing against Tzeentch. And, very, very tricky. But I'm curious what Tzeentch could have done differently. We have seen things like, and I'd be curious about your perspective on this. In the past, have you seen like people using the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch for their anti-large javelins against Wagons? What have you seen in Conquest?
Yeah, I mean, in Conquest, the strategy often with Tzeentch is just to try and screen them out with, like, Centaurs and other things, try and maybe waste their ammo, just, like, shooting at Marauders and other like, non-priority targets, and just kind of zone them away while you kill the rest of their army. Honestly, the Soul Grinder you used to see more, but these days I haven't seen him in a while, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel like it'd be a little haggard anyways, and Ant, I think, was kind of tuned into that. He brought a cannon. The cannon would have put really good pressure on a Soul Grinder, and Tzeentch was not able to kill the cannon until the army ability was built up. So the cannon would have been able to screen the Soul Grinder for much of the early game. And I do feel like the Soul Grinder would have been bullied by Boris as well, so probably not the way. But again, like, against this style that Ent is using with the War Wagons, I feel like I've seen Tzeentch win at a high level using armor checks. So just a ton of shielded Chaos Warriors, and the tricky part then is the Greatsword call-in. That's why the build is good, right? Because, theoretically, the Wagons will suffer against armor checks and high, shields and silver shields. But then your opponent calls in Greatswords. But then Tzeentch, of course, can mix in things like Ea Cold and use their magic to kill the elite infantry. But yeah, plenty of ways to see this matchup. I've seen it go back and forth quite a bit. But it looks like Ent is playing very sharp today. And that is going to be a Game 2 victory going to the Kraken King. Pulling ahead in the series 2-0 in this best of 5. If he wins the next one, man, he's going to the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely some steel, faith, and powder carrying him to victory in this game, too.
Yeah.
On the value, War Wagons like 2,400. I think that's probably one of the ones that was called in twice, right?
Yes, most likely.
Just excellent damage all the way around, really prioritizing using the ammo, which is definitely interesting. I think Anticity just felt like he had enough capture weight there with his Knights and with the Great Swords that he didn't really need the extra mass and capture weight from the War Wagons in that mid-game. But Empire Knights getting some really nice value, as do the Outriders, and just overall a great combined arms Empire victory.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. A solid game, brother. And now let's go ahead and switch over to the other lobby. So we're going to have some quick games here. The lobby name, let me go ahead and get it from these guys and make sure it's all set up here. So let's find them now. Wait, and these 2 of them. So we're going to be jumping over to Danakin Trop now versus Berrserk, and from here we'll be alternating. We'll do the same thing for the semifinals and for third place as well. So that should be the jam. So let me get the spec slots. 2 spec slots, please. Insane graphics. I know. We're advancing our technology here. So let's see if we get a spec slot in the lobby here. And there it is. So it is Ratatouille, I believe, is the lobby name.
Excellent.
Yes. And here we go. So we got another Tzeentch pick, dude. And this is Edge of the Darkwood. So this is a much more Tzeentchian map, a little bit bigger. Although Norska is very quick. So it's going to be Tzeentch versus Norska here. This is going to be fun. So let's get in here.
So how
Go ahead.
How likely of a pick do you think, like Changeling into, say, Mask or some other, one of the other new characters? Is that a pretty common pick on this level of competitive domination play?
Ooh, man, I think we could see it. I'm not sure. The Changeling, I mean, Berrserk he's a bit of a wild card because he's very good at every Total War competitive format. He's like great at land battle, conquest, and dom. So he brings like unique techs that sometimes people in just like one of the scenes aren't going to be able to kind of anticipate here, which is I'm very excited to see. Are we going to see Changeling? I don't think so. What would be good? Okay, Changeling into the Mask. But the problem with Mask Changeling, okay, is the fact that you don't get the healing item. So it makes it a little bit vulnerable to snipe, and is it really worth it? It gives you, oh my god, it is the Changeling. Oh, dude, it's gonna be.
I promise I didn't spy his build before.
Did you spy his build? Did you see it?
I did not.
Oh yeah, the Prophet Dov, dude. The Prophet Dov plays. Okay, everyone in chat, let us know who you guys think the Changeling is going to turn into, and whoever gets it right gets a cookie. But I'm curious to see. You do get the Mortis engine when you transform, yes. All right, guys.
Another one to consider here is Caradran. He's a halberd, and he has flaming attacks, with both of which are good against Norska. Right?
What's your official pick,
right
Dov?
situations,
Before we get into it, what's your official pick? Dov first.
I'm gonna stick. I'm gonna go with Caradran.
Caradran? Okay, I'm gonna go for the mask. And we have a Saytang pick in chat. We have Greasus, the mask, Ariel, the Changeling into the Changeling, Kugath. Oh shit, dude, the Kugath pick.
Ooh,
no, but this army's
risky.
too big for Kugath. It's too big. He's got Exalted Pinks. It's something cheapish, right?
Yeah.
It couldn't be Kugath. Let me see here. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and break down the Tzeentch army, and then we'll have you take a look at Norska. So, Marauder Spearmen. It's great. You know, Norska does have plenty of mass. And we do also have Exalted Pinks, which are all the hotness right now. We're seeing double Exalted Pink coming out here for Berserk. Changeling in the back, which we have no idea what it's going to be. Screamers and Furies and some Marauder Horsemen. A very well-rounded build here. Green Knight is also something. Okay.
Wow.
Scarbrand.
Yeah.
Scarbrand. Anyways, what do you see here for the Norscan army, brother?
There's Sail, the Ever Faithless. He's rocking some Chain Lightning and Enfeebling Foe. Then just a big, old, thick line of Marauders and Bearmen. Wow, that's like 20 shielded infantry almost.
Yeah.
And then double Chimera. I mean, I see nothing I hate here. Double Chimera is super strong. Chimeras are maybe the best unit in the DLC.
Yeah.
Just amazing overall.
Especially
and then,
the ROR.
Yeah, Bearmen and Marauders.
The ROR Chimera is nuts. That healing ability is
yeah.
so insane. It just like always heal caps and just gets so much value. So, dude, I kind of don't really care about anything else happening in the game except what the Changeling is going to be turning into.
Ooh, he's hidden himself.
Yeah.
He's keeping it in his back pocket for now.
Do you think it's going to be like a caster character? Because he doesn't have... We do see the Lamprey's Bite going down on the Marauders over there. Pretty good from the Shrieking Sky Race. But we don't see a caster in his army. So, okay, here it comes. You ready, dude? The great reveal. The Green Knight.
Ooh,
Somebody else was
Knight.
right.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That's interesting. I do think it's a little bit risky. Norska has some factions, or some units rather, with magic attacks, but I don't know. Famir, I guess, are probably not a super common pick here. And Sail, the Shalkane's Teeth is banned because it's currently bugged, so he actually doesn't have a good response right now to the Green Knight, except just try and 2v1 him with his Chimeras.
Yeah, the Chimeras doing magic damage is definitely a little bit sketchy for the Green Knight. I mean, that's like 500 weapon strength on each of those bad boys. So we'll see how he goes. And okay, a Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. Berserk is going full hog wild here, guys. He's got the Burning Chariots coming in. We talked about them in the pregame there. Couple of Furies from Berserk in the backfield, Dov, getting chased down by the Chimeras. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's scouting, looking for stock units, but a little bit dodgy there, as we do see objective 1 go to Tzeentch, 2 to go to Tzeentch, but flipping to Norska. And Norska going to be securing its back objective, although look at the dreaded Green Knight back here.
Yeah, he is a menace for sure. I think maybe he's just trying to lead these Chimera away, maybe go after those Marauder Horsemen, but they're pretty far out of position to try and counter like either the Burning Chariot or the Green Knight, right? They're kind of focused on this frontline area, whereas there's two important targets kind of hanging around this flank. That Burning Chariot gets a nice volley into the Marauders.
Yeah, what the hell?
Some
Look
good
at that.
damage early on.
That wasn't bad at all, right? Yeah, dude, this is you've seen the movie 13th Warrior, right, with Antonio Banderas?
Yeah.
You remember that like scene where like the tribes are coming down from the mountains and there's like a line of fire? This is basically it. We got like 5,000 Marauders just surging towards the back objective. Sail going to be using a Chain Lightning on top of the Spears and Exalted Pinks that are blobbed up. So really, really nice cast there coming in from Danakin. And battle erupting all over the battlefield, man.
Yeah, just chaos on all sides. Wild Cultist also coming out for Berserk, so looking for some Lore of Fire action against Norska. But yeah, big old engagement between like Marauder Horsemen, the Green Knight. We've got Screamers mixed in here for this side objective. Some Forsaken also. Furies, just a massive escalation on that side.
Yeah, it's getting pretty crazy. Centaurs of Tzeentch being called in, I believe, as well. No, those were just Screamers, and you did see the Cultist. Now, on the back objective, getting triple capped here for Tzeentch is going to be very tricky. I mean, they're kind of being shoved into the locker a little bit. We do see the Exalted Pinks being sent all the way to the back edge of the map, while the Chimera is going to be using breath attacks, and the Burning Chariot of Tzeentch trying to cook the Chimera. I don't know if you saw that, but that's some pretty funny tech right there. Who's faster between them? Chimera sitting at 81 speed, Burning Chariot at 85, so should be able to get away there. Yeah, look at that. It's actually not doing bad damage. Not terrible, huh?
Yeah. Not bad at all. I mean, granted, this is the ROR, so it can heal through that damage. But yeah, I think with the charge animation, the Chimera maybe is slightly faster, but it looked like the charge animation canceled out there, and the Chariot was able to get away, continue to deal some damage, but Norska definitely forcing it right up against the edge of the map here, as Tzeentch does not have any more space to retreat.
Yeah, they run all the way back. And this is going to be pretty rough for Tzeentch, I think. I think the Marauders are going to just trade up into the Exalted Pinks. They're going to be trying to scurry away. Looking at the backside of the battlefield, we do see the objective still being contested. It looks like Tzeentch does have its Cultists and Horsemen and has some Forsaken and Furies down there. And the Green Knight and company getting some cost-effective trades with the Flamestorm on some of the Marauders of the backfield. But yeah, I mean, right now it is basically a double cap by Norska. Tzeentch is not getting any points on the board, are they? It looks like maybe they did have that one still. Okay, so Tzeentch did get objective 3, so they are going to be cooking there a little bit.
And it looks like some heavy Knights of Chaos with lances coming out to try and rush this center objective. So I think maybe it was a little bit of a feint. I mean, he's got quite a bit of value tied up in this engagement with the Chimeras and the Burning Chariot, but now sort of somewhat winning on the other part of the battlefield, although the Marauder Horseman of Danakin Pierre is still perfectly functional. Lots of HP, lots of ammunition still, so definitely dangerous.
Yeah, not bad at all. Chaos Knights in the middle, able to get a very nice charge. And looking at the armies of Norska, outside of the Chimeras, they don't really have anything that's good against Chaos Knights. I mean, they can, of course, use their Marauder Hunter Javelins and things like that. Green Knight still being a menace on that back objective, and I think that's part of the game plan here of Berserk, is just have a really annoying, sticky character that isn't terribly expensive. So if you want to chase it with the Chimeras, you have to kind of take them out of the fight and waddle all the way across the battlefield. Chain Lightning going to be going down to the center on top of the Chaos Knights. Very nice cast by Sail the Faithless. Is he being attacked by something? It looks like, oh, dude, look at this. Sail's surrounded by the Screamers. Yeah, that's a great pick. They're anti-large in a surround like that's going to do a ton of damage. The Chimeras were able to momentarily catch the Burning Chariot. The Berserk had a little bit of a lapse of micro. Granted, he is controlling a huge amount of units over a giant area right now, so both players definitely being tested by the space of this battlefield. But yeah, the Chimera is now kind of getting left in the dust as Burning Chariot moves away, and right now they're not really contributing a lot of meaningful value to this battle. Yeah, they're just kind of waddling around, and Berserk microing super aggressively in the back, trying to keep the Exalted Pinks alive. And he is. Chimera's getting a little bit low, and what do we see here? Ooh, look at this! We do have the Flamers of Tzeentch being called in, and they're going to be unleashing a torrent of fire into these overextended Marauders, and potentially unleashing on the Bloodshriek Chimera here. Let's go ahead and see.
Yeah, it's some nice volleys. Also, Ice Wolves here in the center. The Knights kind of pair up with the Shrieking Sky Rays. They're going to get a big engagement. The Burning Chariot also shoots in there, gets some good AoE damage, but it looks like even still, trade not necessarily going great for Tzeentch. Is that some Bearmen mixed in there? Yeah. So that HP of the Bearmen's very tough. They're going to absolutely outtrade, especially the Screamers all day.
Yeah, absolutely. The Chaos Knights still hanging in there. Kurgan Horsemen with great weapons, though. I love that tech. So the Kurgan Horsemen with a head-on charge into Chaos Knights would get obliterated, but since they've caught them on the run and very injured, it could be very good. And we do also see the Beast of Tashnar coming in from Danakin here. But look at the sniping attempt on Sail. Sail getting hunted by the Walmart Green Knight, and also the Tzeentch army ability, and down goes Sail. Absolutely wrecked there. Damn, dude. What a play, huh?
Yeah, incredible. I mean, Berserk's still pretty far behind in terms of damage value, but I think he's going to be able to get some terror routes here and maybe even save his Chaos Knights. Wow, look at those Kurgans routing with more than 50% of their HP left to do the terror.
Yeah, classic Kurgans. Dude, that was a freaking play and a half, and I knew it. I could smell it in the water. That freaking Burning Chariot was just like hovering around Sail, not really going for it, but just kind of teasing he was going to. But as soon as he caught Sail slipping, I mean, he went in with the Changeling, with the Screamers, and also with the Burning Chariot, getting an absolute karate chop. But that's a huge step back, because now the entire Norscan army is going to be negative 16 leadership, which will then stabilize at negative 10. But Tzeentch does need to get some points on the board. They are stuffed right now and are losing 3 victory tickets a second. So what's going on back here, Dov, with the dreaded Chimera situation?
Yeah, they're both kind of just hanging out in this backline still. I think at this point, Danakin's maybe just going to use them to kind of charge whatever reinforcements come out. But yeah, I mean, Tzeentch got some good engagements. The value is still a little bit of a tricky situation, and their map control also is still down a lot of units. 11 versus 17 for Norska, so looking tough still in that way.
Yeah, Norska with a very wide build. I mean, certainly does have the 2 Chimeras, but Sale was brought with a very cheap kit, which allowed him to bring the 2 Chimeras. Tzeentch in the process of flipping the middle with some Chaos Warriors. Kurgan Horseman probably going to get routed here, while the Green Knight, and a lot of the value, of course, that Danakin does have is tied up in the Green Knight, and the Green Knight is still, very functional. So he's going to be partying like it's 1999 over there. And backside objective, we do see the Exalted Pinks. Some Horsemen and Fury slowly making their way through the Norscan reinforcements, and those remnants of the Chaos Knights, there's only 16 of them, but rear charging into the Marauder Bearmen here will certainly help break their leadership. So objective 1 in the process of going back to Tzeentch. But how is the middle looking? It looks like the 2 Chimeras, Dov, are coming in to go after the Green Knight again.
Yeah, they've realized their priority target, and that Flamestorm was pretty well timed with all that cavalry support. The Changeling Green Knight's going to have a very hard time getting away. But Sale, you mentioned his cheap kit, already back on the field. I know it doesn't allay the leadership penalty, but he's here to cast some more spells at the very least.
Yeah, he's like a Team
the
Rocket.
Green Knight taking huge damage as the Chimeras charge in. That's going to be... Oh, yeah. Big dangerous situation for him.
Yeah. Green Knight's going to be on the run. Sale the Faithless like a cartoon villain. He's like twirling his mustache. I'll be back. And he is back. Army ability going down from Tzeentch. Sniping Sale the Faithless again. And resummoning your Lord is certainly something that's a decent idea at times, but it can be a game-losing play as well, because it does yield a lot of unit width on the battlefield, because again, it's going to be expensive, like 1600 rather than getting 4 or 5 infantry units to really, or mobility to stuff the objectives. But Sale does manage to get that Cultist offline, so the Cultist of Tzeentch is going to be shattered, and I do think we're starting to see Tzeentch running out of steam a little bit. Still not even able to gremlin their back objective, man.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get enough capture weight on the field. Like, we've seen quite a few, like mid-tier flying unit summons, and because they're so flimsy, they can get some good value trading, but they really don't contribute anything on the capture side. So Tzeentch definitely struggling right now to get any objectives under control. And another really nice Chain Lightning on the center objective from Sale.
Yeah, pretty solid. Green Knight going Mortal Kombat and actually taking down the Blood Tree Chimera, or at least breaking it. So it was a close fight, but he is unbreakable, of course, in his Green Knight form. But nice Chain Lightning, as you said, but the other Chimera is here. We got Marauder Bearman, and Sale is there twirling his metaphorical mustache, as we do see Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots being called in, as well as Marauder Bearman. Tzeentch has like a raggedy resistance over here. Normally I'd be thinking like, all right, well maybe Tzeentch can weasel something out, but they're also just so massively behind on points. There's just too many variables going against them, and it looks like the Changeling is going to meet its end here.
Yeah, the Changeling is done, which is also going to confer leadership penalty. And yep, there it is. Berserk's going to throw in the towel, and it'll be victory for Norska. Yeah,
a really fun game, though, man. I loved that. Like, the Burning Chariot tech, even though it probably didn't do super well, was really neat. And the Changeling, Green Knight Changeling is really unfortunate when your opponent brings 2 giant magic damage monsters.
Yes.
That was so unfortunate. So, yeah, that was probably... There was a couple variables that didn't go well there. Like, okay, Danakin goes mass shielded infantry, and you bring a Spearman front line. Spearmen are going to get dunked on by Marauders. And then you bring Exalted Pinks, which are going to be awful against a shielded army. So, there was so many variables with Berserk's army that just were not good at all against what Danakin brought. But he's a good enough player to make the game kind of close-ish. Still more one-sided, I would say, for Danakin. But his army was not ready to fight what Danakin brought. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely ran into some issues on that. And, I mean, the Burning Chariot ends up paying for itself. But ultimately not able to contribute enough value to make a meaningful difference. The Flamers also came in, got a couple of nice volleys initially, but I think the Chimeras just ate them.
Yeah.
And the Chimeras just ate in general, both of them getting really nice value.
Yeah, the R-War didn't pay for itself. It got close, but the other one I think did. I think the regular Chimeras are like 1,500. The R-War is like 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
Can't remember, but yeah, good performance from the Chimeras. There was nothing to really threaten them. Sale kind of got bullied. He was the weak link of the build, probably. He just got... I mean, not even a weak link, but yeah, him getting karate chopped gave Tzeentch like a glimmer, but a very, very small glimmer. So, all right, let's switch over to the other game. So we're going to head over to Anticity and Czarix, who are currently on Game 3. And in the meantime, these players will prepare their next match, and we will go from there. So prize pool, by the way, guys. This is actually the biggest prize pool we've ever had for a Total War tournament. It's, in total, yeah, over 5,000 pounds. Pretty fat. Okay, so we got Walk versus Vampire Council, it looks like.
Yeah. This is assuming this matchup holds. This was probably one of the most cursed matchups historically for Warriors of Chaos. Of course, things have definitely changed these days, but
Yeah.
Warhammer 1 and 2, this was just never a matchup you wanted to take as Warriors of Chaos. These days, with all the tools they've been given, all the updates they've had over time, it's going to be quite interesting. But of the DLC units they've received, what do you think? Would you take any in this matchup? Maybe just Bearmen?
Let me think. So, oh boy, Marauder Bearmen are for sure a decent choice because of the ITP. Anticity plays very well. He's playing vampire counts. Okay, so there's two schools of thought that we're seeing for vampire counts these days. One of them is mass ethereal. We've been seeing some very high level vampire count players go double banshee and like 5 Cairn rates and just like be like, do you have magic damage, bro? And if you don't have enough, you just lose, right? And the other way is, of course, the classic skeleton zombie corpse cart crypt horror, right? That's like the traditional with a mortis follow-up later on. So for Warriors of Chaos, what would I bring? Would you bring the trouser snake against these guys? That's interesting.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because it's really, in my mind, its best role is to disrupt skirmishers primarily, and obviously there's no skirmishers in this matchup, so and like the AoE damage would be okay, but it's a matchup where vampires can potentially just heal through it and not really care about it too much. So this is maybe one of the only matchups actually where I probably wouldn't take. Maybe you have one just for fun. The thing is, it's such a small investment, relatively speaking, for a monster that even if it ends up not doing that much, it's not biggest waste.
Yeah, they're tricky because, like, if you get them in a blob fight and they can just sit there and fight, they do generate a lot of value. I mean, the power fantasy for me, which is not going to happen because it's stupid and a terrible idea, would be like 2 Dreadmaws with Festus just like healing them. That would be so fun. But yeah, I mean, Bearmen, maybe. I think the ROR Chimera could make an appearance just because it's so powerful. The ability to run away and heal so you don't need to babysit it. The breath attacks will be really good against like Stearnsman or Graveguard if there are any, or Banshees. It does magic damage, so if they bring Banshee or any sort of ethereal, it's very good. So if we were going to see any of the new units on walk here, I would probably say you see the Chimera ROR. Dreadmaws are unlikely, but not impossible. Bearmen, Champions of Slaanesh. Probably not very good here, right? Because they probably would not have a good time versus Skeleton Spears and the Crypt Horror combo, right?
I actually feel like I had a game in early access where were they fighting Crypt Horrors or was it Rat Ogres? I can't remember, but they seem to trade decently well, even though it's very much like a unit they're not designed to fight. Granted, they're more expensive, so it's probably not a cost-effective trade.
Yeah.
But just generally, I think the champions are probably not great in an attrition-based fight, so I probably wouldn't take them here.
And if it was a different map, like this map is one where each player has a home objective, so and it's kind of a hard map to objective bounce on, so there would be some styles for Warriors of Chaos where you go mass mobility, and you just bounce between, and the Haggard Vampire Count blob just can't keep up with you. This map, it's tricky to do that on, though. Like, you basically just park like a bunch of chaff in your back objective with a Corpse Cart and then just play the middle. There's also the Mutalith Beast, using its Mortis engine to try and play that game. You could do some really forbidden tech and go like Festus with a Mutalith Beast for the double Mortis engine. just to really play the blob. But the problem is Festus just gets sniped so easily by Vampiric Lords. Like, any of those big Vampiros are just going to come in and just punch him right in the dong. So I don't think we're going to see Festus. Could be wrong, but we will find out. We will find out.
Now, in my qualifier, we did see Helman Gorst.
You saw Helman Gorst? Okay.
We saw a Helman Gorst game, and at least for me, ideally you would see Helman Gorst and he would die, but the vampire counts would still win. For me, that's like the platonic ideal of a Helman Gorst game. What do you think?
Yeah. The Gortys engine was a thing for a long time. The Gortys shotgun, did you ever see that? Like, where he would just be on his like corpse cart with Gaze of Nagash and just be like a mobile shotgun station?
Yeah, definitely can work.
Yeah, I think Ents is too much of a mobility guy. Like, he just has like a hard-on for mobility units, so it's probably going to be like a Lamian Lord or some like shit like that up in the sky, I would wager. Heinrich Kemmler is also a classic. We see him in like probably like 60% of Vampire Count games. He's just steady and solid. So, yeah. I don't know who's favored in this right now. Let's actually look. So I'm going to go to the total tavern here. We just started a new season, so there's not a lot of data. But let's see. So vampire counts are currently actually have a higher win rate than Warriors of Chaos. They have a 63% win rate in tournaments. And against Warriors of Chaos, great. It's 50-50 right now. Okay, so there's not really any data to point one way or the other. Yeah. Okay, we were right. Chimeras, right? We were right.
Yeah.
We still got it.
Double Chimera makes a lot of sense. And Lore of Metal Chaos Sorcerer Lord also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I always love the Chaos face masks. Like, how do they see out of that? You know, just like it's like the most impractical stuff. The Nurgle one's just like the eyes in the corner. Yeah, Chaos Witchcraft. So Czarix, by the way, this is his last chance. If Czarix loses this, he is going to be going to play in the third place match, which again still has a really substantial prize for anybody joining. We'll show you the prizes real quick. Third place is still playing for 800 Great British Pounds, which is a ton of money. So, but this is his last chance to make it to the finals. He needs to reverse sweep this series here in order to have a chance. So let's go ahead and get that. And there we go. So you want to go ahead and break down this Chaos Army?
Absolutely. So we see here a beautiful Manticore, and you can definitely tell, especially side by side, that the Chimera skeleton was kind of like branched off from the Manticore, which is a good thing. Manticore has some of the best animations, especially of a game one monster, just generally. But yeah, the double Chimera, of course, including the Blood Shriek, and we've got some Bearmen, and that's it. That's all there is.
It's basically all new stuff. It's just Marauder Bearmen are so cost effective. And then, yeah, you have the final transmutation, because Anticity is obviously going to have a blob at some point. The Chimeras can bully most of the vampiric SEs. I actually don't know who would win in a duel between the Chimera and a Death Shriek Terrorgeist, because the Terrorgeist is anti-large, but Chimeras do fire damage and poison, so that'll mitigate the duel very heavily. Yeah, Manticore is so hot right now, they really are. But look at this, we got some Gremlin tactics. We have the Schmeagles in the woods, the Crypt Ghouls from Anticity back here. Heinrich Kemmler, Corpse Cart, and a Graveguard build. He's actually got like 4 or 5 Graveguard units, but yes, very meta for Vampire Count stuff to go for the sneaky Schmeagle backcap using those ghouls in the woods.
Yeah, the fact they've got Vanguard and stock now is just, it's excellent. Makes them, or no, yeah, they do actually have stock now. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're an excellent, like, ideal backcapping unit. Granted, very squishy, so they can get killed by something pretty easily, but some early interruption, kind of disruption from these, the Chimeras and the Manticore Lord. They're not really fearing anything here, but let's see if Anticity's got a quick call out to try and respond.
Yeah, it's tricky. Vampires would probably want to have a Cryptor or two in there to stop this, but right now there's nothing, dude. Heinrich Kemmler's in the woods just stroking his Forbidden Rod, and look at these Chimeras. This could be any monster, really. This isn't even like a Chimera insanity thing. If this was a regular Manticore, it would be doing the similar thing, but not as much damage, of course. But I mean, Ent is not putting any respect on these monsters right now, as we are seeing what being called out. Actually, Crypt Ghouls on the backside. All right.
Yeah, more just backcapping potentially. And the thing is, with the Chimeras doing that fire damage, the extra damage versus Corpse Carts, one Unholy Lodestone's already down, and the other one is wavering.
Yeah, dude. That's a huge win for Czarix. Ent's not having any Cryptors in his army. He didn't have the mass. Normally, vampires would just have a Skeleton Spearman and a Cryptor, target them, and push them out, and they wouldn't have gotten much value at all. But in this case, Forsaken and Bearman playing on the back objective, and it looks like the Norskins are going for objective 3 as well. So they're splitting up their entire army and just going to continue value trading here. But now the support pieces are offline, and that is a big win out of the gates here for the Pride of Poland here, Czarix.
And a Soul of Damnation being summoned as well, so he's got some long-range pressure now. Great anti-infantry damage to hit these Graveguard, especially if they get blobbed up. So, yeah, we're going to see, I would imagine also, number one objective, we've got these Crypt Ghouls charging in. The Bearmen should absolutely clean the clock of these Crypt Ghouls, right?
Yeah, Bearmen are probably going to win that. And then also Forsaken with their 85 armor are like a hard counter against Crypt Ghouls. So the Schmeagles are going to have a bad time, and look at that. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord scouting in the bushes. He spots some more Schmeagles coming in, and I don't know. Oh, Winds of Death, okay. I mean, is it really worth 20 whatever Winds of Magic just to get a one Forsaken unit kind of worn down? Tricky stuff. Chaos Sorcerer Lord is hunting down. Oh, dude, Dov, you see it? He's got a Tormentor Sword and Final Transmutation. This could be Gotham's Reckoning right now. We could see Heinrich Kemmler in the trash.
Yeah, Heinrich could go down very, very quickly here. He's going to have to pop that Krell Summon to try and defend himself, but I'm not sure if he'll have enough time. Ooh, he might have... No, there's the Tormentor Sword now, freezing him in place. A couple of big attacks from the Manticore.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's see, maybe a quick final transmutation to try and finish him off.
And the tricky thing for Ent is if he tries to come in and protect Heinrich Kemmler, the final transmutation could get even more value. Oh, he's going for it. Czarix is out for blood this game, man. He does not want to get swept in the series. And, oh, man, he could be in trouble. He's gotten hit like 4 times. Very rare micro blunder by Anticity to be in this situation in the first place. But Vampires Without a Lord is very, very rough. And this dirty old man, he looks like he's running towards the edge of the map right now.
Yeah, he's popped Krell there, but it doesn't matter.
Did you get the close-up of that? Heinrich Kemmler just got absolutely evaporated by that Manticore. God damn, dude. That was a great shot right there. That was awesome.
So cool.
Oh, my God. All right, so yes, Vampire counts have him triple capped right now, but this value is not good. And losing Count Chocula over there is going to be very tough. Negative 16 leadership on everything is going to be incredibly tough. And, yeah, like, if he didn't lose Heinrich, he might be in good shape, you know?
Potentially, but I see Stearnsman here also kind of got caught out by some Bearmen in the open field, and the Soul of Damnation has basically destroyed them. They are currently crumbling out. And from a value perspective, Vampire counts are not winning any engagements right now. Maybe caught a couple of Marauders like way out here in no man's land, but yeah, on this objective number 3, there's a couple of Bearmen just scrapping, but they're fighting low-tier troops, which, I mean, they'll be able to grind through like infinite zombies probably, so not too much of a threat there.
Yeah, it's looking tough, man. I mean, Ent is such a goblin. I have seen games of him playing where like he loses his lord in the first minute. He's down like 6,000 value, and he somehow finds a way to get back. It's not impossible for him to win. The odds are very low now because 2 corpse cards, Heinrich Kemmler, Stearnsman, all gone like very quickly, all the centerpieces. But Vampires are super annoying to clear off objectives, so there's maybe a little bit of hope. I mean, Czarix definitely, if he can get the objectives before it becomes a triple cap situation, I think will be in a comfortable position to win. Forsaken and Bearman in the middle, but Ent still does have his doggies, some Cryptors in the backside, and don't count him out yet, man. There's a reason why Ent did win 2 world championships. He's very, very good, and could go either way.
Yeah, well, and the Chimeras are both very good, right? And they're going to continue to put in some good work, but that's a lot of spend on a couple of flying single entities that aren't going to help cap points at all. And against Vampire counts, like you said, capturing the points can sometimes be the hardest thing.
Yeah, it's very tough. Forsaken and Marauder Bearman fighting. Heinrich Kemmler's back. So, I mean, it makes sense, right? He's a Lich Master and Necromancer. He reanimated himself. Krell dragged his decrepit body back to the Necromancer camp, and they brought him back. And, yeah, that's a huge loss, though. Winds of Death going to be going down to the middle there. That's going to be a big one, Dov. That's going to hit both those units.
Yeah, does some nice damage to both the Bearmen and the Forsaken. And we see some more Marauder Horsemen and Forsaken coming in, more Marauders as well. So Chaos trying to get some capture weight on the field, but let's see what they're able to do.
They're going to need it. So what's the over-under on Heinrich getting karate chopped again? Because I can see
the Manticore's going for it. Yeah, he's going for it.
Oh my God, is he going to get him again? No way. That would be so funny. Nice breath attack coming into the middle from the Bloodshriek Chimera. Forsaken and Bearman trying to fight, but having some hard fights here. Ent is so good with his Hound units, the Direwolves, like just enveloping and just getting great value with. Oh my God, Ent is not moving. Oh, dude, that was close. That was really close. He's playing a dangerous game here, dude. A very, very dangerous game.
Yeah, it is going to draw the Chimera potentially out of position, though, as they go both to pursue Heinrich Kemmler. He's got some Crypt Horrors to protect, but really needs to... I honestly would think these single entities need to maybe help take this objective so he can start to get some points on the board.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, it's a dangerous game for sure, but he is at least getting the middle objective. The Forsaken and the Bearmen able to get enough capture weight because zombies are expendable, so they only have 2 capture weight, so they're very poor, just holding objectives compared to regular infantry. But that Winds of Death's going to be really good by Ents. That's going to clear off a bit. But Chaos has stopped the bleeding. Objective 2 belongs to the Pride of Poland Czarix. And to the backside, Forsaken and a Chimera slowly clearing off that objective with some Marauder Horsemen. So Czarix is going to get a double cap here, which will give him a ton of time to grind. And look at this. What do we got going down here, boss?
Oh, another snipe. Big old final transmutation hits the Crypto Bros, and the and Krell is summoned for a second time here. The first time he did absolutely nothing, but now has a chance to maybe get a karate chop or 2 in on these single entities of Chaos.
Yeah, dude, Krell is not happy at all. He's like, this is bullshit. Just every time he gets called in, he just gets like left in the dust, and then friggin' Heinrich Kemmler gets killed. But Heinrich did get away this time, but Yeah, he's really being screened out heavily here. Hell Cannon shooting into the blob, doing some good damage against the zombies. Back objective, Forsaken and Horseman have cleared it out, so it looks like Czarix is going to get the double cap here, which is going to be really nice, because despite the fact he needs all 3 objectives, Ent is only going to be getting 1 victory ticket per second, which means he has a lot of time to work with, you know. Krell getting a nice hit there, but Vampire is flipping capture weight a little bit on middle, man. Getting a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, they're bringing in more crypto bros, more skeletons and zombies as well. I don't know. Summon units don't have any capture weight, so it wouldn't really be worth Krell trying to capture, but maybe he could put some value, at least like karate chopping some units, since it looks like, as foretold, he is once again left in the dust.
Yeah, which is, I mean, using Krell more in the epicenter of combat, like on a consolidated fight, probably would be a little bit stronger, just like dropping him on some of the infantry in the front or whatever and having him help out. But do you see what's going on to the back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got some...
Heinrich's on the run again, dude.
Yeah, he's the fact that there's 3 of these flying single entities, all of which can just easily hunt him, means Czarix has a lot of agency to just, you know, pursue with whatever he needs to. Like the Blood Shriek just came into the front line, got a brutal breath attack, and now rear charging these Crypto Bros, going to take them offline. So a lot of power and agency afforded by these powerful flying single entities.
But the tricky part is Ent is like, he's teasing him, you know, he's stringing him along. Like we've had, so the Chaos Sorcerer medal on the Chimera is like probably like 2,000. The Chimera is 1,500, chasing like a 1,300 gold lord around. So those big centerpieces, rather than consolidating their strength on the objectives, they're just kind of gremlining and chasing this Necromancer around the back of the map. And sure, they might get him. Okay, I think he's going to go down here. That's pretty impressive, though, man. Heinrich Kemmler, you know, teasing, but finally getting caught here. Looks like he's
yeah.
Let's see what his death looks like this time. Is he going to crumble? Yeah, he's just going to crumble. The anticlimactic one there. But yeah, the middle objective belongs to Vampires again, man. And that's a hell of a lot of zombies to clear out in a couple minutes, you know?
Yeah, that is, there's a lot of zombies, there's skeletons, there's some Grave Guard mixed in there as well.
Yeah.
You know, still got some Crypto Bros fighting strong, so it's not going to be easy to clear, and despite the fact that, you know, Czarix is like 6,000 value ahead. Yeah. It's not going to be easy for him to win this game, but he does have some units getting on this objective number 3 over here. We've got this Forsaken, some Tattered Marauders, and a full healthy Marauder Horseman going over there as well. So,
but do you see the back objective?
Yeah,
the dreaded Anticity mobility. Yeah, who let the dogs out, dude? The Baja men are all up in this game right now. He's back here with the Direwolves, and that's going to be tricky. Is Norska going to get something out here? We do see Doom Knights being called in by Czarix, but man, he's at 1250 points right now. Ent is very close to winning this. And these 2 dogs are going to be feasting on the souls of these Marauder Horsemen. They're going to have a terrible time. Incredibly stressful game for Czarix. A game which he probably felt as if he was going to be winning easily in the beginning. I would imagine if I was in his situation, I killed Heinrich Kemmler, I got the corpse guards, I'd be like, this is over. But I'm telling you, against vampire counts, and more specifically against Anticity, you can never get comfortable, because he's going to scrap and gremlin. And, you know, as a lot of chat jokes that he's very, you know, often loses his lord in games, so he's used to it anyways, playing without his lord. So that is something to consider, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, losing your lord, especially when they're so cheap, and even losing them twice, honestly, it's like the value of being able to draw those powerful single entities away and not allow them to contribute value maybe in the time and place where they need to is pretty critical. But you can see Czarix just desperately trying to like path his units like past these crumbling skeletons. I know personally, as a known hater of crumbling as a mechanic, I am the type of person that's like, please just crumble already. Please, like, why are you taking so long to die? Like, why are you still here?
Yeah, it's a close game. Crumbling is annoying for sure at times, especially when you're in a domination setting trying to get those damn objectives.
Yeah,
I think the game-losing situation was Czarix not leaving something on his back objective. I think like he's threatening middle right now, right? Gets a nice final transmutation to secure objective 3, but the fact that he lost his back objective, I think, is going to be doing him in here. As look, he's getting middle, and if he had held his back, you know, this would be a game that potentially winnable with the Doom Knights on the back objective here. But I think he's kind of cooked now, as he only really has 12, 13 seconds left.
Yeah, not going to be enough time to finish these caps. Even the center cap was not even actually fully executed, just because the vampire counts are still crumbling. So there you go.
Yeah,
Anticity
GG.
Manages to take the series, and quite a game there for the finish.
A lot of people would have salted out, you know, losing their lord and that much damage in the beginning. For sure. I've seen it in countless tournaments. The rage quit, just not playing it out, but sometimes playing it out, because you have to remember, you don't know what your opponent has in reserve. And necessarily, they can get lured into a false sense of confidence, thinking they have the game in the bag. Maybe they don't have enough killing power to clear out the ground with that many air units, but yeah, GG. So Ents with a 3-0 victory against Czarix, which is a revenge because last week, Anticity got 3-1 by Czarix. On the same build, by the way, so exact same build, but GG, well played. Ents with the sweep there. He's coming for blood. He wants to get back on the top of the leaderboard here.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive performance for sure. And if we look at some of the values here, both the Chimeras obviously going to pay for themselves. Generally, when you're fighting vampire counts, you get a little bit inflated damage values across the board because of healing. But actually, I don't know if Anticity was able to heal much with this build just because Kemmler was having such a bad time. Yeah, and the corpse guards have both died immediately as well. So, yeah, pretty good value across the board. Just ultimately not enough clearing power. Yeah, I mean, these Forsaken are excellent, but I still think, like, the Hell Cannon, both the Chimeras, the Lord, all of which are not going to contribute anything on capture, right? They're all powerful units, but maybe just needed a little bit more meat. Even just like a couple of Chaos Warriors or something would have gone a long way.
The trickiest thing, I think that was the biggest variable. Obviously, chasing Heinrich around was worth it the first time. Second time, maybe not worth it. Using those Chimeras, because it was close. I mean, he almost got back and got the game there at the end, but there was not really an effective answer for the Graveguard outside of the Chimeras, right? Like, Bearmen lose to Graveguard, Forsaken lose to Graveguard, Doom Knight suck against Graveguard. The only thing was really the Hell Cannon and the Chimeras, and there was 5 Graveguard in that build that were really maintained the capture weight, so I think that was what it was. So perhaps if Chaos had brought in like some Blood Beasts or something that could kind of deal with those type of heavily armored infantry effectively, or Great Weapon Bearmen. Like, Great Weapon Bearmen would have traded up pretty well into those, but yeah. All right. So we're going to the other series. We got Anticity in the grand finals, and we have Czarix in the third place match now. And let's get to this other series. So let's get in there. And the other series is going to be Danakin versus Berrserk. Currently, Danakin up 1 game here. And we have Bretonnia versus Slaanesh. Now, this Bretonnia has been a counter against Slaanesh Dov, like a solid counter. They win most of the time. But Anticity told me the other day, like 3 or 4 days before this tournament, that he discovered a forbidden tech in which Slaanesh can defeat Bretonnia pretty heavily, and he hasn't really lost with it. So does Berrserk know about this tech? I don't know. We're going to find out, man.
Definitely curious to see what he can do, but yeah, as far as the new units go in this matchup, I am thinking through, what has been added to Slaanesh. I mean, in theory, Brayton actually is supposed to hunt Bretonnian Knights. Isn't that kind of the lore of the Brayton, right? But it's just no.
Yeah, it just sucks. It's terrible. It's the worst thing in the DLC.
Yeah, it's just terrible. We'll see. I mean, maybe Pleasure Seekers here, but I also imagine they get out-traded pretty heavily by Grail Knights due to the magic attacks and anti-large, but they are faster, and their mass is incredible. So maybe if you can just avoid taking bad engagements and try and force a favorable engagement, I don't know. We'll see.
You know what the biggest thing that Bretonnia does against Slaanesh is Pegasus Knights, because Pegasus Knights, you can see he has a royal one in his opening army. Slaanesh cannot really interact with him super effectively because Slaanesh really wants to be the ones getting the charge and dictating the engagement.
Yes.
But the Pegasus Knights just charge in on you, and you don't really get the counter charge unless they mess up. But we get the Mask and Steercar, so we are seeing several new units. Steercar are pretty good here with Peasants and Men-at-Arms. He can get his aura going very well, but yeah, curious to see. And, of course, my fantasy would be seeing the Devoted Marauders. That'd be super fun. But, yeah, I don't think... Or the Devoted Dark Elves. Yeah, probably not going to happen, though.
Yeah, they're light armor, quite vulnerable to getting charged by cavalry. So, yeah, they're a little bit tough here. The missile and physical resistance does mean they're somewhat resistant to the Peasant Archer fire. But, yeah, cavalry definitely makes them have a bad time. But Steercar is another one I was going to mention. That aura seems very strong. Like you said, you can charge it up if you're near, some peasant units, and then the cavalry will be affected by it. And that speed and melee defense debuff, absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Speed in particular, obviously, to help control the movements. But even Bretonnian Knights, if you take away their melee defense, even like Royal Pegasus Knights, their melee defense is not great. Pretty much everything outside of Guardians. Doesn't have incredible melee defense, so that's two conditions, the speed and melee defense, both greatly affect that particular trade. So I love the pick of Steer Car here.
He's a menace, dude. He's a menace. Yeah, and I think you articulated it very well. And the 100 speed, that's one of the best things about Slaanesh in general in this update, is that new mount option for all their characters, is that 100 speed armor-piercing mount. So good. So yeah, we got the mask here of obviously Mortis Engine and healing. Fiends are pretty good against Bretonnia. They're a generalist. They can fight foot squires and infantry reasonably well and can also fight cav, with support, of course. And then Devoted Marauders into the Sunset, and that's going to be it for Slaanesh. And would you like to articulate what we have for the glorious sons and daughters of the lady?
Oh, yeah. We've got Pegasus Alberic, I guess because he doesn't feel like he needs the anti-large maybe as much in this matchup. 90 charge bonus on the Pegasus. Doesn't have as much HP, obviously, but great weapon strength. And 42 bonus versus large with the Braid of Bordalo affecting himself, obviously, as well. We've got these Royal Pegasus Knights. We've got some Spearmen at Arms here, a couple of Halberds as well, 4 Halberds, in fact, and 3 Peasant Archers with a couple of Grail Relics to help support leadership, a little bit more melee attack. So, yeah, gone full anti-large, protecting these archers with the one kind of airstrike.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. We're probably going to see more Pegasus Knights being called in as well. Super awesome unit. And what kind of a caster did we see from Slaanesh? I don't think he has one in his main build. So we don't know yet, right? Yeah, obviously the mask is not a wizard, so we'll have to see what it's going to be. But Pavane can be used against Pegasus Knights to lure them into bad engagements. Shadows is very good against Bretonnia as well, and Peasant Archers here are going to be skirmishing with the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. As Bretonnia is going to be consolidating on Objective 1, then looking to rotate over towards Objective 2. And it looks like Berrserk is going to be taking a page out of Anticity's book, and this is a classic RTS envelopment. So, for example, you're playing Age of Empires 2, 3, 4, whatever. In Age of Empires 4, your opponent's doing a longbow rush on you, and they're just pouring units into your base, right? Like waves and waves of units coming across the board. And then what you could do is you could use your horsemen to intercept them on their way to your base. So it's kind of a similar strategy as to what Slaanesh likes to do at cutting off people's backfields, but looks like he's a little bit nervous about the Pegasus Knights, so he's going to be pulling back here.
Yeah, definitely got to respect those Royal Pegasus Knights. Steer Car kind of lurking right now. The trick is you got to be able to come in, do some shock damage to some of these peasant units, which the Fiends definitely can do, like even the Halberds and Spears, especially if they catch them unbraced. They'll be able to get in, do some good damage, and more importantly, damage their leadership so that Steer Car can charge up his aura. But right now, Mask is lurking. Bretonnia might try and go for the snipe here, but it might be a bait as well.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Yeah, the Green Knight's also back there, too. I did miss him when we were looking at the builds initially. But the Green Knight is in the mix, and Green Knight will do okay against Mask. Certainly hits hard. Steer Cars. I love your use of the word. Lurking is one of my favorite descriptors. It's so funny. Truly very apt for these Slaaneshi demons. On the back, we do see Knights of the Realm being called in, which have been meta against Slaanesh for a long time. Just anti-large, good against light armor. So that's a lot of what Slaanesh has with their mobility. And Slaanesh is kind of getting a bit of an envelop, while Bretonnia is going to have to find a way to surge out. And the Mask is using the Chanson of Caging, which, what does that do? Oh, look at that. He's trying to do Vigor Draining. So he's like, he's moving the Mask near these units and trying to drain their Vigor. That's so funny.
Yeah, he's baiting out quite a few missiles as well, and, you know, dancing around, trying to dodge as many as he can, but of course gets a little bit of extra missile resistance on that Chanson as well. Yeah. So it's going to be taking pretty minimal damage from the Peasant Archers.
Oh, dude.
Let's see, both players kind of patiently positioning, trying to only get favorable engagements, but looking good.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Very conservative play from both sides. I mean, this is a high-stakes tournament. This is one of the high-stakes tournament we've had in Total War in years, and yeah, the Mask, like, using the Mask as, like, an aura, a freaking ranged Vigor Drain is really funny. If the Bretonnians didn't have, like, the Green Knight here or some tools to kind of keep her at bay, that would be actually quite strong. But Bretonnia is moving towards Objective 2. Slaanesh is going to be calling in Slangors the Ninja Objective 1, but I would imagine Bretonnia will send the Holy Wardens of Mycental over there to screen them out, or some cab units, and Bretonnia is on its way towards Objective Dose now, and it looks like they are going to be grabbing that, and Slaanesh is going to have to sound the horn of war eventually. We'll have to see.
Yeah, trying to figure out what's the best way to approach this. Maybe wants to bring in some more reinforcements, but Bretonnia with a pretty nice defensive position right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Slangor is kind of lurking on that objective. I don't think he's maybe noticed yet, but the Holy Wardens with their magic damage and just massive overall weapon damage are actually maybe one of the few infantry units, maybe the only infantry unit that would trade well against Slangors.
On the Bretonnian roster, for sure, yeah. Although just using like any sort of a cav unit would be optimal. Middle objective goes to Bretonnia. Slaanesh using the Slangor trolling on the backside to grab it, as we do see some Knights of the Realm surging over there to push these Slangors off, and it looks like they will, as the Slangors do retreat from that objective. In the meantime, this is tricky, you know, because when Slaanesh alpha strikes the Bretonnian box, you get countercharged by Pegasus Knights, which just do such brutal damage, and the Bretonnian peasants hold so damn well with Grail Reliques, sitting at 75 leadership, immune to psychology. I mean, they do not hear any bell whatsoever, so it's a really tough position to crack, as we do see Demonettes being used. That's really interesting, huh?
Yeah, somewhat unusual choice. Going to be quite vulnerable to the peasant archers, but as long as Berserk is smart with his positioning, doesn't get caught out, should be able to put them to pretty good use. Feels like he's just bringing in a lot of high shock units right now to try and just, bunker bust this Bretonnian formation.
Dude, I love this Haggard mask play. He's just like Benny Hilling, like yakety sacks, running in circles in front of the Bretonnian army, trying to like drain their vigor. just like the image of like a Slaanesh demon like dodging arrows and dancing in front of your army, trolling your soldiers is pretty great. Partial surround, by the way. Look how deep Berserk is in his opponent's backfield. Now he's like at his spawn point with some of the infantry here, so he will be cutting off some reinforcements, forcing Danakin to either fight there or call in from the other side. But Slaanesh keeps moving in, but I think they just are perpetually unhappy with their engagement angles here. And we do see the Sorcerer, by the way. Dob, it's going to be Pavane, Acquiescence, and Rod of Torment here.
Excellent. Yeah, Pavane, definitely anything with Rampage to prevent yourself from getting cycle charged to death is going to be ideal against Bretonnia.
Yes.
And a little bit of Acquiescence as well for the speed and melee defense. Again, both those modifiers excellent here. But let's see right now.
Looks like somebody's one of these guys' computers may have exploded, so.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fine. We just at this point it would just be a replay. It's pretty easy. Nothing's happened. It's pretty topical trading here. So we would just do a replay and go from there. But it is unfortunate. Yep, looks like one of the players has dropped. Still early enough with not enough action that we just do a replay. So pretty straightforward, but don't worry, guys. We didn't miss too much action. He'll be back. Danakin will load in, and we got to hang out. He rage quit, yes. The dancing of the mask was a little bit too much to bear. So let's do this and do that. Alrighty. And same armies. So I'm going to tell them same armies and replay with same armies. Look, have fun. Okay, so hopefully he'll be able to reconnect. We might need to make a new lobby. Sometimes they can be... Yeah, he needs a smoke break. Yeah, on the last major event, Danakin actually... he was like late for one of his games, and he forgot that he hit the start button because he was like taking a smoke break. And it was like... Yeah, it was pretty hilarious. It's been a running gag here. Yes, the mask dancing in front of his army got him there, so... Hopefully it'll be consistent. We're connecting. You know, Dav is in the United States. I am too. Danakin's in Ukraine, and I think Berserk is in Georgia. So it's all over the place, guys. So we'll do our best. You always get nervous when Danakin's internet drops. It didn't drop too much last time. He got through the event pretty well, but we'll see. Okay, let me check with the players. He should be on his way back. And I think now would be a good time, Dav. I'm going to grab some water, use the restroom real quick, and we'll meet up again in like 2 minutes.
Excellent. Sounds good. I'll do the same.
All right, brother. We'll be right back, guys, and stand by for this match. All right, guys, hope you're all doing well. We're back in business here, and we're going to be getting into our next match real quick as the players have begun the game here. So let's get the right one, and here we are with Danakin being one up in the series, and it is going to be a rematch of the last game since we did have a little bit of a tech issue. So here we go. Fasten your seatbelts, get ready to party, guys. And I'm going to go ahead and break down the Bretonnian army. Dov will be joining in just a second. Royal Pegasus Knight's going to be on the table. Very good against Bretonnia, and for the same reasons we just talked about. Basically, Bretonnian Knights can always get the jump on top of Slaanesh Cab, which is super, super nice. Slaanesh does have some counterplay like Pavane of Slaanesh and different ways to call them down onto the ground here, but they are going to be incredibly good. A big box of peasants with some archers, halberds, and Grail reliques. Alberic is going to be on his Pegasus, which of course is a bit of a smaller target. Harder to necessarily trap up because he can kind of weasel his way out of things, and a Damsel of Life is going to be there to heal up as well. So aside from that, for the forces of Slaanesh, we do have some Devoted Marauders, some Fiends, and it's going to be the Mask and Steer card. The Mask, very good Mortis Engine effect, can also drain Vigor, and the Steer card is able to do those big AoE debuffs once the Peasants start to break, which is tricky though because of the Grail Relique. Devoted Marauders, and some Devoted Marauders on the other side. So going to be a very similar start to last game. Although we do see the Fiends of Slaanesh moving into the front line out of the gates, looking to do a little bit of harass there, but eating a lot of arrows in the process. So a bit of a risky play there from Berrserk, but they do manage to push in and cause some havoc. And Dov, I think, is back with us now. How's it going, man?
Yes, I have returned.
He is
my
back.
Forbidden Pizza rolls.
Oh, dude.
But yeah, we'll see.
I'm jealous.
This time, Danakin taking more of a central position.
Yeah.
And Slaanesh able to more decisively kind of take these early objectives. I think Berserk understands now. Having seen this army in action, he needs to try and scrap for as many points as he can because it's going to be potentially tough to get good engagements. Danakin staying nice and tight right now on his formation.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Not really opening any gaps.
Yeah, Slaanesh playing a bit of a wider style, like you said, trying to get all three objectives. And we do see a different angle from Danakin. Rather than initially going to objective 1 and then pushing to objective 2, which I would say is a little bit more meta, Homie's going to be just beelining up towards the middle objective, trying to put his foot down in the center of the map and get some fights. But man, Berserk is not going to give him easy fights. He's going to be basically Benny Hilling between objectives 1 and 3, and wherever the Bretonnian blob goes. It's very weird to see Bretonnians be the blob faction, but he'll most likely just be ignoring the castle. I think we can call it a castle. I think that's a little bit more apt there. But the Green Knight is being called in again. And, Pavane going to be going down to the Pegasus Knights. We could have our first fight very early in this game.
Yeah, getting potentially forced out early, but Danakin able to retreat just there in time. Looks like didn't actually proc the Rampage until pretty late. Earthblood comes in, and he's got plenty of units in support to be able to protect as the Pegasus Knights charge to the ground.
Yeah, that was really good. Basically, you want to retreat far enough away that when you do get rampaged, you can get into your own supporting units. And yeah, it looks like Bretonnia is going to be taking a fight. Steer car moving in. Pegasus Knight's going to be rampaged a little bit longer, and Alberic is going to be lurking nearby as well. And the Bretonnian army is going to be advancing, but this fight is tricky, very deep in Slaaneshi lines. Knights of the Realm going to be trying to escape. Pegasus Knights trying to escape as well. And if those units can get away, then that will be a huge win for Bretonnia.
Yeah, all sorts of debuffs popping off. What did Steer card just use this little explosion thing right there? What was that?
Yeah, Sonic Boom, I think, yeah.
Yeah, a little Sonic Boom action. So right now, it doesn't look to be going well at all for Bretonnia. That Royal Pegasus Knight, that's a very expensive unit to have taken so much damage early. Yeah. And you can see how slow they're moving due to Steer Car's aura.
Yeah, they're going to be slowed down quite a bit. There is going to be the Wrath of Madon going down right there. So that was a really, really nice cast there by Alberic and Danakin, able to nail the Devoted Marauders and hit the Fiends and discourage leadership as well. But the Mask is going to be here, actually using the Vigor Drain aura. So look at this. The entire Bretonnian army is getting its Vigor drained here, which is really interesting. You'd think it'd be Mortis Engine, but rather going for that. But look at this. Potential swing back here by Danakin, getting the Green Knight and Alberic to bully that Slaanesh caster.
Ooh. Huge, huge damage. Absolutely massive damage. That extra anti-large bonus just meaning they have very good hit chance here. And we'll see if he goes down, the next target could be Steer Car. Since he is mounted on the steed, he will count as large and definitely needs to be careful not to get 2v1'd here.
Yeah, that's a brilliant play. Seeing the Chaos Sorcerer just get karate chopped there by Alberic and by the Green Knight is incredibly savage. And we do see an engagement going down to the other side. Forsaken, Spears and Fiends jumping in on top of the Peasant Archers. A couple of Spearmen at Arms, and Halberds going to be trying to defend that. While in the backfield, we do have some Questing Knights battling versus Fiends, but eating Archer Fire. Bretonnia pulling ahead a little bit in value. Sniping that Slaaneshi Sorcerer was very, very big and certainly makes the Pegasus Knight loss feel a little bit better. And now Alberic is going to be surging into the backfield trying to defend his people back here.
Yeah, you can see these Fiends and the Furies as well. Tough for Bretonia to plug all these gaps. There, excuse me. Yeah, the Archers getting run down here pretty effectively. Quite a few, though. Yeah, 2 Peasant Archers offline, but we do get some Knights in response. Both Knights of the Realm and the regrouped Pegasus Knights coming back in. Getting a nice charge to threaten those Fiends. And Steercar looking pretty vulnerable here as well.
Yeah, Pegasus Knights coming back in is quite clutch. Going to be able to put some pressure on those guys. But really nice play by Berrserk, using the armor-piercing Furies to rear charge into the back of the Knights of the Realm. Really melting them down. And we do actually see Alberic a little bit overextended, trapped up in some Forsaken, and also the Mask is nearby. Alberic is not a high mass character on his Pegasus, so his odds of being trapped there are very, very high. And during this entire exchange, by the way, Berrserk is AoE draining his opponent's vigor, so the Bretonian army is going to get exhausted and really suffer. And on top of that, he's holding all 3 objectives, I believe, although no, it looks like Bretonia barely holding on to the middle here.
Yeah, they just barely got enough cap weight to stick with it. Probably the Grail Relic helps a little bit there. But a bombardment hits those men-at-arms, and they're now going to get rear charged by Fiends, so Bretonia very soon won't have anything on the objective. And it looks like Slaanesh is just starting to pull ahead just straight up in this engagement. They're breaking these men-at-arms. Yeah. Pretty much buttered up all the Archers and even Questing Knights. And Knights of the Realm suffering pretty badly here as the Mask gets a great engagement on Alberic.
Yeah, Jim Carrey's going pretty bananas here in the pits. Chance of caging is active, so his speed is going to be a little bit lower. Dude, he's down to 9 speed from the Aura of Depravity at negative 75, plus the 15% from the chance of... Oh my god, dude, he had 6 movement speed from Steercar and the Mask combo. Oh my god.
Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that's brutal. So that engagement just went rough in general. Basically, Bretonia got pavaned, and they got lured into a very dodgy fight. Granted, they had a good counterpunch with the takedown of the Slaanesh Sorcerer, but from there, it seemed like the Archers got compromised, and a lot of the backfield got hammered, and yeah, Berrserk seems to have figured that out, and had some very good engagements, and that's how Slaanesh games go. Historically, Bretonia has beaten them, but maybe Slaanesh is back on the menu, guys. That was something. So let's update the score. And we're going to be going into Game 3 now. It is a 1-1 series. Now, Danakin is the defending world champion. Will he be defeated by Berrserk? Will Berrserk be coming for that crown? Find out today, guys. Find out today. So value. Yeah, kind of an even spread and everything, huh? Nothing did too crazy. Looks like most of the Slaanesh army had pretty good performances. Yeah.
Yeah, as to be expected. They were able to value trade quite efficiently there. And yeah, I mean... Man, that Steercar, the synergy there with Steercar's aura and with the Mask is quite compelling. That maybe yeah. Steercar's aura is a tiny bit too powerful, honestly, but yeah, it's quite good.
It's nuts. That draining, the speed and vigor drain thing. I mean, because vigor is such a big stat buff, right? So when you guys are tired, yeah, and the aura is so much bigger on it, right? The Mortis Engine, I think, has less range, although I'd have to check. But that was so freaking good. I think what Danakin needed was his initial game plan of playing over on that side and working towards the middle, I think, was stronger. And obviously just keeping your Pegasus Knights back deeper so you don't get pavaned like that until the fighting really... Because you want to be the counterpuncher as Bretonia. You don't want to be the one moving into Slaanesh. And there what happened is Bretonia moved into the woods and fought Slaanesh and just got punched right in the dong. Whereas if they had just sat back, played the objective, kept the Pegasus Knights out of Pavane range, then Slaanesh would have eventually attacked you, at which point the Pavane wouldn't have been so brutal. And 1,600 on the Pegasus Knights is expensive to just have them get, 400, 500 value is really, really rough. Yeah, it's very rough. So now we have a little bit of time. Players are going to be doing picks and bans, and the other series already finished for anybody just joining, so we can take a look at the brackets. Anticity defeated Czarix 3-0 today. Revenge for losing in the last official event we had. So Czarix going to be playing for 3rd place. Anticity going to be playing in the grand finals versus the winner of this series. And we will see. We will see. But there will be a little bit of time in between where Dav and I are just going to rant and hang out until we get to the 1st and 3rd place matches, in which we'll be able to alternate between the games. So yes. We could talk some 40K, dude. Oh, dude,
yeah, some 40K, maybe get a little wild. Talk some Medieval 3.
Yeah,
you're an Age of Empires guy, so you didn't play much Medieval 2 back in the day, did you?
So my games historically were Shogun. Shogun was my jam. I played Shogun 2 a ton. I played Rome, the early Rome games, a lot as well. I did a lot of multiplayer in both of those. Dude, Med 3, I mean, I'm super excited. I feel like 40K is probably more likely to have like well-developed multiplayer. I don't know why I get that feeling. I just maybe it's just because like recent historical games like Pharaoh and stuff have had like not really any multiplayer investment at all.
Yeah.
But dude, I would love some medieval multiplayer action. Yeah, like we have a lot of good stuff coming down the pipe, man. We got
Definitely.
Med, we got 40K. We of course have I mean, I don't know how into it you are, but Dawn of War 4 is something that's going to be fun as well, I'm sure. And but yeah, we have to see how they turn out, right? Like I'm excited for all these projects, but if we just launch and there's like bare bones nothing multiplayer, it's going to be rough, but yeah. Medieval 3 would be fun. I want to play some Poland, man. Have some fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Medieval's got so many. Medieval 2, at least for the historical Total Wars, I feel like in Medieval 2 and like Rome 2 probably have the best faction variety in terms of like different factions with more distinct identities. But yeah, for me, I always loved the Javelin Cavalry in Medieval 2. So like Novgorod with the Boyars, or else the Jeannettes of Spain were both some of my favorites.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, it sounds like you played a lot of Med 2 then, huh?
Yeah, Med 2 for me, I wasn't super into multiplayer back at the time. I was pretty young, but yeah, it was definitely one of my personal favorites. And just given the popularity of like again, Age of Empires is like the definitive medieval kind of multiplayer RTS, right?
Yes.
But given that it's so popular, and Medieval 2, multiple people have told me who have no interest in Warhammer really that they're gonna buy and play Medieval 3, right? So the multiplayer there, even if it has just a small amount of support, I think there will be enough of a crowd that at least initially some people will try.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if it can sustain itself. But yeah, I mean, as long as the factions have good identity and the battle mechanics are on point, then I think at the very least you'll see a small community kind of sustain itself there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm more than happy to put some effort forward towards multiplayer for that game, and if it's fun and people enjoy it, we'll create seasons and tournaments and all that good stuff. Forsen and Cream, thank you for becoming subs. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. And yeah, for 40K, I really hope we get, because every single day I get online at night, or during the day, and I'll play with Aerocrastic and Professor Pone. We play a bunch of Company of Heroes. We queue up the ladder experience. Having a functional ladder is such a good pipeline for getting a good competitive scene going, So
yes.
For 40K, that's like my big thing. My wish list is basically to have a functional quick battle system with a leaderboard that works and, player profile. So like in Warcraft 3, Battle.net, you can look at a player's profile. You can see the factions they play, their win rates, their losses. You can see their seasonal rank. So quick battle system, player profiles, seasons. So ideally, we have a quick battle system for 40K in which you can play on the ladder. You can get a ranking from bronze, and you could have cool 40K specific ones, right? Whatever you want to do. But you got bronze, silver, gold, masters, diamond, whatever. And then after 3 months, the season ends. It resets the leaderboard, and you get an aesthetic reward for your performance. Like, how cool would it be, Dov, if here, like, look, you see your profile, like your name underneath mine there on the spectators. Like, imagine if you had a cool custom border, like you got like the highest level possible on quick battles in Total War, and you get a cool like golden banner that has like some imagery from the game in it. Like, that would be so sick. Like aesthetic rewards. God, that'd be so cool, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. And it's definitely the kind of thing that keeps people coming back.
Yes.
I even like this year I picked up Battlefield 6, been playing that quite a bit, and a lot of the rewards in that game are just purely cosmetics, right?
Yes.
And yet it's still quite compelling to go through that progression and yeah, I mean the fact that I'm interested to see how the custom like faction creator, if that will interact with multiplayer at all, because for me personally, like part of the appeal of like any Warhammer war game whatever is like buying and building and painting your army how you want, right? And
yes,
even especially in 40K, it's very much encouraged, like, hey, create your own Space Marine chapter, create your own lore within the space. And so it would be interesting to see if we get like custom factions available in multiplayer, there's potential for some pretty good like optimization there as well in terms of, sort of creating meta builds and whatnot. But I would hope that if it's implemented, that there's enough variety that you can really kind of hone in on the identity that you enjoy playing and have it be effective.
Absolutely, man. And I think at the very least, if I just had to guess, I do think that the army painter will be usable in multiplayer. Like, I feel like you design your own chapter's aesthetic. If you want to have like white armor with like, whatever, like I bet you'll be able, because we even have that in freaking Dawn of War 1. In Dawn of War 1, just like an ancient, that game was like, came out when the wheel was invented, dude, like 1,000 years ago. They have an army painter, and you can load into multiplayer games with your custom army scheme. So I would be very shocked if we didn't have that. I would be very, very shocked. So I think we would get that. I'm super curious to see how everything's going to work. And like we were talking about earlier, I did play the playtest demo, but it was so early, and again, it didn't really give you any inkling into multiplayer stuff. So very eager to see how it's going to go. I think a 40K game kind of has to have objectives. I bet you there'll be map. I would like to see map variety. Like, we have maps where some are like open and more like shooting focused with like, sparse terrain. And I would like to see some city maps, especially if like you can move through buildings. Because in 40K, infantry can move through buildings. And they can take cover and then move through like a ruined building, but it blocks shooting, right? And like huge Imperial Knights and things like that, like maybe moving through like partially ruined buildings would be so sick. There's so much to talk about with that. There's so much, but I really hope we just get one multiplayer game mode that everybody likes, or at least can agree on to an extent, and we just have a really consolidated community. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, definitely. As incredible as Domination has been, and I think it's it's definitely been good in a lot of ways for Total Warhammer 3. Mm-hmm. The splitting of the community is pretty unfortunate. So
yes,
I'm definitely with you there. That I hope we can just get one game mode that really represents the game experience well, and just focus on that for multiplayer.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, 40K. Like, having objectives, I think, is really much in the spirit of the game. A lot of times in 40K, you're fighting over like, vital supplies or intelligence, or there's like a relic, so right. Holding an objective is representative of like your soldiers digging up the relic, extracting it. And, an Imperium would probably consider it a victory if they sacrificed, 1 million guardsmen to get rid of some relic that could, take out a sector or whatever, right? So you can definitely, from a flavor perspective, justify a lot of that. Yeah, I'm excited, man. There's a lot of stuff. 40K, you have the really fast flyers, those type of things. It'd be interesting to see how that kind of stuff is implemented as well. But please just give us a viable multiplayer, please. I'm begging. Yes. I'm too weak. Yeah, Med. I think for medieval, so we could talk a little bit about medieval multiplayer. I bet you for medieval, it's just going to be like a conquest mode, like plop one a flag down in the middle. That's how they did it in Shogun 2, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think the capture points for Shogun 2, I don't know if they were even necessarily victory objectives, or that I think they just gave you like buffs, like more armor, like more damage, whatever. I'm trying to remember. It's been quite a while since I played any Shogun multiplayer.
Yeah.
But there were capture points. But yeah, even just like kind of how Conquest right now is in Total War Warhammer 3, I think that would work pretty well for Medieval 3. I don't know if you really need to do a lot more than that. Sometimes, I'm watching like Kings and Generals or another fun historical YouTube channel, and I do one thing I think might be interesting to represent. I'm not sure how they would do it. Is like, often in medieval battles, there will be like a force that either sneaks off to go loot the enemy camp, or maybe some troops like get distracted looting the enemy camp, and that ends up playing a factor in the battle. And I know like one of the Domination maps I noticed on the map pack, it has like supply camps that you can capture, right?
Yes.
But without it being Domination, like, how do you reflect that like your camp being looted? Like, how should that interact with the battle? should it be like a physical space that your units can go to on the battle, and then maybe they start like rampaging once they get there, and you go out of control, right? Like you lose control of them, maybe. I don't know. There's something like that, I think. And again, it doesn't need to be anything too advanced, but even just some small little flavor additions like that would go a long way to kind of help reinforce the setting and the themes.
Yes.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out.
Yeah, Shogun had the, like you said, the, what were the buffs? Do you remember specifically? Because Shogun, you had like the one victory point, right? And then you had like the armory or the blacksmith, and then there was like a temple.
Yeah, something like that.
We tried that in domination mode. There was a couple of map makers who experimented with having capturable buffs, but it was really OP because like a faster faction would just always get there first. Like Beastmen would Vanguard on top of it and then just like steamroll with like their whole army gets like 6 melee attack or something, right? From having the shrine.
Right.
It was just super unbalanced. Yeah, okay. So somebody in chat saying, chair saying ammo replenishment, leadership boost, and movement speed. Yeah. Let's see. I think it's interesting. Do guard in Astartes fight? Yeah, there's situations in Warhammer 40k lore where the Space Marines would fight the guard, yeah. Like, those guard could have been perceived as being tainted by chaos. There's countless situations of, like, you know, overkill or overcautiousness from the Imperium where, like, there could be a regiment of guard that fought, like, some Slanesh demons, and they're, like, they survived and won, but, like, they're like, well, they saw Slanesh, so now we just need to... nuke them into orbit so they don't tell other guard that this stuff exists. You know, there's a lot of that in 40k. So, yeah. I do hope we do need to get chaos, like, quick, right? Because I like the 4 starting factions we have. I don't know how you feel, Dov. We have Space Marines, we have Guard, we have Eldar, and Orcs. But, like, Orcs are just kind of comedic, and yeah, sure, they're pretty savage and brutal, but, like, and Eldar are kind of, like, gray area. So it kind of feels like 3 good factions, sort of, and then like 1 kind of bad guy. I feel like we need like a Tyranid or like a Chaos Space Marine, something really just like scary, you know, to get in there quick.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that.
Necrons.
Yeah, Necrons would be
are
cool.
Something that, like, as an undead hater, I kind of on the one hand hate them, but I also I'm in Star Wars. I'm a big fan of like the Separatist droids and stuff. I think it's super cool. So, like, on the other hand, I kind of like them, and like the whole Tomb Kings vibe as well, like space undead Egyptian robots. It's pretty cool, honestly. So, yeah, I would like to see Necrons be brought in pretty quickly, but some kind of, at least just Chaos Space Marines, like generic Chaos Space Marines, have got to be an early edition for sure.
Yeah, like Undivided needs to come, like, you know, because you're going to get the classic like Black Legion, right? It's going to be, you know, probably be something with Abaddon and Black Legion, and then you would have, you know. Obviously, Ultramarines are always going to be the poster guys for Space Marines. Yeah, I'm curious about characters. If I had to guess, obviously, I would hope they do Primarchs at some point. I think that'd be really fun. Like, okay, what would be like a good analogy for a Primarch? Like a Primarch in multiplayer would be like Scarbrand versus like you know, a mid-tier hero, right? Like an Arbol. Like Arbol would be like a chapter master tier hero who's like strong but not super expensive, and then like Scarbrand is like big centerpiece but hyper expensive. Yeah, but I hope they do Primarchs. I think that'd be fun myself. It's such a miss in my opinion not to add them at some point at least. Yeah,
I'm genuinely curious to see like some of those super scale units, right? The Primarchs, like the what is it, the Catan?
Yeah. Because why wouldn't you? You know, it's like...
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
People might be say like, oh, well, Primarchs are too OP. It's like, dog, you have Mazdamundi. This fat Chungus toad can lift a mountain in lore, okay?
Yeah.
You have, like, if you look at the lore of some of these Warhammer Fantasy characters, they're so obscenely powerful. Like Nagash, for example. But they're going to be in this game, right? And they have been in this game successfully. Yeah. Like, so you could totally have Primarchs in the mix and just scale them accordingly. Yeah. Like,
yeah, speaking of Nagash, we're going to see how, he might be the most powerful character in Warhammer Fantasy that is going to be added, most likely. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't think in the lore there's no one really, like,
it
more
depends.
Powerful than him that might actually, like, show up in the campaign, right?
Yeah, it really depends on, like, what time period of the lore you're looking at. Like, if you're talking about end times, it gets kind of wonky because They were just like, all right, fire everything, fire all the lasers.
Yeah.
So like you could argue like characters like Archeon like eventually scale, but yeah, Nagash was obviously, if I remember correctly, Manfred was the one who threw the wrench and everything. Just classic stuff. But yeah, I don't know the end times lore super well, but yeah, Nagash is definitely one of the strongest figures in the settings. But okay, so if we have any we have the matchup, by the way, Khorne versus Greenskins, very, very fun. If we have any like super lore nerds in chat, like who are the top like 5 strongest Warhammer fantasy characters? So we can like discuss that. I would imagine Mazdamundi's amongst them. Croak probably in his prime was also up there too, I bet.
Yeah.
Let me tell them to make sure they switch maps. Make sure to switch map. Okay, let's do this while we wait for that answer here. All right, so they're going to switch the maps up. Greenskins, so Berrserk is probably one of the best Khorne players in the world. This is going to be super fun. Let's see. Yeah, it's tricky because end times, like Karl Franz, like doesn't he get like possessed by Sigmar or something?
Yeah, he becomes the Avatar of Sigmar or whatever.
Yeah, so there's like just crazy stuff. Sigmar infusing Karl, yeah. Yeah. Karl Franz, everyone just saying his name over and over. Dude, so Prime Croak wipes the floor with everybody else. Yeah, so Croak is like one of those like MMA fighters from the 90s who like everybody says is the GOAT, but you don't really know how he would do against modern fighters because you never got to see it, Anna says the love between Skarsnik and Gobble is the strongest. That's right. That's so true, darling. That's so true. Osurian is OP. Croak, Nagash, Mazda, Marathi. Interesting. Marathi's in the mix too, huh?
Interesting.
Yeah, Dragon Emperor of Cathay too, right? If he wakes up, apparently he's probably pretty strong, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's got to be up there.
Yeah, it's always fun. It's always fun. Dude, did you see the new Nurgle models, by the way, that they're doing for AOS?
I don't think so.
Oh my god, we gotta show you real quick. Hold on, Dove. I'm gonna pull them up on screen. So Festus the Leech Lord is getting a new model.
Ooh.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Okay. So I'm gonna put it on the screen right now on the stream if you want to switch over to it.
Yeah.
Dude, look at that Chungus. So that's Festus. So he's riding like a slug now. He gets like upgraded. He gets like a toad. So that's like the new Festus. It's freaking great, dude. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
And look at the new knights. Let's go down. So you have Festus, and then there's these like Rot Knight kind of guys, the Sloven knights. Look how cool they look. How cool is that? Come on, dog.
Disgustingly awesome for sure.
And then you got like the Putrid. I like the older Putrid Blight Kings more, but these are the Putrid Blight Kings. So these are like Nurgle Wrathmongers. I would assume we're going to get them at some point.
Yeah, we got to, right?
Yeah, we have to. And then these are like the Nurgle Warriors. It looks really good, man. I love the brass with like the metallic green. It looks so freaking good.
Yeah, like all rusty and nasty.
Look at the Pestigors. You see them?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Super cool. Nurgle is definitely one of the like defining aesthetics, in my opinion, for Total War, or for Warhammer rather. It's like just so iconic.
Yeah, it's really suffering too with Nurgle. It's like if you're a Nurgle main, you're really leaning into all the flavor. It's like you're slow. You get that slow, grindy attrition, but like how like Nurgle is like you're joyous to play them, but you're always kind of suffering because they're bad and slow. It's like and you're sickly. It's like the Nurgle experience is very apt, I would say. It's very, very apt. Yeah, I'll give the players a little bit of a heads up after this match to keep the picks and everything under 10 minutes, so they were not here all night. But yeah, it's Greenskins versus Khorne here. It is time.
Yeah,
and now we're loading
Berserk
in, brother.
Going to Khorne, which is probably his best faction,
yes.
At least from a land battle side, from what I've seen. So,
oh, dude, I love it. Look at that triple Exalted Bloodletter, man. Triple.
Wow,
that's hardcore. Yeah. Elite Infantry are pretty okay in Dom at times. They've been making a bit of a comeback lately. We've been seeing a lot of Blackworks getting used and doing super well, and some of the other... I mean, today we've seen Exalted Pinks in 2 separate games, right?
Yeah, wild.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Absolutely wild.
Turin be like...
I saw the Crimson Kill is in there for the Green Tide, so it should be pretty good. We got the double big squig as well.
Yes, the biggest squiggers are great. So I'll go ahead and break down this Greenskin army. So... yeah, big squigs are amazing. They're fast. They hit super hard, and even though they're anti-infantry, they can still trade reasonably well against SEs like Skulltaker, for example. So having 2 of these bad boys also going to be very, very nice against the Exalted Infantry over here that we do have, the Exalted Bloodletter. So love me the biggest Squiggus. Now, the most meta lord for the Greenskins is hands down this little gremlin, the Night Goblin Warboss, because he's got some super powerful abilities, right? Fermented Fungi for the Rampage, Tormentor Sword is great, and then the rest of the army is going to be very chaff-centric with a Orc Shaman in the back with There We Go and Fist of Gork, and Crimson Killers, as Dov did see. Yeah, super Chad unit. We'll see how they do. And what do we got here for the Demons of Khorne, Dov?
We have got some, yeah, as you said, triple Exalted Bloodletter. We've also got Skull Taker here on his motorcycle, ready to rev it up for a good old time. A couple of dual hand weapon Marauders for some maximum damage, and 1 regular Marauder for cost, with some Flesh Hounds and Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, of course, in the Vanguard.
Yeah.
Out on this nice Warpstone Desert map, looking quite interesting. Both players rushing for this high ground objective, it looks like. And let's see as they pop off here.
Yeah, looks like they're both going to be going for a little bit of a quick capture with the Greenskin Skirmishers and the Warboss versus the Houndo units. So it's going to be 2 Flesh Hounds and 1 regular Chaos Warhound here. So certainly some nice mobile attacks. Be able to threaten archers and also contest mobility. And the Demons of Khorne, or I guess generalists, they have humans as well. It's not all demons. Moving up to fight, but I wonder what Berserk's response is going to be to biggest Squiggus. Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons obviously are very, very much on the table. You could also see Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. So, yeah, what do you think it's going to be? Probably the Minotaurs of Khorne, huh?
They're probably the safest pick. I personally am a huge fan of the Marauder Horsemen, though. I mean, their anti-infantry damage when they're charging is fantastic. Just great weapon strength overall in melee. And then the throwing axes can get some pretty good work done. Yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, these Mangy Marauders doing a little bit of scouting and skirmishing. The Hounds move in to capture objective number 2 very quickly, and he also sends 1 of the Exalted Bloodletters to cap that low ground objective as well. So Khorne taking an early position and points lead, but let's see how the Greenskins respond. We get Rugled's Armored Orcs coming in for nice, solid range damage, decent AP values, 6 AP per shot, pretty standard for Orcs. Yeah, more range coming in, so trying to build up a little bit of threat to poke at a distance.
Yeah, Rugleds are amazing. I don't know what makes them so good, but they're just always a steady value generator and really tough to take down with 70 armor and melee defense, which is respectable at 32. Yeah, I like the Bloodletter down there, just relatively quick, 38 movement speed. And, the Greenskins, I don't know what individual units they have that could actually beat an Exalted Bloodletter. They're going to need to use their monsters or combined arms to deal with those. But it looks like Biggest Squig is going to be heading down here to the middle and looking to threaten the doggies off the point using the Night Goblin Warboss. So obviously, if Berserk overstays his welcome, we could see a rampage on one of the Fleshhounds, pull them into the big boys there, while the Morgubus Mangy Marauder shooting into the trees, just shooting into shields, unfortunately for them. And now in the back, we do get Broken Tusk Mob. So this is very much a tell that the Greenskin player wants to Fermented Fungi, one of the Fleshhounds, and basically just insta-karate chop them with the Broken Tusk Mob.
Yeah, that anti-large bonus is quite nice. They also get a little encourage as well. Not going to be super relevant here, but yeah, that rampage with the quick charge combo should be quite potent here. Right now, the Mangy Marauders used up quite a bit of their ammunition, though, just shooting some kind of useless targets. But let's see. Right now, they pull up next to the Squigs, just kind of hang out for the time being, conserve their ammo. But do they actually have enough capture weight here to flip this objective? Maybe just with the Broken Tusk Mob they will. Yep. Absolutely
they do. And you also see he brought in a Night Goblin Big Boss here. So there's the first rampage. We saw that one coming. And look at that. Fist of Gork for the magic damage, as well as the stat line buff. And them pigs going to be squealing all the way to the bank as they get in and annihilate a Fleshhound there. So that's really cost effective, right? If each Fermented Fungi charge can generate you a big combat win like that, that's huge. Oh, look at that. Using the Tormentor Sword to block down the Fleshhound so they can't reinforce. So freaking clutch. Nice. Oh, dude.
Very well done.
Yeah, and the Broken Tusk Mob, Dov, look how much damage they've taken. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. That Spite of the Bad Moon also puts their anti-large bonus up to 28 with some extra weapon strength to boot. So absolutely brutal engagement. Takes very minimal damage in the meantime. But the Khorne maybe trying to counterattack here. We see some Blood Beasts summoned in to try and contest this mobile engagement. But right now, Berserk not with an effective way to respond so far. Ooh, was that a couple of Skull Reaper in there? Oh, quite interesting. 70 weapon strength on them. A little bit of bonus versus infantry. and some magic damage. But I guess, how do they trade actually against Black Orcs? I would imagine it's not
Black Orcs
great.
will beat them, yeah. The armor just makes a difference. They just can't punch through it. But yeah, Skull Reapers are okay against a lot of the Savage type units. Yeah, I'm trying to think of their application, really, against Greenskins. Yeah, mainly just Heck against Savage. But yeah, that was a really nice pick by Danakin. And Danakin's probably just going to do that over and over. Wait for the Fermented Fungi to come off cooldown. And if Khorne wants to keep doing a build-up back here and gathering its forces, then the Greenskins will be ready to punish that. We do see some big boys at the back. The Chaos Furies of Khorne are lurking in the shadows and waiting to rear charge into the Rugloods. But I would imagine the Snotling Pump Wagons will be able to countercharge them with their bonus versus infantry and take them apart very quickly. So this is kind of like a puzzle right now that essentially old Berrserk is having to figure out. And do we see another Fermented here on these Hounds?
Ooh, it looks like he's lurking. This is just a Chaos Warhound, though, so it's a pretty cheap unit, relatively speaking. Like, the Flesh Hound's more of a mid-tier cost, but yeah, it's a little bit tough to burn that on such a cheap unit. Maybe he's going to conserve it for now. Yeah,
I think saving it is good. And Berrserk just saving up supplies, calling in things that he thinks counters his opponent's army. But one thing I'm noticing is, he's calling in more Bloodletters. Wow, he's really going in on the just the anti-infantry. And Bloodletters are going to be okay against Crimson Killas, but Crimson Killas will also give it back. If you give the Fist of Gork to the Crimson Killas and give them magic damage, they will cut through demons like butter. But yeah, I mean, in terms of armies, I would say Danakin's army maybe is a little bit favored here. If like both players play optimally, I think that his army is just a little bit better against his opponents, but I could be horribly wrong. Skulltaker is somebody who can just change the tide of fights with his AoE buffs, and he himself has fire damage, hits very, very hard, so quite useful. But Hound's trying to threaten the objective down here, and the big squig's going to be responding.
Yeah, Berserk right now just building up this elite infantry, a couple of blood beasts in here as well, but yeah, he looks like he's going to try and go all in with just a big rush and to win at some point. Right now, yeah, Danakin's been able to trade out a little bit of value, nothing absolutely backbreaking so far, but we get some Chaos Warhounds doing some scouting here, maybe some distracting, maybe going for a little bit of an envelopment to cut off these far side low ground points, but let's see.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing the Goblin Lord go and try and get a rampage on those Furies, but obviously if you take him back there, the Khorne might advance at that point while your Goblin Lord is out of position. But yeah, I think Berserk just doesn't feel confident about the fight. He's not sure if he's going to be able to get through those squigs, I would imagine. But he keeps calling in the Bloodletter, so basically it looks like Berserk is going for a triple cap push. So obviously he's got more infantry, he's got more width. There's a lot more SE investment coming in from Danakin, so you'll probably see Berserk just rush in, get a triple cap, fight for as long as humanly possible, try and get to the point where you can win on one objective, and then hunker down and go back towards objective 3 at the very end of the game. Because we do see a fight going down here. Some of the Flesh Hounds getting wrecked once again by the Boar Boy Biggins.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that Fist of Gork was even necessary. I think they were going to win that pretty decisively, but might as well just stave off whatever damage it would have taken during that uptime. But ooh, let's see. Khorne kind of rushing in. Might have been a little bit of bait. He throws in the Blood Beast here, and yeah, it is indeed. With the Furies moving in, let's see. We got the Squigs lurking on the high ground.
Oh, dude.
Going back, and yeah, the Khorne rush is incoming.
It is, but the Tormentors are able to counterplay it. The Furies get locked up, the Blood Beasts get locked up. The biggest Squiguses are 2v1ing Skulltaker here, so Skulltaker just going to get wrecked by these big Squigs. And one of them got the Empowering Shrooms ability, setting at frickin' 700 weapon strength or something, or excuse me, 76 melee attack there for a moment, and also stops the Rampage ability. But yeah, Khorne's coming in, and now they do have a triple cap, so the Greenskins are going to have to fight their way back through this, and Bloodletters will certainly trade very well into all the Greenskin infantry.
Yeah, those Biggins just getting absolutely chopped on the flank, and the Squigs pulling back to safety. We do have one Marauder Horseman of Khorne online, throwing their axes at the big Squig. And some Khorne Gores coming in as well for a little bit of anti-large. So yeah, big old melee engagement, though, all across the field. You know Khorne loves it.
Yes, absolutely. Orc Boys engaging versus Skull Reapers, and we should get a close-up shot. We rarely get to see these guys in action, and they look super, super cool. And Skull Reapers are excellent at killing light infantry like this. Like, Orc Boys is all what they're all about. But now, the big old Chad Crimson Killa is going to be moving in, and they, of course, have their Choppas out. 72 weapon strength, 64 melee attack, and 70 melee defense on them right now. It's pretty sauced, although they are being kited a little bit. But the Greenskins are being pushed very heavily. Danakin up in value. And the big Squigs are fighting back in the woods. And look at this! Fermented Fungi activated on Skulltaker. Yep. He could be in danger.
Absolutely massive. Here we go. Was cast there earlier as well. Looks like it's got about 10 more seconds. to give a nice melee attack buff to those units. And yeah, Skulltaker taking some pretty serious damage right now.
Yeah, he's obscenely tanky for what he is, though. Like, for being a chariot, this man, like, lives forever. But he's down to 3,000 HP. The Wog is active. Big old buff for the whole Greenskin army. But Boarboy Biggins fighting Marauders, not cost-effective necessarily. So we see a lot of fights for the Greenskins that actually aren't going very good. Berrserk, of course, is getting his Lord sniped a little bit here, but the Greenskin infantry trading is going very suboptimally as they have a lot of anti-large cav that are just trading into Bloodletters, Exalted Bloodletters, and Furies, which is kind of a disaster. I mean, if you look around the map, Dov, Danakin has his pocket of big strength where his big squigs are just doing work. But aside from that, complete map control for Khorne.
Yeah, you've got all three characters, both the big squigs, Crimson Killers, all kind of localized in this little, what is it, cactus forest?
Yeah, they're fighting in the cactus forest here, yeah.
Sounds very miserable, but yeah, the rest of the field belongs to Khorne as they're able to just decisively wipe, even like Ruglets getting absolutely chopped to bits. And yeah, it looks like Danakin's at risk of getting tabled here, potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I mean, he does have some split pushing on Objective 3 with some Savage Orcs, which is very, very good. But I think in order to win this game, Danakin is going to need to get a pick on Skulltaker and then hopefully have his big swigs carry. And look at that big sword of Khorne on the Crimson Kill is absolutely brutal. And blood for the Blood God and skulls for the Skull Throne, that's for sure, as this game is starting to look really good for the Blood God. The Boar Boys, secondary wave call-in, not really able to trade super well into the mass Bloodletters. And yeah, the big squigs can't be everywhere at once. Granted, they were relatively good against Skulltaker, but once again, we're seeing this SE heavy build not quite able to get the snipe it wants here against Skulltaker and paying the troll toll. I think that's going to be game. Is look at the value. Berserk is just cutting up that Greenskin army, man. Those Exalted Bloodletters dominating the Greenskin infantry.
Absolutely. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? You just take away one thing that it's honestly one of the Greenskin's strength. They have pretty excellent infantry overall. But Khorne is better, right? So you might as well just counter their strength with your stronger strength, right?
Force,
remove that from the equation. And then, yeah, as far as domination goes, you need those infantry to be able to capture objectives. So, like, even, I mean, the ROR squig kind of got mauled here, but even if they have been able to sustain that pocket, it's going to have a hard time capturing objectives with this massive horde of very scary troops.
Yeah, and infantry are very important, but SE focus builds like this do work quite a bit. Like we saw Anticity using like wagons, mobility, and SEs earlier to great effect. But I think one of the mistakes the Greenskins made that game was they played a little bit too wide. Typically, if your opponent has a much wider build than you, you want to hunker down in one objective, value trade there, and slow push out from there. But he took a wide engagement that had a lot of unsupported units, just kind of getting beaten by better variants that Khorne had. Whereas the big squigs should have been, feasting on the Exalted Bloodletters and shutting them down and using their abilities there. But they ended up paying the troll toll. And looking at the reinforcements, we had a lot of Boarboy Biggins. Not the most anti-infantry outside of the big squigs, right? And they just weren't able to focus on the elite infantry. They got caught in the woods, which is also a penalty to monsters. So there was just a lot of things that did not go well for the Greenskins once the fighting started. Early game, heavily Danakin favored. I mean, baiting out 1,500 gold worth of units and taking no casualties. But yeah, that was the reinforcing army for Greenskins felt a little bit subpar to me.
Yeah, and like I know the Savage Orcs can potentially trade well, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of them here. Honestly, maybe just more, I mean, hindsight 2020, but maybe some more Flappas. I don't know. The Flappas themselves also didn't seem to do that good, actually, at the end of the day. So, I don't know. Like, what kind of more anti-infantry could you possibly bring here?
Yeah, so I think that, again, one of the big issues was position. I think having your army up on the high ground together and just not having all these orc boys fighting like bloodletters on their own, like have an orc boy fighting an exalted bloodletter with a big squig. But yeah, you obviously have access to squigs themselves, which are monstrous. So they're not going to be suffering as much against the anti-infantry bonus of all the bloodletters. You can mix in some trolls too, even though they are weak to fire damage. Having like swamp things up there, pounding down some of those infantry could have been decent. I'm trying to think what other tools you do see. Sometimes you'll see like basic boar boy cav, more of the anti-infantry ones being used as well. Grom the Paunch is quite good in that matchup too. You can use Grom the Paunch to run over the elite infantry in his chariot. So there's a lot of different stuff Greenskins can do against Khorne. In the last couple major tournaments, we have seen, Fanatics are another thing, absolutely you can use.
Yeah.
But we've seen Greenskins doing very well and winning a lot of hyper-competitive matches in recent tournaments, but it seems like Berrserk had a game plan and just executed it very, very well, and he just found better engagements, like forcing the big squigs to fight in the trees, getting a lot of isolated wins with his bloodletters versus orc boys, like just so many things went in his favor.
Yeah, it's, very true to his name,
Yes.
patiently waited for the right moment, and then just went absolutely berserk.
Yes.
And conquered the entire battlefield. So that keeps us in this series.
Yes.
As we now see, can Danakin pull it back?
Yeah. Danakin, of course, did win the most recent official big tournament was won by Czarix, who is now playing for third place. Danakin won the previous world championship. So he's technically the standing world champion right now. But Berrserk looking very, very sharp here. I mean, going up 2-1 in the series, and his wins have been pretty decisive. The Slaanesh Bretonnian game was very decisive, and the Khorne game here was very decisive as well. And you know what else Berrserk is very good at, Dov? What other faction? You know what calls?
Ooh.
Nurgle, yes. Give me the Nurgle pick. Give it to us. Oh, I'd be so happy, dude. I'd be so happy if we got a Nurgle game. You know?
Yeah. Just do the full monogod sweep.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to do it. I think the prize money is too big today for him to take such a risk. But, I mean, if he's practiced something and, thinks Nurgle is going to be good there, then, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Yeah. Oh, man. Danakin's best faction has yet to be seen, though. It's the Dark Elves. So he is like... There was like a dry spell, Dov, of like a year or two where everyone thought Dark Elves were terrible, and then Danakin came around and started just winning tournaments with them nonstop, and now they're like kind of popular again.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll pull them out, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Dark Elves are tricky. They definitely are not the most easy or intuitive faction to play, but in the right hands, they're absolutely very, very strong. Like I've even seen, writer Rohan's been a longtime friend of mine. He's an elf player for sure, high elves specifically, but plays all elves generally. But
yes,
he sent me a few replays recently of Doomfire Warlocks just absolutely putting in work against like Norska and other factions. Like definitely a faction that if you know the ins and outs and you have some decent micro, you can definitely make them sing in some matchups.
It's awesome, dude. Yeah, it's cool. I love hearing underdog factions doing well. It's always good. And it says you'll have all the Nurgle action if you go and watch the dog. Yeah, our dog's pretty grungy. We have like a 13-year-old Chihuahua Terrier who's just like basically just Satan in a dog's body. Oh my god, dude! It's like the two of the most like. Chihuahuas and Terriers have very troll properties, but they can also be very good, very cute and sweet and fun. But our dog got like all the worst qualities of both of those breeds, and yeah, I don't know. Do you own any dogs or pets yourself?
We got a cat. He currently. Because we're getting ready to move house, we took him over to foster at my brother's house for a while. But yeah, he's a big old 14-pound big fluff.
Damn, that's bigger than our dog. 14 pounds?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, he's got some Maine Coon, I think.
Yeah.
He's a super sweet boy though. Just such a good sweet boy.
If you ever want to trade, you could have our dog. So well, I'm sending you a trade agreement right now, a trade offer. Yeah. No, we love our dog. She's just a troll for sure, but. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to whip out next. Danakin. Now, the players, by the way, folks, do have global bans. So what that means is, before the series starts, they both get into a duel with one another, and they both blindly pick a faction that cannot be played by either player for the entire series. So you can use this to target ban your opponent's best faction if you want to, but in doing so, you leave open some very meta picks as well. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Like, historically, we've seen players who are really good at bad factions be so good at that bad faction that they draw the global ban to their bad faction, which then opens up meta sweat for them. So it's like kind of an interesting mind game there. Yeah, so I would imagine that Dark Elves may have gotten global banned by Berrserk if he did his homework. But yeah, I'm curious what Danakin. He probably blocked Warriors of Chaos, I would wager.
Yeah, Warriors of Chaos, or we haven't seen Norska from Berrserk either. That might be one I would consider against him.
Yeah, we haven't. Have we seen Elves today? We saw one Wood Elf game, right?
Yeah, the one Wood Elf game, but none others yet. I would imagine even with some of the new units, High Elves are probably still lower mid tier.
Yeah, I put together a whole rant about High Elves. I guess we could just do it now. We could just talk about it. So, all right, there's a couple of things. You have the freaking Etten, okay? The Etten is 1,500 gold. It heals. It beats a Merworm in a 1v1 half the time, which is absurd, at 1,000 gold less. Okay, and then you get the janky-ass Sea Elemental, At 1900, it doesn't do magic damage, which is one of my gripes with it. But and it's limited to 1. Do you know you can only bring 1 sea elemental?
That's wild, really.
Yeah, and it's not even good for the record. It's unit caps.
I guess. Yeah, somebody sent me. They must have done like a custom battle because somebody sent me a replay one recently where they used 2, and I was like, "Huh, is this interesting?"
They were probably,
yeah, that's wild. And unit caps then being limited to 1 is wild.
Yeah,
like they're pretty tanky. I've seen them pay for themselves, especially in land battles where you kind of are forced to fight more in location. They can definitely do well, and I've even seen them carry some games. But I would imagine in domination, that especially being limited to 1, like if you could take 2, put 1 on 2, like 1 on this objective, 1 on that objective with some support, they would be able to hold it down pretty well. But being limited to 1, that's tough.
I think sea elementals need a cost reduction. I think you could put them down to like 1700 to make it so you can bring 2 of them. I think Oceanids, I mean, honestly, they're a weird unit I've been experimenting with. Personally, maybe just give Oceanids magic damage to make them relevant against like Demon and Chaos factions. I think that makes sense. Like a Kadai Fireborn and an Oceanid are like polar opposites. You have a fire elemental and you have a water elemental, right?
Yeah.
Kadai do magic damage, and Oceanids do not. Which, I understand it's like a body of water slapping you, and the water itself but like it is animated by a magical essence, right?
I would agree. I mean, I think it makes sense for it to do magic damage.
It has a horse's head, like it's like it has like the head of a horse. Oceanids, I'm like borderline. Now Skycutters, I was very hype on them out of the gates, and we had a lot of success with them in the early gameplay, early access, but since the launch I've seen them failing quite a bit. I don't know if it was the ammunition reduction that got them, or if they're just kind of like a subpar unit. What do you think about Skycutters? Like, what's been your opinion on seeing them?
Yeah, I mean, the ammunition nerf definitely combined with the cost increase might have been a little bit too much. The bow ones I've seen still do well in some matchups, like against Slanesh, for example, where the magic damage on the bows does help quite a bit, and the fact that there's a lot of like infantry that you can charge, right? So the bolt thrower ones I think are tough right now, though. They really don't have enough ammunition. They need to be able to pay for like at least 80% of their costs with their ammunition, and then they can cycle charge as chariots to get the rest, right? Like ideally. But yeah, just the lack of ammunition right now is a little bit tough, I think.
Yeah. And another thing that I'm sad about, I feel like Sea Lord Iceland just sucks. He's just like terrible. It's like his ability should have multiple charges, but maybe like a long cooldown or something. Or it's just like it's not even that good anymore. With the like, you get to use it once, and aside from that, what else does he do? Really, right? It's like the rally ability is like bugged. It barely works. Like half the time, it doesn't actually rally the unit. And it's kind of like a lose more thing, right? Like if you're just getting like a Fireborn pounded and it breaks and you rally them, it's probably not going to make that big of a difference. I don't know, maybe it will, but I feel like his ability should have a couple charges. You could just make it so it recharges when he's in melee, or it has like a really long cooldown or something. That would make him more interesting to me, I think. But yeah.
I mean, I've seen some cheese with it. Like somebody sent me a game where he took dwarfs, and Thorgrim Grudgebearer got killed in like 3 seconds by, 3 or 4 Sisters of Avalorn using that ability. Which again, it's just cheese, right? It's not ideal. So it's a little bit of a weird one. But I do think, given that it's especially in domination, given its power level right now, just give it a long cooldown, and I think it's probably fine. I don't see it being like the most broken thing in the world, but.
Yeah, I guess like High Elves just got like High Elves were already a faction that weren't super imbalanced, They were kind of like a mid-tier faction, and they just got some like even keel stuff, right? That is like reasonable. And I feel like comparatively, Norska just feasted so hard. Like the Dreadmaw, the Bearers, the Chimeras are just all like top tier units, right? And Slanesh,
yes.
So at least Slanesh got the Praeton, Yeah. they got punished a little bit with a Haggard DLC unit.
Yeah, everything else they got was pretty good, but the Praeton was definitely questionable.
It's so bad.
One thing, are we going to see Beastmen? I was going to say, we haven't seen any Beastmen yet today. I would imagine they might be getting global banned because they were probably already pretty good in domination.
We saw one Beastmen game. We saw one.
That's right. No, that's right.
Yeah, it was, what was the Lord? I can't remember. I'm getting old, dude. It was like... Yeah, something or other. But Beastmen are very good. This is a matchup I see every single major event. We always see this one, but Danakin is very good on
versus
Kislev.
Beastman.
Yeah, he's very good. He won with Kislev earlier against. Was it Kislev Beastman earlier? Kislev won earlier against somebody.
I think that was in the round before we were streaming.
Yes. Yeah, we were watching some of the players play before the stream started. That's right. So.
Yeah,
he did win a Kislev game very decisively. So, this has been his secret weapon. In the last World Championship, he defeated Anticity's Beastmen decisively with Kislev. So we're going to see if Berrserk can do something different. Because Kislev, their Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion are really good here. They bully Centaurs. They bully a lot of the infantry. Just got to watch out for Minos. But yeah, it's a cool matchup. But Berserk's probably going to go double Chimera, right?
You would think so. You definitely think so. And then Lord... Probably Malagor, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Kislev doesn't have a lot of great responses to Flying Lords other than to try and shoot them out of the sky. So Malagor is a relatively safe pick. He can generate some pretty cost-effective value just through spamming Flock of Doom. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. Personally, I really like Traderkin, and the fact that Malagor doesn't have it is really tough, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like here, especially being able to use Traderkin to kill enemy cavalry. Would be pretty good, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Danakin usually plays very traditional Kislev. It's like Kislev Warriors, Kossars, and then Kossar Bows, like an Ice Witch Dragon. That's like 80% of the games we see with Kislev. Although he might bring Boris Ursus. He's done that before. Boris is kind of fun on his well, he brought Horse Boris last time. We had a crazy epic finale game, one of the last major tournaments, where it was Boris Ursus versus Boris Todbringer. It was like the battle of the Boris. Yeah.
That's so epic.
Yeah, the Boris battle. It was great. But yeah, Danakin is down. I mean, if Berserk wins this game, guys, he advances on to the grand finals to face Anticity. And it's a pretty big prize today. We got £3,000 for first. Second is 1,400. Third is 800. Fourth is 600. And the individuals who were eliminated, they all have earned at least £300 as well. So they've been, got a little bit of dough for their time, which is great. All right, dog. You ready? Looks like Danakin is here to send a message. I want to peek at their armies, but I also don't want to accidentally reveal their builds in case one of them's on stream. Oh.
Yeah.
The curiosity, man. It's getting the best of me.
Yeah, it looks like they're both just about there.
You know what else is good in this matchup that Beastmen sometimes do is Bestigor spam. They'll go as max Bestigors.
Yeah. Because
Bestigors with their high armor, they don't care too much about the shock cavalry or the Kossars or warriors or bows. I mean, they still can get wrecked, and Danakin is 1,000% going to be bringing a Hoxamiska caster. It's so damn good. Is it good in Conquest as well?
Yeah, it depends on the matchup, but generally, yeah. I mean, having a AoE that doesn't do friendly fire is just really nice. And I mean, as long as you're not a very heavy armor faction, it's going to be good against most factions for sure.
Oh, dude, do you see? Oh, it's my favorite Beastmen unit. Do you see it?
Oh, the Cygor.
Yes, yes. Let
so
the Cygor
cool.
Feast. Oh,
I was wondering about this. I mean, Kislev's infantry does seem like it'll be a good target as long as he can keep the Cygor somewhat protected. I mean, it can kind of protect itself to a degree, but yeah. I mean, that big old rock pounding away at a distance will be tough for these Kossars.
Dude, and you know what's so good about it is its snare ability too. Is the eye? It stares at you with its one good eye, and if Kislev overextends with some cavalry, you stare him down with the warp gaze, lock him down, and get a good countercharge with some Centaurs or something. Awesome, dude. Awesome. So, yeah, I'll break down the Beastmen army. We got Ungor Spearmen in the front, just Unga Bunga chaff. Just get up there and get massacred for the Dark Gods, and even the Dark Gods don't even care about Beastmen. We have the Eye of More Sleep, which is really good, like Dov said, against the, the more static, semi-elite infantry of Kislev, like Kossars. Kossars hate this one trick. Don't tell them about it. I have More Sleep there. And we got Malagor with Flock of Doom spam. Oh my god, he has the Cygor summon too. Oh, talk dirty, dude. Yes, feast. Berserk earning some fans here today. And Korngors and Slangors. We got all the colors of the rainbow up here with the Slangors and Korngors, which is great because Slangors will trade into most Kislev infantry well, and the Korngors will defeat the mobility, securing the high ground for the Beastmen. All right, now what do we got for Kislev, my friend?
We got some Kislev warriors in the front line, armored Kossars to back them up, and some bow Kossars. A couple of spears mixed in. Looks like 3 spears and 1 axe. Some horse archers over on the far side. Immediately, a third horse archer comes in. And then the Ice Witch rocking, just the Hawks of Misha. And the summon, of course. And a little Iron Ice armor for a little localized debuff, but it looks like Kislev right now, potentially walking into a nasty ambush here with these two Centaurs and the Rainbow Gores.
Yes. I love how Kislev, or excuse me, the Beastmen just play like so much to how their faction flavor feels, like with the ambushes coming out of the woods. Like if you look on the map, Berserk is literally hiding in both woods. On the high ground, he's got a Beastman ambush. Over towards Objective 1, he has another Beastman ambush in the woods. And it's very cool, right? Because the Beastmen have an army with Cygors. They're like, you need to come towards me or else I'm going to boulder you. And then when you move towards them, they ambush you out of the tree lines, which is just great flavor. So yeah, I love to see it. So objectives, Beastmen going to get Objective 3, and they're going to also get Objective 1, and it looks like Objective 2. So Kislev really going to be on the back foot here, out of the gates.
Yeah, they're going to be in a tough position here. This high ground objective is nice position for Beastmen to take early on. It looks like the Horse Archer is going to fire up, but if I'm not mistaken, there's actually a missile damage nerf when you're firing on a higher elevation than what your unit is currently. So, like, you see those Centaurs already taking a couple of volleys. Should have normally taken off, like a quarter of their HP already. I want to say slopes is like missile damage, and then if you're charging downhill, I think you get extra charge bonus or something. I don't remember all the interactions, but yeah, it's a tough position for Kislev, but we already see a summon Cygor here in the center. What is this? Maybe just a big distraction piece, kind of continue to pick Kislev apart?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of some random shit. He just drops the Cygor here and just sending a message, man. It's he's going to throw some boulders and battle some Kislevite warriors. I can't help but feel that it's not going to be cost-effective just having it be targeted by halberds. But Berserk is going to have to manually micro it so it keeps throwing rocks. Yeah, because you don't want to just be fighting halberds there. And nice shot there. I mean, hey, it's doing a little something, you know. And, oh, look at this. Maybe a Gaze of Fate going to go down from the Eye of Moresleep here.
Yeah, perhaps. We're going to snare something to try and get itself extricated.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen
get a favorable charge here, but...
The Horse Archers might have been a good idea, huh? To snare those and then charge them with the spears and the chariots and stuff?
Yeah, definitely could have been a good pick. We get a wild Gorbel out here looking like he wants to challenge the Ice Witch to a duel. I don't know how that's going to go for him, but... Yeah.
Gorbels
right now, Rock's just pounding away.
Yeah, Gorbels are a solid pick here. They're good against a lot of what Kislev brings to the table. The Cygor summon is on its way out. It's certainly being a bit of a distraction. It's done a little bit of damage, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's doing super great. I think just summoning it in your own backfield and having it just throw unimpeded would be better. But nice shot there. I mean, hey, it's like doing as much damage as like a couple Melkoths, right? So the summon itself costs, 15 wins magic, and if it can generate as much value as like 3 or 4 Melkoths, then it's kind of done its job, right? It's gotten about 400 value so far, so 15 wins of magic for maybe 600 value could be worse.
Yeah, well, and the fact that it's killing unit models as well, right? Like if an equivalent amount of Melkoths would do a lot of HP damage, but it might not actually kill any unit models, maybe a couple. But with the Cygor rock pounding, I mean, they've lost a third of their unit models already on one of these Kossars. So
yeah,
again, how cost effective is that actually? Hard to say, but time is a resource also, especially in domination. And it has distracted, at least for, a few seconds.
Yes, indeed. And now it looks like the Beastmen are going to be going for a Kawa Unga Bunga as they do start to envelop the Kislevite army. We see Slangors and Korngors assembling, and Malgor are going to be dropping another Cygor back here. I love it. What a Chad. And Berserk also posturing up a little bit towards Objective 1 with his Slangors and his various Gore units screening out the Horse Archers. And Berserk is more than happy to just encircle Kislev and say, you have to get another objective or you're going to lose the game. You can't just sit in one spot here in old Total War Competitive. You're going to need to move and get to the other objectives. But yeah, the Cygors are wearing down the army a little bit. And like you said, Dov, you had a great point. Time is a big resource, especially in domination here. And if you're just busy, trolling around with these Cygors, not playing the points, it could add up over the course of a game. Big shot there.
Yeah, especially when the value trade, because of the Cygors, is actually slightly in the Beastman's favor right now. So not an ideal situation by any means. Costified Dervish comes in to interrupt this Cygor, at least momentarily. But let's see, Berserk will probably get it back online, shooting relatively shortly.
Yeah.
But he's got some Horse Archer skirmishing happening over here. But Beastman, like you said, it's so thematic and appropriate. And mechanically, too, them and the Wood Elves, appropriately, are the best at using, especially woods, but just in general, at using terrain to their advantage. So just repelling the arrows with trees.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Papa Al Gorbel here. Shout out to Air of Carthage there, fighting the Winged Lancers and able to pick off a couple of those. And yeah, I mean, man, look how haggard this Kislev army looks. Like, all these archers and Kossars are at like half health from these Cygors. So, I mean, I think it is paying. They're paying their dues, man. It's not looking bad. Kislev is kind of struggling with their consolidated infantry position to really play the split style that the Beastmen are presenting them with. It's tricky, right? Because as the Kislev player, you have to partition your forces in such a way that you can contest 2 objectives. And that's one of the bigger skill sets in Domination, is knowing how much you need to send where, and is it going to be enough? It's really tough. But yeah, Beastmen on 1 and on 3 and just kind of sitting there, man.
And particularly when you're trying to choose like what reinforcements to bring in where. Like, you might think like, oh, these units can support each other, they should be able to win this engagement. But then oftentimes, depending on how the engagement plays out, like here we see these Centaurs getting charged by the Winged Lancers. That's a way that Danakin can try and get back in this game here, is to get some good engagements, try and get some favorable trades, and see if he can maybe push up, take this high ground. But the Slangor Khorngor combo is looking absolutely nasty.
Yeah, it's hard, man. The Khorngors will dominate pretty much any of the Kislev cavalry. I think the Ice Witch might go for a break. So the Ice Witch is going to roll up here, blob them up, and maybe use a Hawks of Miska and try and get a leadership break on them. But even still, Kislev is really nervous about playing the high ground here. And personally, I would probably try and play Objective 1 if I were Kislev, instead of trying to play this high ground where the Beastmen do have the halberds kind of entrenched. But now it looks like Beastmen are enveloping a little bit with their auxiliary forces coming in from Objective 1 and looking to collapse on this Kislevite army here in the middle.
Yeah, we also get the newly Vanguard, Things in the Woods, Regiment of Renown, popping out to challenge this high ground objective, or no? Yeah, it looks like Danakin's actually going to retreat all of his mobile forces there and try and just fight for these low ground objectives, like you said.
Yeah, and I mean, Kislev is doing a great job at holding its one objective, but the longer this goes on, the thing is, like, if the Beastmen can just maintain the value status quo and not hemorrhage value too badly while just keeping Kislev on one objective, they're eventually going to win the game. And Beastmen are one of the trolliest factions at holding side objectives because their reinforcements are so fast. You know, Slangors, for example, have 55 movement speed base, and they can reinforce a contested objective so quickly, as we do see a Flock of Doom going down on the Kislevites. And value trading is staying steady. I mean, the Beastmen are only fighting with really a small portion of their army. Look how much is on the high ground, and still they're keeping that value trading even here.
Yeah, all the damage done from the Eye of Morslib, which must have slipped away into unsummoning. I don't know. I don't see it on the field, and I can't imagine it would have died that fast. So I guess he popped it back in for a refund. Maybe going to try and bring it out again. But the Flock of Doom from that earlier damage, plus that Flock of Doom is already forcing some of these Kislev units to rout. But at the same time, they are holding. Kislev, of course, very good at holding strong and firm.
Yes.
But a nice counterattack here from some Slangors. We've got a couple of pigs as well, Razorgore herds striking forth. Let's see what they can accomplish.
Yeah, big Beastman counterpunch going down to the middle, but what I really love about this is how Danakin read the room. He saved up enough resources in extra supplies instead of spending it on an impulse, and called in 2 Kossovite dervishes to flip Objective 1. So when the Beastmen moved in with their reserve forces to try and collapse on the Kislev army, Kislev took advantage of this with their mobility and stole Objective 1, which is really going to help them get back in the game. Because now they're in a comfortable position, they're not bleeding points as badly, they have a lot of time to just value trade, which Kislev is going to be a little bit better at here, and yeah, was it a mistake? Do you think it was a mistake to call in those auxiliary forces? I mean, I felt like the Beastmen had it pretty good by just playing the side objectives, but trying to collapse on the Kislev army, is it going to end up biting them in the butt here?
Yeah, I mean, why not just play for time, stand over on that side objective, and then that at least forces the bulk of the Kislev army. If they want to go try and capture it, they have to send a pretty good force over there, right? Which then allows the Beastmen to come in and counterpunch on the center. But yeah, Hawks and Miska in the front line with the Malagor also being caught up in that ground engagement. Not looking great. The Beastman value all of a sudden is getting a little bit further behind steadily.
Yes.
But yeah, the Terror also kicking in.
Yeah, that's one of the strongest combos in the game. Hawks of Miska and a Frostworm Lady, the Dragon Lady is so good. Just the leadership terror bombs. And the Slangors get broken, the Gore Herds get broken here as well. And there's not a whole lot of Beastmen. They're looking a little bit haggard. I mean, Al Gorbel's in there, but we do see the Winged Lancers coming in, the mighty Polish cavalry running down the Chaff Beastmen. We do also see the Snow Leopard summon dissipating there, but not before it did some good damage. And yeah, Kislev is definitely pulling ahead in the value trading because they're getting what they want, which is like a big centralized fight. So I do think that was a mistake from Berrserk to collapse in there, but we'll see if he can get away with it and maybe recover.
Oh, we got a wild Streltsy, Regiment of Renown. The Boydanov's Brawlers, Streltsy coming in to challenge these Khorngors for that high ground objective. given that Beastmen aren't going to be able to send more resources there, scrapping so hard at the bottom, they should be able to capture it eventually. I don't know. It's slow going, but they'll get there eventually.
Yeah, it's a good long-term game plan. And as the score currently stands, Kislev would win on 2 objectives, and they have a little bit of a cushion for that. So Kislev doesn't even need to push for 3 objectives. That could end up being a bit of a greed play from him because, the Streltsy could overextend and then get compromised by like a Centaur call-in from Vanguard, but we'll see if it ends up being that. But the Beastmen probably need to start playing a little bit more rat-like and playing the side objectives rather than just feeding into this Kislev Death Star. The Kislev Death Star with Ice Witch is going to be so much stronger than anything Malagor can present. Like, Malagor is like a Palpatine cackling wizard in the sky, but this Ice Witch is going to just be such a momentum piece for these centerpiece fights, man. Just like terror routes, bullying the Gorbel. We have the Mordheim Beowulfs, which will mitigate any healing, not that they have any, but yeah, looking pretty good for Kislev at this point in the game.
Yeah, and I mean the Beowulfs plus the Ice Witch, he's got like 1 healthy Horse Archer in here as well, looking pretty good. The rest of the units in his pocket are fairly tattered, but at the same time, Kislev units tend to have pretty good leadership, so they should be able to hang in there just fine. We do get a couple of cheeky little weakened Beastmen units trying to cap this objective number 1 here. But Kislev going to call in another Winged Lancer to try and deal with that. Another weakened Winged Lancer also moving in just to contest for the time being. But let's see. Beastmen calling more into the center. We've got even more Razorgore herds, more Ungor Spearmen, and then the Streltsy also up on the high ground are getting some gunfire on those Khorngors.
Oh yeah, look at that. Khorngor is getting melted by the Streltsy fire. You gotta love to see it. Dude, it's so funny. I don't know if you've ever met Italian Spartacus in real life, but he looks very much like one of these Streltsy with the powerful bald haircut. But yeah, they're going to push back those Khorngors off the objective. Objective 3 belongs to Kislev, and just like you said, the Winged Lancer is coming in to save the day over on Objective 3. Gorbel did get bullied and is basically shattered. I mean, he's got 100 HP, so he's going to be a non-factor really, and basically going to be whack-a-mole now. We're going to start to see Berrserk playing desperation tactics where he just tries to bounce between objectives and see if he can get lucky with a pick, or maybe Kislev will lapse in micro, but Danakin is the defending world champ for a reason. He is going to be able to keep pace with this, and I do think that the Beastmen are going to be getting barbecued here tonight. And yeah, Streltsy taking over the high ground, and it looks like there is a response of Ungors being called out, but really nice play with those. Streltsy actually ends up being decent. And yes, this is best of 5, guys.
Absolutely, and more Hawks of Minsk is going through the Sons of Goros there. Yeah, the Discouraged Contact effect really just putting in great work from that spell.
Yeah.
And overall, it seems like Beastmen just really having a hard time rallying any troops together at this point. Yeah, even Malagor here trying to dive onto the ground in desperation, but really not much left. Some Ungors moving in on the center, but with all these Kossars and everything else, they're not going to be able to actually capture that objective, so relatively safe.
Yeah, looking pretty over for the Beastmen. I think that they got a couple little like units scattered around the map, but 14,000 value against 10. A basically full health Ice Witch just chortling and terror routing everything, and the Beastmen army. I mean, you have Malagor, who's probably out of Winds of Magic at this point. He might have a couple more Flock of Dooms, but remember, he blew 30 Winds of Magic on the Cygor summons, so probably doesn't have too many flocks left in the tank. And it does look like that's going to be a rock hard triple cap coming in as the Boydniv's Brawlers should be securing Objective 3 here, and that is going to be Game Blouses GG. World Champ back in the series 2-2, and we're going to Game 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a game. What a series. I mean, really just excellent. Kislev in the snow on their home turf, to a degree, I guess. But
yeah, it's close. It's neighboring. It's close. Norska is very close to Kislev, so they're kind of in the ballpark there.
Yeah, well, maybe this Beastman horde went and sacked Kislev town and fled off thinking they were safe in Norska, and this Ice Witch, just all angry, tracked him down and put a hurt into him. But yeah, I mean, Kislev, very kind of loreful for them as well. This game is just all the lore, but getting pounded, taking tons of damage, but just holding strong, not giving up, and ending up clutching out a win there.
Yeah, man. Winged Lancer's insane value, 1,500, and the other ones did okay, but pretty good value on the Winged Lancers. The Ice Witch, Hawks of Miska, I think, carried the game the hardest. I loved Berserk's playstyle, by the way. Even though we lost that game, I loved the Cygor play. I thought it was super fun. I think he made a pretty colossal mistake by trying to Alpha Strike Kislev. Kislev's army didn't like moving, and he came to him and gave him that blob fight and then let him take the other objectives. But overall, the game plan was rad, and I loved his playstyle, but I just think that one decision ended up costing him a bit. Not to say that Danakin couldn't have rotated and gotten an objective and won that way, but I think he made it a little bit easier for him there. So it's going to be 2-2. And now we chill out until they get their next match going. This is game 5. And then what we're going to be doing, ladies and gentlemen, is going to Grand Finals, game 1. Third place, game 1. And we're just going to alternate between those two matches, so there won't be as much downtime in between those games. And we should be good in there. So, yeah, that was a fun game, man. Curious what Danny's going to pull out next. Yeah. Berrserk, does he play in Conquest? Does he mainly play Chaos Factions too, in your experience of seeing him play?
Yeah, he's pretty proficient with quite a few different factions, but yeah, I mean a lot of the Chaos factions, particularly. I think I've maybe seen him play Greenskins a couple times as well. Yeah, but we'll see what he chooses to go with here, depending on the global bans. Yeah, maybe some like whatever is not banned of like Warriors or Norska, one of those two.
I'm gonna ask right now. I just asked Danakin what the global bans were. Now, we were talking a little bit while we have some downtime. We were talking about Medieval 3. So I don't know if you remember this, but I don't know, obviously. In when Medieval 2 first came out, what were the factions they had in the game at launch? Like, what were the core factions that you could play?
Oh, they had quite a few.
It was a lot?
Because with Medieval 2, the game was more or less complete. And then, I mean, it was still in the days of, like, expansion packs, right? So, like, the DLCs, if you want to call them that, for that game were like their own standalone campaigns, and they didn't really add new factions into the main campaign.
Okay.
Yeah, there are mods that have done that, but which are very good. Highly recommend Stainless Steel. It's a great mod that kind of integrates all the Medieval Kingdoms factions into the main campaign.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was pretty. What was there? I forget how many factions there are in that game. Let's see. You've got Spain, France, England, Scotland, Holy Roman Empire, Milan. What was the other Italian city-state?
Byzantium.
And then, yeah, Byzantium. Venice. Yeah, Venice. There was like the Sicily. They had the Moors, the Egyptians.
That's a ton.
And then Turks. Yeah, there was a ton. There was like 15 factions. And then of course the Mongols would show up halfway through your campaign and kill everything. But
Pone saying Mulan. Oh my god. Yeah. Do you think that is a relic of the past, that like system where you just like have a lot of factions out of the gates? Or do you think
Milan, not Genoa, that's right.
Do you think Med 3 will launch with like, I mean, obviously Total War Warhammer 40K is going to be probably very similar to Total War Warhammer, in which you start with like 4 or 5 factions and progressively add them to the game. But do you think Med 3 will launch with, I mean, Med 3 kind of feels like a game that needs to launch with more factions, right? And there will be a lot of symmetry between those factions. Like there'll be basic spearmen, there'll be basic cavalry, so it's not as much like 40K or Total War where every unit's like different, right?
Yeah, it's more kind of variations within like a faction identity, or like in Medieval 2 at least, there were some units that were shared, especially across the different European cultures. Like you had like the feudal knights and dismounted feudal knights, which pretty much everyone had access to.
Yeah.
Like militia spearmen, peasant archers. There were some kind of basics, but then, each faction also had quite a few of their own kind of special units. Like, the Hungarians have great skirmish cavalry, and like the Italian states would have really good like upper tier militia spears, and like the crossbowmen as well, like Pevese crossbowmen, and obviously the English have their longbows, right?
Yes.
So like each faction definitely, it's like between that one and Rome 2, I would say those games have the best of the historical games of having a lot of different unique factions in terms of play style.
Yeah.
So yeah, assuming all of that is executed well, I'm curious to see how it plays. Also, just based on what they've said, I mean, I know obviously it's still in pre-production, but based on some of the stuff they released, it seems like they're leaning maybe a little bit more into the kind of Crusader Kingdoms, like alternate ways of interacting with the game. I mean, obviously there will still be the big battles and everything, but at least from a campaign perspective, like you might have more ways of interacting with things than what we've had before, which is great.
Yeah, I'm kind of pumped for it, man. I think that'll be a fun one, and hopefully they'll have some good co-op or PvP campaigns. I think that'd be a really fun thing in Medieval to kind of to play that style. Yeah, and hopefully the siege battles too, right? That's been something that, for me, in Total War Warhammer 3, like, I have been getting back into campaign recently and playing a couple and having a blast. Like, I just played a Karl Franz campaign off stream and was like, the summoning the Elector counts thing is, like, the coolest mechanic ever.
Yeah.
You know, where he summons, like, all the armies to him and you just have this, like, doom stack? It's so cool.
Yeah, super, super cool.
But siege battles aren't my favorite in Total War Warhammer. I tend to just auto-resolve them, even if it's really bad, just because I do not enjoy playing them optimally. But,
yes.
dude, what was it? Like, what was it about, like, siege battles in Shogun 2 were so fun. I remember, like, playing that in college in, like, 2006 and just being like, this rules. Like, I love the siege battles here. But, like, I don't know what the difference is. It's, like, hard to pinpoint it.
Yeah, it is hard to pinpoint it. I think one of the things is like the scale of the maps in Total War Warhammer. I mean, it's awesome that we have this epic scale, but at the same time the maps are almost like too big to like move across well. And at least in Med 2, I mean, that game had some definite issues and some jankiness sieges, but one of the nice things is like the castle maps especially were pretty manageable in size, and even thinking through like Shogun 2, you know, the castle siege maps on that are relatively small, maybe even a little bit too small in some cases for Shogun 2. But yeah, I mean, part of it I think is it's also like your tools for dealing with the sieges was more limited, which sounds like a worse thing, but in reality it meant that, like, I don't know, sieges maybe were more predictable, or I don't know if that's the right word, but there wasn't so much like, in Total War Warhammer, it's almost too much. It's tricky for sure.
Because, like, some people raise good points in chat that it could be nostalgia speaking, for sure, because, you know, 2006 is a very different time in gaming, and I could be looking back on those siege battles fondly. And yeah, I do remember there being some jank in Shogun as well, with the wall climbing and whatnot, but another thing somebody raised in chat, which is a great point too, is like the fact that, like, magic and flying monsters and, like, the nature of blobbing with, like, mortises and things like that really changed the dynamic of sieges, where walls become less valuable when you can, like, fly over them or just blob at a gatehouse and, like, you know, with these like big AoE magic effects, right? Whereas, like, in Shogun, you don't have like a magical samurai comet you can drop on a blob behind a gatehouse, you know.
Well, unless you're playing Fall of the Samurai and you can call a naval bombardment.
Yes, that's true. Yeah,
but yes, generally it's like the AoE damage, and like that's what I mean in that it's almost more limited in the tools you have to deal with it, but it makes it in a way better, right? Because like you said, the walls mean more, and like it actually feels like you're fighting for a defensive position rather than just like, I don't know.
What's your favorite? What was your favorite unit in Shogun 2?
In the main campaign,
you could say both. In like both games, your favorite units.
Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. I like Naginatas in general.
I was going to say the same
Samurai
thing.
Are not like the best, but they are good, like, generalists, you know.
Yes.
So I like them quite a bit. Good defense also.
100%, dude. I agree. Naginata Samurai were like the coolest thing. Like just a solid anchor unit. You could just plop down to the front and they hold. Nodachi Samurai were sick too, though, obviously. But a little bit of glass cannon. And the monks, the monks with the bows. I forget exactly what they were called, but those guys look sick. They were so cool.
Yeah, I always liked using both the Naginata and bow monks quite a bit in my armies.
Yeah, those guys are really fun. I liked how different even though obviously it's a historical game and, you know, they have a lot of the same units, like every faction has Yari Shigaru and, you know, whatever, how the different like clans would have different like specializations. Like some of them were better with Nodachi and some of them were better with like, you know, the Cav or whatever. I thought that was very fun, you know. Let's see here. So we got Glade of the Everqueen is our next map. This is one of the more popular maps. This is one that was added to the base game by Creative Assembly, actually. So Wacka Wacka created it for Total Tavern map pack, and then they actually added this one to the base game. So it's a map a lot of people should be familiar with.
Yeah, definitely looks like a fun one. Lots of woods to potentially hide some shenanigans.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Shogun? Do we have... Dude, I just cannot remember. Did we have naval battles in Shogun 2?
Yeah.
We did, right? Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean in the regular like Sengoku Jediah campaign, it wasn't. I mean, they were fun. It wasn't too crazy, but especially in like Fall of the Samurai when you have like ironclads and
Yeah,
it was so cool. Honestly,
I don't even
it
remember
was super
that.
important too to have naval control, especially on Fall of the Samurai. But of course, I love the revolver cav as well.
Yeah, oh, I would imagine you do. Yeah. Yeah, that was the Avatar Conquest is really fun. I like that. Like I at the time, I was just playing quick battles, Avatar Conquest. So like I didn't really have a scope of what the hyper competitive meta looked like, which keeps you kind of innocent, in terms of your perception of the game. But I love the Avatar system. It was so fun being able to customize your army and your like units and give them like unique names for like quick battles and like that'd be interesting for Total War Warhammer 40k, right? Like if you could have like develop your own chapter or warband for multiplayer, that would be insanely cool. Now,
Yeah,
quite an undertaking to balance correctly and have it be fair. But imagine that, like you have your own Space Marine chapter and you can customize it and level up certain units with veterancy and they unlock unique abilities and stuff. That would be so freaking fun. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's like perfect, right? For it, like Chaos could have
I
its
think so.
own war bands, whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like if you were to give me a wish list of like cost is no factor,
Yeah.
time is no factor. What do you want for multiplayer? Avatar Conquest would be the number one thing for, especially for a game like 40k.
Yeah.
Like Path to Glory is already like a concept, right? Like
Yes.
it's already a thing in Warhammer. So why not just make it? You could even just call it Path to Glory. Like
Sure.
have like an upgrade tree and like a progression tree for different factions where you can kind of create your own thing, army painter integrated into it as well. I think that would be a dream come true, honestly, if we could get that
Yes.
for 40k.
Yeah. I think Avatar or Path to Glory, whatever it ends up getting called, if they do it, would be great. And like some of you guys are saying in chat, I wouldn't be upset either if they just gave us customization in terms of like the aesthetic. Like, so you can have your own color scheme and decorative decals on your units. Like, that's pretty hype. I think that, like I would love to see, so in 40k tabletop, and it depends on which edition they model it after, but like squad customization would be very fun. Like if you could have like an intercessor, which is a Space Marine squad, attack squad with like stalker bolt rifles versus, combi bolters, whatever, like being able to see that level of customization in multiplayer would be really fun. Scouts with shotguns or scouts with sniper rifles. Well, they're infiltrators now. It's different, but yeah, I mean, there's so much potential for customization of multiplayer, and I think it could be so damn cool. I really, really hope the ball doesn't get dropped, and it's awesome. But yeah, we'll see, man. We got some time. I wonder when it's going to come out. So they announced. Do you remember when they announced Total War Warhammer back in 2015?
Vaguely, it's been 10 years.
It's been 10 years, dude. You're like, it's like the scene in Saving Private Ryan when he's like, he's at like the grave site or the grave, and he's like, he ages. It like shows a young Matt Damon, then he like ages. Into,
Yeah, ages. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. It's like that scene with holy shit, man. Yeah, so they had like a 20th anniversary or like some anniversary video, and then at the end it shows like Carl Franz coming down on his bird and roaring, and everyone was like, oh shit. Yeah, that was awesome. But what was you might not know off the top of your head, maybe some people in chat do. What was the time frame between the announcement of Total War Warhammer 1 and then its release? Yeah, I don't remember.
It was like a year.
A year?
Maybe.
So maybe we get like Total War Warhammer 40k like next Christmas, or like maybe early 27, so like January, February of 27.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe.
Right? I think oh dude. Oh, we got the Dark Elves. We got Danakin on his Dark Elves. Hype, dude, hype. And Berserk on the Dreaded Vampires. Yeah.
Yeah, went for the undead.
Your favorite.
Let's see. Yeah. Was it Berserk that actually used Gorst in? Because he came from my qualifier,
Yeah.
So he's the one who won that. I'm trying to remember. Was it him that used the Forbidden Gorst?
It probably was. Yeah. He's a little off meta. I mean, the Cygor summoning stuff, like for sure, because he doesn't play exclusively Dom, so he's like he's dabbling in many dark grimoires. Pone, don't say 15 years. Stop. No. Okay, so Fu in chat saying that it was announced April of 2015 and it released in May of 2016. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So no way it's going to be 28. No freaking way we're waiting till 2028 for 40K. No way.
No, like Medieval 3 might come out late 2028, early 29. Like
I'm going to be over 40 when that comes out, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, God, dude. I hope they come up with some like advanced technology so I can get like robot hands or something, dude. You know, it's hard to keep up with all that. You know, no, it's gonna be early 27, like January, like if we're really lucky, maybe Christmas next year. But I think early, like I bet you, like end of summer / like early winter of 26, we're probably going to get like an early look at some things, and then it'll release like around Christmas or maybe early 27. Hey, Genetic, thank you for the $20, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. Don't say it out loud. You'll age faster. I know, dude. Fuck. Well, how old are you, Dov?
I am 32.
Okay, so you're still young, and yeah, you have many. You're not long of tooth. You've not seen too many winters, so that's good. Yeah, you're on the other side of like when you cross the Rubicon, the threshold of 35. That's where it gets a little things start to fall apart. Yeah, shit. Total War is good though, right, Dov? Because I have played a lot of competitive RTS games. Like I was a high level StarCraft player, and Total War is like a good retirement home RTS where you can be you can be older and competitive because the APM demands are still high at the highest level, but not like StarCraft where you're going to get like carpal tunnel, you know?
Yeah, I would say just knowledge, just general game knowledge is more important arguably than micro. So like, yeah, even if you're, older and maybe it'll slow it down a little bit. As long as you have the experience and the matchup knowledge, I mean, certainly for newer players, it can feel incredibly daunting to have to learn all of that. But a lot of it comes down to just fundamentals of like understanding, like what's going to be mostly good against what, right? And like kind of fundamental, like rear charging tactics, or like just how to protect skirmishers. And there's some things that are kind of universal, right? And
I think you articulated it perfectly. I agree. I think it's a game that the older folks can hang with. I don't know about. I know Anticity's. I think he's still in his 20s. But Danakin, I'm not sure. We've had some champs who are pretty high level. Certainly, like if you're like playing StarCraft at a competitive professional level, like these guys are basically the equivalent of our pros, right? But if you are playing StarCraft at a pro level and you're in like your late 20s, like, especially for like Brood War, they're getting ready to send you out to pasture, like you're gonna, they're taking you out behind the barn. Hey, Kirkadell, thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate that. Yeah. Hyenas too? No, God, no. Just don't put that evil on me. So. Hyenas, man. Oh my God. A retirement home for RTS gamers. Yeah. We'll see them. We'll see them coming, I'm sure. Like other RTS pros will make their way over if we get some good multiplayer.
I'm actually going to go grab a drink of water super quick. I'll be right back.
You got some time, dude. We'll be loading in here in a second. So yeah, guys, thanks for joining today. It's been a lot of fun. Sorry about the longer wait time in between games, but we've been ranting and having fun. And for the finals and third place match, we're going to have rapid fire games. So it'll be much smoother. Unfortunately, one series here was hyper contested, and the other one was just a 3-0 sweep. So we didn't get as much bouncing back and forth as we usually do. So I'll show you guys the brackets real quick. Yeah, you ready? So brackets, we have Anticity defeating Czarix 3-0. Czarix playing in third place. And we're currently on Danakin and Berrserk right now. And we are going to see who is going to be the boss hog. And the prizes today are pretty damn thick. We got first place this is the biggest prize we've actually ever had for a competitive Total War tournament. This is like legit stuff. Yeah, total prize pool is what? That's going to be 14 plus 52, 58. Yeah, so over 6,000 pounds in prize money, that's like $7,000 or $8,000 US. Pretty crazy. Damn, I know. It's legit, right? It's like real. I'm a real boy. It's like real RTS money here. This is great. Creative Assembly is sponsoring today's tournament. So this is an official event for the developers of the game. They reached out to Dob Plays and I to host this event, and they are paying the prize pool for all the players, which is amazing. So pretty damn cool to see it. Pone's I think your calculations are wrong, Pone. Not quite $35. The prize should be $40,000. Yes. Yeah, that would be insane. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for the donation, Oni. Thank you so much. You want to see the bracket? Here you go. So there were 8 players, but we focused on the top 4. And the reason being is that some folks were asking why we didn't cast top 8 and do all 8 players. We have players from all over the globe, and we play on peer-to-peer connections. So in the earlier rounds, I like to admin for the players, help resolve lag issues, and make sure that everything runs smoothly and the players have a good and fair experience. Because it's not fun to be doing all that admin stuff super hardcore on the stream, like if there's lag. So if we discover lag earlier or any tech issues, we can solve them before the stream starts. And then we get to focus on top 4, and it's a smoother experience from there. So that's why we're doing it like that, instead of having like 2 days and doing the top 8 and everything. So,
I returned.
He's there. Steve Jobs, I've been working with them for many years. So for 7 or 8 years, yeah, long time. All right. So Berrserk is about ready. Danakin he's good to go. Berrserk is big thinking here. I'll message him. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pivotal game.
Yeah, deciding factor. Yeah, this is gonna be fun, dude. Danakin, I don't even know what he's gonna do. He's. So we saw who lost to vampires earlier. It was Czarix who just like almost looked like he was clobbering time on Anticity, but he somehow lost that one. Yeah, and Danakin, what is he going to do different here? Hydras? Medusas? Hydras would be interesting. It's got to be like a hit and run. Yeah.
Did they fix the Hydra's attack animations to actually deal damage now?
Yeah.
Because that was broken for a minute, where they looked like we're not doing any damage on certain attack animations, but...
Yes. Oh, dude, look at this. A Corsair build. So 3 Blackheart Corsairs and 4 Handbows with the Raven's Heralds and Malekith. Most likely on a dragon. With the Destroyer, maybe the Silence. This is a pretty badass build. But it could run into the same situation where Homie struggles to get the points. But Danakin is definitely the best Dark Elf player in the world, I would say, at the moment. So hopefully he's practiced this build and he's not just raw dogging it and seeing what happens, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I did see a wild Von Karstein Vampire Lord on the opposite side, so I'm wondering if we'll see some Storm of the Night action. That could be a pretty hard counter to those Raven's Heralds.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Loading in. Looks like it's good. You want to go ahead and break down that Vampire build? Seems like you're pretty in tune with it here.
Yes, I shall tap into my dark side here as we take a look at the Von Karstein Lord on horseback. Yeah, just sword and shield. Nothing too crazy with stats, but has Raised Dead, Invocation of the Heck, Flock of Doom for some damage, and did take Storm of the Night to counter flying units. He's also got regular Corpse Cart plus an Unholy Lodestone, some Skeleton Spears, the Dread Column, 3 Dread Columns of zombies, and Double White King as well, with the Regiment of Renowned Black Knights, the Varix Reavers, a little bit of regeneration there. Vargeist up on the far side in the forest. Yeah, the Dread Column of Zombies. I see some players doing this occasionally. I guess the idea is it kind of wraps the enemy unit around and opens them up to more side and rear charges.
Yeah, the big thing with the Dread Column, I love that name, by the way. I've never heard that before, is the zombies, it's the pencil formation, as I've called it that before, but it presents less frontage. So if a zombie unit engages a Chaos Warrior at full width, there will be more Chaos Warrior models hitting the zombie unit. And of course, going pencil formation, the zombies will do less damage, but they last longer. That's kind of the trade-off. So you go pencil formation, the zombies do less damage, but less enemy models are going to be hitting the entire zombie unit. So it just basically lets the zombie units last longer. Because their damage is such shit anyways, so you might as well just like have them last longer. So that's why you see most high-level Vampire count players do the pencil formation of Doom, if they're going to be used in the front. So, yeah, and we got Raven's Heralds for the poke. We got Malekith with his, I would imagine, Soul Stealer and Power of Darkness. Evil. And the rest of the army is going to be Corsair Handbows, which are really good against vampires, actually. Although a little bit weak against things like Varix Reavers and White Kings. But the main reason you're seeing Mass Corsairs, I think, Dov, is because he wants to have high armor to mitigate Scab Scrape efficiency.
That makes sense. There's the Storm of the Night popped on the Raven's Herald. It's going to do some pretty good damage. Also debuffs their speed. Malekith is kind of in a position to cover, although he's going to take some damage from it as well as he gets too close. The Vargeists and the Fellbats following up quickly, try and get in range to take out the Raven's Heralds.
Yeah, I mean, if Danakin were to throw away Raven's Heralds here, that would be a huge disaster. I mean, they're not a cheap unit, and it looks like he's going to be able to just barely get away, so very fortunate. If he had been like a sliver closer, that would have been really bad. But now we're going to get Corsair handbows from the ground, which should provide some nice fire support up into the Air Force units.
Yeah, get some good contact there with the Fellbats. Worst case scenario, he could maybe hard land and get a screen from these Cold One Knights, but it looks like, well, he might have outran his range support there. That's not ideal, but the Crows of Cain coming in, they'll push back those Fellbats.
Yeah, good stuff. Crows of Cain, like you said, able to screen out those Fellbats. And Malekith is going to be going for some kills on the White Kings, which isn't a bad idea. Scab's Wraith activated onto the Blackheart Corsairs. Did some pretty good damage, but not as much as it would do against light armor. And Malekith able to connect a couple times with the White Kings. And here's the cool thing. If the White Kings and the Vampire Lord team up on Malekith, he can get the Soul Stealer and punish the Blob. And a really good gaze of Malice going down in the zombies and skeletons as well.
Yep, there it is, right as you called it out. Soul Stealer popping off, going to heal Malekith a little bit. He is taking some damage, though. I mean, 3v1 is definitely not a comfortable situation for any single entity. Von Karstein Lord also uses that Invocation of Nehek Overcast to heal all three of their single entities, and both sides kind of just trading. Varric's Reavers, though, on the opposite side, got a good charge into those handbows, now pulling back screens for the Skeleton Spears, and the Dread Columns of Zombies moving to capture objective number 3.
Yeah, pretty good fight for Malekith, I would say. I mean, both White Kings got very low. It forced invocations. You can see the Von Karstein Lord sitting at about half health. So Malekith with a big win there in that fight. Up in the sky, Crows of Cain going to be engaging versus Vargeists, and I'm curious to see how that little fight goes. With Malekith assisting, should be pretty favored for the Dark Elves. And yeah, look at that, man. Vargeists getting ripped to shreds by the Crows of Cain and Malekith, but nice Storm of the Night coming in from the Vampires. That's going to do some punishing damage.
Absolutely. We've got a rogue Cairn Wraith here, backed up by some Crypto Bros, currently moving in to charge those Cold One Knights, who are themselves trying to pull back. A really nice Blade Wind, though, right on top of those Cairn Wraiths. Does a ton of damage to them. I didn't even realize Malekith was rocking that.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. It kind of looks like a passive ability when you look at it. But yeah, that took down a ton of HP, led them to crumbling, and the Dark Elves are certainly value trading well, but so too are the Vampires, which is always tricky. Against Vampires, you never want to be in a situation where the value trading is even, because they have so much healing, but Malekith did get a big Soul Stealer, was able to heal up quite a bit. And Dark Elves are holding Objective 3 and 2, so they do have the objective advantage for now. The Corsair Infantry really good at trading into chaff, but the Vampires are making slow and steady progress on Objective 3. While the Air Force fight is decided by the Vargeists, they were able to defeat the Crows of Cain, and Malekith looking to get a breath attack somewhere, while Canid Assassin being called in. That's cool.
Yeah, he's got a little web of shadows. He's going to come in here, do a little bit of AoE damage, and also got poison as well. Does some missile damage. Interesting character, honestly. You don't see him super often in land battles these days. Maybe more so historically, but a very interesting choice.
Yeah, White Kings here potentially going to be targeted by Malekith, but it looks like he decides to dive into the Cryptors instead. Nice Gaze of Malice there, potentially blasting a lot of the undead. But yeah, the White Kings are a little bit overextended. If you look back towards the home objective of the Dark Elves, the Canid Assassin is being hunted by 2 White Kings, which Malekith could probably come back here, get a Soul Stealer, and wipe them both out, which would be a huge win con. And over towards the Objective 3, we do see the Dark Elves being pushed back. Danakin pulling a value lead as his Corsairs do skirmish back, and he continues getting good trading. A lot of the Vargeists diving very deep in Dark Elf lines, which means they're going to be in Dark Elf territory, a little bit easier to focus down. But yeah, objectives being yielded. Dark Elves did secure a value lead of 382 against 261, so that gives them a cushion to trade. And now Malekith is going to need to put this game on his back and potentially take out those White Kings, but first targeting the Vargeists.
Yeah, trying to go after those Vargeists. The Raven's Heralds are a pretty serious threat right now. They've already lost quite a few of their unit models, which is going to lessen their overall impact. But just trying to preserve whatever he can at this point. Both the White Kings, that's a regular corpse card, so they're refreshing their vigor, but not getting any passive healing currently. But Dire Pack pushing up through the center, and some more Cairn Wraiths as well.
It's going to be tough to keep up with all this, man. The Vampires are just so good at this kind of slow, grindy pushing style, and one of the things I was about to articulate was that when you're being pressed by vampire counts, the biggest thing is making sure you don't get triple capped. You do not want to get triple capped because it just is so sticky to get them off the objectives, which again, you can, of course, but it's very, very difficult. Malekith is a good carry character as this game does go on. 3 breath attacks, big AoE, punishment. He has been bullying the character fight pretty hard, but overall, yeah, you could still, as you saw earlier, we saw Chaos having a bunch of big SEs, you can still lose out on the objectives, which is what it looks like the vampires are doing. And honestly, dude, look at the value trading. It's kind of even right now, which is not good for the Dark Elves.
Yeah, Berserk getting some really nice damage. The Cairn Wraiths just took a little gaze of malice right there, but overall been trading very well. They're a great counter for these Blackheart Corsairs with their 100% AP damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, overall things are looking pretty grim, although definitely still pretty even. The Blackheart Corsairs doing a really nice job on this objective number 2. They're able to cut through all those zombies, no problem. Dire Pack aren't really going to do that much to them. Well, maybe the armor will help a little bit, but that anti-infantry bonus in response, maybe they just get outmodeled. One thing about Hound units in general, any of them that have that kind of small Hound profile, they can swarm and get like so many unit models in contact. It's really crazy. So there, they were able to just actually eat up those Corsairs. Wow, I thought they might do a little better, but definitely got taken out.
The doggies feasted, and Bleak Swords are going to be getting called in just to get some chaff and some bodies on the field, and it looks like they're going to be trying to stabilize Objective 2 here, which they really need to. And again, if you're playing a defensive value trading build, you always have to hold your back objective. It's got to be a top priority for you. And with the Bleak Swords arriving, he does get these saves. So the capture weight does go back to the Dark Elves, the 2 Bleak Swords, and the Corsairs. Most likely will be able to hold with some Dark Rider support. Meanwhile, Malekith, quite injured, going to be looking like he wants to get another Soul Stealer here. And we do see the vampire counts kind of getting worn down in front of Objective 3 here. And ooh, it looks like a breath attack from Malekith. Coldo Knight's coming in, and the vampire now heading over to Objective 2 to try and flip it to really, really put the nail in the vampiric coffin here.
Yeah, definitely not too bad, but we got some more Cold One Knights moving in here as well. It seems like the Crypto Bros, as the game goes on, are just value trading more and more efficiently for the vampire counts. That passive regeneration, when stacked with the Unholy Lodestone, is just really, really tough to get rid of them.
Yes.
But yeah, Dark Elves kind of consolidating on this objective number 2, trying to take this. We even see a little cheeky, weakened Corsair trying to at least threaten that objective number 1. But the Dark Elves, I don't know, maybe he's had some opportunities to try and go after the Karstein Lord a little bit more aggressively here, but right now, Karstein is he's kind of trying to bait Malekith out from this engagement, maybe. A little bit risky.
Yep, Bladestorm activated there. Looks like Berserk is going to be dodging it. The micro very rare endpoint for him, but the ghouls do still take a little bit of work. Malekith and the Coldo Knights able to bully those Vargeist, leading them to potentially crumbling and critical binding. But big play for the Dark Elves is the fact that he's been able to hold on to the back objective. If this had flipped, earlier when it was very much on the precipice of doing so, we would be at like 900 points now against like 400, and it would be like almost a point of no return. But the fact that he was able to hold on to that, he's only down by 100 points now. So still has a long time to grind, a long time to play, but Dark Elves still going to have some problems getting through these Crypt Horrors. And like you said, Crypt Horrors are one of the best, if not the best, Monsters infantry unit in the game. Their poison, their passive regeneration, their durability, and their cost effectiveness is just nuts, absolutely nuts. But we'll see if Malekith can get it done. And oh my god, do you see the cheeky cap on Objective 1 there?
Oh yeah, that little Corsair, the little Corsair that could.
Yes.
Vargeist are going to have to go back and shut that down. I'm kind of surprised that we've seen some Cairn Wraiths kind of just bypass that objective. Maybe Berserk didn't notice until now.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a nice one if they can actually get that cap off.
Yeah, that would be pretty backbreaking, actually. That would be a huge problem for the vampire counts, because value trading-wise, it's close. One thing you have to remember about value trading and just looking at the damage meter is it doesn't track crumbling, so all of the undead units crumbling is basically damage being done, and it doesn't get tracked on the damage meter, so it's not always the most accurate here. Malekith trying to hold on to Objective 3, but man, the vampiric pressure is no joke. More Cairn Wraiths coming in. Cairn Wraiths are so good with their 48 movement speed and their high capture weight. They can really reinforce, and not good for the Dark Elves. Looks like they're going to get triple capped here. Malekith needs to get a fat Soul Stealer or something to heal himself up as well. He's down to 3,000 HP, and the Von Chadstein Lord is really just cackling over here and getting that capture. But the Corsairs might flip Objective 1, which is going to be a huge stroke of luck for Danakin here.
Yeah, even again, those Crypto Bros just bypass straight. We've got another Cairn Wraith moving in here. We'll see if they get detached to go deal with that objective, but
nice blade storm.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty blade
That
storm.
was really good. Hitting the Cairn Wraiths and also hitting the Crypt Ghouls. Absolutely brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. But what do you think he's going to get that Objective 1 there? You think it's going to happen?
No, it looks like the Crypto Bros noticed. They're not happy about it. They're going to go back and shut that down.
Man, that would have been so bad. That would have been, I mean, he still probably is in a winning position, but that would have been like a huge opportunity for the Dark Elves to just rat back into the game here. But that is going to flip. And Dark Elves trying to resurge a little bit, Dov, here with some Coldo Knights, and they have a lot of raggedy units kind of reserved back here. But Malekith seems like he's running out of steam a little bit, and it does look like Berserk might be upsetting the defending champ and heading on over to the Grand Finals. We'll have to see, though. Still a little bit of game to be played here.
Yeah, still few minutes left for Danakin to try and get back in here. But yeah, right now Malekith, he's had a hard time, getting through all these characters and the Crypto Bros and the Cairn Race. Like anytime they're dealing damage as they surround him, it's just very efficient for them. So
Yeah.
it's tough, man. The Cairn Race, even if you have magic damage, it's tough to take them all out. But speaking of magic damage, we got a Doomfire Warlock on the field right now.
Yeah.
They should do very well charging the Cairn Race.
Yeah, Doomfire Warlocks are a very good counter against Cairn Race, but they need to isolate them too, right? Like the Cairn Race will often be with support pieces. Dire Pack actually chasing them a little bit. And does look like Malekith is going to go for a cheeky kill on the Von Karstein Lord, but probably won't be able to catch him. The Horse Lords are kind of slippery here, but the Dragon does land. He gets an attack, does manage to hit him, but man, it's so tricky. I mean, now what's going to happen is the Vampires are just going to send in waves and waves of trash units. They're going to park on Objective 1 and just Helm's Deep it. They're going to be like, all right, you have to get through this last final boss fight here. We do see 1,219 points for the Vampire counts, really, really approaching that 1,500 very rapidly. Dark Elves maybe going to be able to get their home objective back here, but they also need to get Objective 3 too, man. There's so much on the field they need to do.
Yeah, these Corsairs kind of maneuvering here, just trying to get past these zombies so they don't get tar pitted, get on that objective number 3. The corpse cart currently just dead weight, literally standing on the objective, but yeah, Malekith scrapping here. They're starting to get some capture weight on the near objective number 2, but it's not enough to flip it at this point.
Yeah, I think this is a point of no return. I don't think it's possible for Danakin to win anymore. It's just going to take too long. And Vampires, if it were a less resilient faction, maybe, but if he was ahead on value, I'd think, okay, maybe he has a chance. But Berserk is definitely ahead on value. He's had a ton of invocations, a lot of healing. Cryptors are passively healing. Corpse Guards are giving healing. So Vampires are probably realistically up by about 2,000 value right now. And it looks like Danakin is going to be sent to third place to face off against Czarix. And congratulations to Berserk on a big upset, taking down the defending world champion in a very contested series, mind you, a 3-2. But he is going to be going to face the former world champ Anticity in the grand finals. So GG, well played, man. It was a good game. What did you think went wrong for the Dark Elves there? What did you think was their big detriment, their big downfall? Was there anything that you noticed, any patterns there that felt kind of rough for them?
It's tough. I think Danakin played it quite well, honestly. The one thing I would question is the K-Knight Assassin didn't really seem to do much for him.
Yeah.
I think the funds spent there would have been better spent maybe bringing in something else. Yeah, I mean, from an army perspective, the Vampire counts had some pretty good AoE damage, but this is, hindsight 2020. This might be a situation where, what do you think? Maybe some elite infantry like Blackguard with their immune to psychology, elite halberds, their armor, they're just going to shrug off all the low tier stuff. I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't be able to generate enough capture weight with bringing elite infantry, but something to consider.
Elite infantry did get buffed in Dom. They have 7 capture weight now, a lot of them. So there's that variable. But yeah, the Blackguards historically have been used against vampires. The one thing you need to watch out for, of course, would be Cairn Race, which would just pierce through all that armor very effectively. But I like the Corsair tech. I like that against Gabsgraith. It mitigated its effectiveness quite a bit. Malekith was great. He got 4,400 value, right? So it's really just the rest of the Druchii army that kind of faltered a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it was a good game. The Ravens Heralds, maybe a bit of an odd pick. Like against a faction that often has a really dominant air force and tons of Fellbats, they felt a little bit kind of odd. But yeah, maybe some Dark Rider or Peter crossbows would have been easier to protect and wouldn't have had to worry about Storm of the Night. But it's hard to say. I'm just kind of spitballing here. So let's update the brackets. So that is going to be Danakin playing Czarix in third place and Berserk here. We need to go ahead and do this. And we are going to do that. And we are going to do this. All right. So if you want to tell Anticity and Berserk to get in a lobby,
looks like they're in the lobby we're in right now, actually.
Oh, well, that works out great.
Just joined.
Keeping it easy. All right. So we're going to do this. All right. And Berserk, with the power of technology, is going to be advancing on here to the grand finals. And again, prize today, guys, pretty fat. 3,000 pounds on the line for first place. All matches are best of 5. All matches are best of 5. And these games are going to go much quicker now. So the first one will be slow, but now we're going to have the other side getting their match ready, so there won't be that army building and waiting process, and we can just bounce between those. So yes. Yeah, vampires, man, are so scary in this patch. I don't know what it is. They've just been crushing it, so dominant. Maybe people have yet to figure them out, but the ethereal units being rediscovered, there's a renaissance for ghost units, man, and they've been really tough. How are they in Conquest in your realm? Did they do pretty well?
Yeah, it depends on the matchup, but definitely quite a few matchups don't have sufficient magic damage, and like Banshees in particular are a pretty safe choice because your hero slots often you've got at least one, sometimes two open, and like the Scabscraft doesn't do quite as well in the double Scabscraft doesn't do quite as well in land battles. But yeah, I mean, Cairn Wraiths occasionally, Banshees more often, Hex Wraiths very occasionally, but yeah, that 100% pure AP damage and the physical resistance definitely can give some factions some troubles.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, just the magic check. And I mean, even there, I mean, the Blade Storms were very effective. He only had one Doomfire Warlock, so maybe two of those could have been a little bit better. But it's hard because they just mix in with chaff, right? If you put the Cairn Wraiths with like your zombies and skeletons, the Cairn Wraiths can't isolate them, and it kind of feels a little bit bad. Yeah, I'm wondering what, like, it does feel like vampire counts are favored against Dark Elves. It's just, in the couple times I've seen it in the past few months, it seems like it's just Dark Elves can't get through them. They don't have the deeps for it. Yeah, maybe a Black Guard build would have been good because the Von Karstein Lord wouldn't have been super, like, he didn't have Winds of Death. Might have struggled to get down those elite units. Yeah. Hard to say.
Yeah,
though.
he had Flock of Doom, but it's going to be quite a bit to be able to get through, and especially if you have them kind of like on different points, maybe like one on one point, one on another point. It depends on if you're able to support them well. But yeah, I mean, historically, when I think about like this matchup in land battles and Conquest, the elite infantry of the Dark Elves has definitely, in both Dark Elves and High Elves, because their elite infantry is really tough to kill without very specific tools. If you kind of overinvest in those tools, then you're vulnerable in other ways. So it's tricky.
Scourge Runners are a thing to discuss too.
Yeah.
I don't know how they would be. I feel like they just often run out of ammo and they're just Haggard Chariots running into Cryptors. Yeah, sure, they can do a little bit of sniping, but a player like Berrserk is going to be dodging all those shots, with his SEs. You're not going to get those freebies. And you can shoot at, Cryptors and whatnot, but they just regenerate. It's like, it doesn't feel like it's terribly cost effective. What about a wide Dark Shard line? Like Bleak Sword, Dreadspear, Dark, like 4 Dark Shard with like a defensive kind of counter-punching build.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit easier in Domination. In land battles, at least my own personal philosophy, like infantry skirmishers are generally very bad if they have zombie summons.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And summon zombies on you, or
like
fell bats also. So yeah, it's tricky for sure. Definitely a puzzle box.
Yes, indeed it is. Let me get this set up here. So Anticity is the host of the lobby. Yeah, I mean, it would have worked there probably better, but that's like with the foresight and like knowing he was bringing a Von Karstein Lord and didn't have like a flying zombie disruptor. So yeah, but again, often you'll see Heinrich Kemmler, like a flying vampire lord who's going to be on some sort of a flying beast, just dropping fat zombies on your head, which is rough. So this is the grand finals, best of 5 guys. And we're going to be jumping between this match and the 3rd place match. So they're both best of 5, and we're going to be alternating games. We're going to see who the winter champion is going to be, the Winter Soldier. Pretty cool, man, that we get this this fat event here. Very, very fun. Okay.
Yeah, it's been great so far. We've had some really excellent quality play, very fun battles, fun armies. So looking forward to see what these guys have got for the ultra sweaty finals.
Yeah, Ent is Ent is probably the most meta player of the bunch. I mean, he kind of has his own unique style, though. It's like there's nobody that quite plays like him with the mass mobility. I mean, people do it, but he's really good at it. But he's going to be playing like Norska, Warriors of Chaos, those kind of factions, right? Like Berrserk, I think, has some potential for off meta. Obviously, he just went super vampire count sweat, but the Beastmen Cygor stuff was very, very off the rails. Yeah, I would like to see some dwarves too. I think dwarves are in a bit of a rough spot in the meta right now because of the Dreadmaw.
Yes.
The Dreadmaw being on 2 hyper-competitive factions in Norska and Warriors of Chaos and being able to just like burrow under the dwarves is so rough. You can use Grimdelvers to like hide and ambush them when they pop up and chunk a bunch of their health, but even still, they'll just deep burrow and teleport on top of you, which is tough. It's very, very tough.
Yeah, it's not there's nothing you really have that can respond well to the Dreadmaw, so you kind of just suffer.
I think there could be a dwarf playstyle against Norska that's Mass Gyro. So you have like a ground force of chaff, just mass miners, dwarf warriors, maybe some longbeards and slayers, and then just like 4 gyrocopters. Because, they can just fly their helicopters over the dreaded Dreadmaws. So
True.
that style could work, like 4 flamethrower gyros just cooking the bearmen and the marauder horsemen and just kind of controlling the skies. Then again, you have to deal with chimeras, which is tricky. But I guess 4, you could just kite the chimera with 1 and then shoot with the other ones, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I do think
it could potentially work.
It could. It's just spitballing. Probably still heavily Norscan favored. I would say that Dreadmaws do need maybe some changes. They re-burrow too quickly. When they pop up, they should probably be exposed a little bit longer. I don't know how you feel about it, but we will see.
Yeah, I would say increase the cooldown for their burrow and then slash maybe 1,000 HP off.
Yeah,
because they have so much, and I know they instantly break or shatter when they break for the first time, but they're just so tanky. It's pretty rare to actually even see them break at all. So I think an HP nerf and a longer cooldown for the burrow, not by much, maybe just another 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Wouldn't take a lot, but I think that would go a long way to limiting it. Some tournament rule sets may still end up limiting them to 1 per army.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think an HP nerf and the cooldown would be enough to bring him into balance.
Yeah, I'm very it takes a lot for me to restrict. I don't think we've ever have any restrictions in Dom in terms of, let's see, unit caps. We just use the base unit caps. I like the game to be as close as possible to what people who are just getting into multiplayer playing in quick battle. We do have some restrictions.
Release land ships.
Land ships. I mean, release land
Back
ships.
in the day.
I think you could only bring 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can still only bring 1, maybe. But.
Yeah, we had them for a couple weeks, and then I think we did have to put some restrictions on them until they got nerfed. But they got nerfed pretty quickly. It was a month or 2 after release.
Yeah.
There's a few things. I actually had a video recorded on all the changes. I think Chimera is probably the ROR Chimera mainly needs looking at. Dreadmaw, Bearman.
Just give it max 1 or 2 uses on its self heal, and it's probably fine.
I think one use of that is fine, and it still would be very good. I don't want to see these units not get played, just get Shadow Realm. That's the worst, right?
Yeah.
And oftentimes just cost increasing is fine because then it doesn't affect the campaign enjoyers. You can just not that in campaign, as soon as you put 1 skill in the red tree line, it kind of just throws every balance out the window anyways. But I do think cost increases could be fine too. The Etten should cost more, or Giants should be.
Yeah.
Ettins are they're just such power crept Giants. They cost 100 more and they're just better in every single way. Pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're not even that popular. The thing is, they don't get used, right? It's they barely get used on Norska. So it's are they really that big of an issue to even address? Warriors of Chaos should not have Bearmen, in my opinion. I think that's it just feels out of identity of the faction. It kind of just overshadows the warrior, and they feel like they should be a Norscan exclusive unit. Dreadmaw and Chimera, it's fine. That makes some sense. They're just chaos monsters, whatever. They could lurk anywhere in the wastes. But Bearmen seem really a tribal Norscan type unit that should really just be on their roster, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely cheapens the faction identity of Norska a little bit, and they do kind of conflict with Chaos Warriors. Right now, there's not that Chaos Warriors were that amazing of a unit before, but now there's really no reason to take them.
Oh, they're so cool too, yeah.
Yeah, they're so cool. The faction's literally called Warriors of Chaos. I think the Chaos Warriors should be good, but Bearmen should be Norska only. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, Beorg probably also, but it doesn't matter for balance that much because Beorg is almost never going to be picked by Walk. But sure, you could make that a Norscan exclusive as well. Warriors of Chaos really just feast on a lot. And I think if you bring Dreadmaws to heal a little bit and then Chimeras, I think Warriors of Chaos will be in a better spot. How are Hellstriders? This is something I was wondering about because I feel like Hellstriders are a little bit too ubiquitous on Walk and on Slaanesh. They've been buffed and nerfed several times. I was curious how they are in the formats you cover.
Well, they're pretty good in land battles. They're not quite as oppressive. I think their specific, fast speed, Vanguard, anti-large makes them incredibly good in domination. But in land battles, they're good, especially in the right matchups, but they definitely can just die without doing anything.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, they're all right here. It's kind of hard to really evaluate them through a proper lens because of how good some of the other elements on Walk are right now. Yeah, there's like I would like to see the Warriors of Chaos faction identity be more focused on warriors and Chaos Knights and things like that, rather than using like Norskin units, and like and those type of things. I do love the mark system though. I love the flavor diversity of Warriors of Chaos and like how they can kind of mix and match the different gods. I really like that system. Yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky place, but I'm sure there'll be some good changes hopefully soonish, but. Yeah, it's still also very early. The DLC's been out like a week, so I'd like to run a handful more tournaments and see how things are really looking. And are Warriors of Chaos really the meta terrors, or are they overhyped, right? Like, who knows? Their win rate right now isn't even that high in total tavern tournaments, but yeah, at the high levels, though, what does it look like? You think 5 marks is too little? No, I think that's a good amount. Yeah. I think it's a good amount. 5 marks is probably fine. I think it's probably fine.
Yeah, I don't think you need more than that.
So let me see. And sometimes we'll send some details about the matchup. Did he? Let's see. He did. All right. So I'm going to pull up their factions on the screen here so you guys can see. So Berrserk has picked Ogre Kingdoms, Beastmen, and Wood Elves for his 3 factions. And Ent has gone Walk, Norska, and Kislev. This is for game 1. So now they're going to do their pick and ban process, and they're gonna get that all squared away there. So should be good. Okay, let's see here. Okay, you just had to answer an admin question there. Should be all squared away. Perfect. Yeah, going back to our discussion about 40k, I think let's talk about legendary lords for all the different factions. So obviously for Space Marines, right? The trailer was Ultramarines, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's obviously going to be like Calgar or something, I would imagine. For Chaos, I think that we're inevitably going to get Chaos Space Marines. That's got to be Abaddon, the Despoiler.
Absolutely.
Do you know Eldar at all? Like, who would their lords be? I don't even know.
I don't know hardly any 40k lore, honestly, especially named characters. I have no idea. I do know that there's like a faction of Eldar that's never been released in tabletop that has dinosaurs.
Yes, the Exodites. Yeah, I played against them before. I played against a guy in LA who had an Exodite army, so he kit bashed all his Eldar to be riding Dark Elf Cold Ones. It was pretty sick.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was very cool. You can see Calgar in the showcase. Great. Eldrad. Okay, and Vrain, and then for Orcs it'll probably be Gaz, right? Gaz Golthraka. Yeah, just the war boss.
Yeah, he's the classic. He's like the Grimgor, right?
Yes. Yeah, he's got big Grimgor energy. It's got to be Abaddon the Despoiler, though. It has to be. Yeah, he's a very, very powerful character in tabletop. Are you familiar with all the Chaos like legions and whatnot that they have?
A few of them, yeah. Like Thousand Suns is definitely has a Tzeentch enjoyer. I'm looking forward to them at some point.
I really hope they do mono god factions. And
yes,
I hope that they're very unique compared to Chaos Undivided. Like I would rather see Chaos Undivided be its thing and it maybe have like 1 or 2 abilities from the different gods, to reflect their undivided nature. But yeah, like Plague Marines being like on Death Guard, and Tzeentch getting its Rubric Marines and being very, very unique in that way. And obviously the Demon Primarchs. Oh god, Mortarion would be so sick.
Yeah,
just imagine flying around the battlefield. Oh dude. It's got to happen, man. It's got to happen. Yes. Well, Death Guard are like my ideal faction because they're slow and tanky and they have artillery. So it's like awesome. You just like waddle up the field with tanks and just bombard them with mortars. It's so fun. Yeah, it's super fun. So we have Walk versus Wood Elves, actually. We had Wood Elves earlier. Who did they lose to? I think it was Walk, wasn't it?
I think so.
It was either Walk or Norska in the earlier rounds today. It's been a long stream. We're closing in 4 hours, but making good time. I think it was Anticity against his first round opponent, right? So we go back. He played against it was Czarix's Wood Elves lost to Anticity's Walk.
Okay.
Remember the Way Watchers were like running from the Trouser Snakes?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was earlier today. Ooh, Jane Czar would be good. Yeah. Yeah, Jane Czar is she's the Howling Banshee character. Guard mass artillery barrages. That's the power fantasy. Just having a bunch of guardsmen with mass basilisks just dropping fat loads on chaos faces. Oh, so great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I need it.
Tyranids, they do have a character. They have Old One Eye, right? He's like a named Carnifex who's like survived a bunch of battles and he has one eye and they like know him. Yeah, but that's interesting. Yeah, Tyranids don't have characters, right? You don't have like named characters, so I wonder how they'll do that. I guess they just don't get one. Maybe they'll like make some up. You know, give them like, you know, the Hive Lord or like, you know, the Tyrant or something. I have no idea. Ungodly amounts of work, yeah. What unit are you most excited for in 40K? Like, if there was one unit, is it guard artillery, guard tanks?
Maybe guard tanks, or you know, I also need to see how the orc aircraft is represented because they have like choppas, right?
Yes.
Like actual like chop.
Yeah, they have yes,
like some haggard like biplanes and stuff, right?
Oh yeah, orcs have the jankiest shit, man. Like absolute jank. There's a few named Tyranids. Okay, so people are saying there are named Tyranids. Okay, I don't know Tyranid lore, so yeah. Mr. Tyranids, my lord, there you go. Dude, Terminators though, I hope Terminators are cool, you know? I think they're like the most iconic unit for me in Warhammer 40K, like the Terminator.
Definitely.
Yeah. They're so cool. I mean, and there's a lot of unique ones too. You have like the generic ones, chaos ones, you have the Scarab Occults for the Thousand Suns, Blight Lords, Death Shrouds, Dark Angels, Terminators. Yeah, there's a lot. There is the Swarm Lord. Okay, so there's a guy called the Swarm Lord. Okay, so he'd probably just be like the centerpiece for them. Yeah. Possessed.
Titans.
Yeah.
Do you think Titans will be a thing?
Yeah, I think so.
And like how will they be represented? Like, because the true like big Titans, it would be like the size of a city, right? Like they're stupendously huge.
You scale it how you need to, right? Like I have played tabletop games where somebody brought a Reaver Titan, which is huge, but it's still running around a battlefield in a city with like, you know, some Marines and whatnot. I think Titans will be kind of if I'm just conspiracy theory guessing. Okay, this is like complete tinfoil hat. At the beginning of the campaign, when the game launches, I think Imperial Knights might be a campaign exclusive unit that you can like call in like Ogre Mercenaries. So like if you're Space Marines or if you're Guard, you're going to be able to potentially recruit them by completing a part of your tech tree, which is like, aid from the Mechanicus. And then you can recruit like a couple Imperial Knights to your various armies. Someday, I think that we'll get a faction, whether it's a standalone Imperial Knights faction or a Mechanicus army, which can bring Imperial Knights as part of its core roster. To me, they'll be very similar to like a Necrofex Colossus, but actually good. So you would have like them marching amongst your units and just being like a big super heavy, basically. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, and I guess we did see the Stompa, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Titans will be like maybe people are saying in chat they're a little bit bigger than Stompas.
Yes, but they're similar in scale. Like they can totally go fisticuffs with one another, right? So I think that, and there's also smaller Titans too. You have you have the Imperial Knights, you have the Titans, which are obviously the super big ones. Which I think a Titan would be like a campaign thing, right? You have like the Spirit of Grungni in this game, which is like the fancy Thunderbarge. I think you would see the Imperial the Reavers be like something like that. But you have War Dogs. Have you seen War Dogs before? They're like baby knights.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those guys would probably be incorporated pretty heavily as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's go. It's time, brother. We're in the game.
Here we go.
Dude, I'm gonna eat so many hot dogs after this stream. Oh. We have a hot dog place in town. It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
Nice.
It's like a bar that serves like German kind of bratwurst hot dogs. Oh.
Yum.
You starting to think about food? Yeah. Is it getting to that point in the stream for you?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to go pick up some pizza or something.
Yeah. All right, we're in, man. Grand finals, baby. Wood Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. You want to break down this hardwood army?
Oh yeah, let's take a look at the tree people. We've got Sisters of Twilight up on the Eagle, along with some Sisters of Thorn. Okay, very interesting choice. Couple of Sisters of Thorn. Some Eternal Guard here through the center. One random Zote. Gotta love some Zotes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. So interesting. Oh, what is this? One Deepwood Scout Swift Shiver Shard. So relatively like close combat army. The sisters, of course, will be able to put in some good range damage from the air.
Yes.
But let's see what Norsk is packing.
Yep. So for the forces, well, close enough. It's basically, it's funny that you say that. It's actually Warriors of Chaos, but like they're using all Norse units.
Basically.
So it's the Dreadmaw, which again we saw how good it was earlier. He just has one, and he's going to be going after the archers, obviously, and trying to disrupt any ranged. The rest of the army is going to be Marauder Bearmen, just high ITP units with a couple of basic Marauders mixed in, and a Tzeentchian Sorcerer just on horseback, very cheap, using the Sword of Change to summon some Chaos Spawn and Pink Fire to clear out Dryads and Eternal Guard. Triple Hellstrider for Anticity. It is his special way of playing. And yeah, they're going to be eating some firepower from the Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shards. That's quite a tongue twister there, but very good against Hellstriders with the Zotes guarding them. And out of the gates, the Wood Elves going to be securing it. And I did miss a second Dreadmaw over here. But yeah, overall, this Wood Elf army doesn't care too much about Dreadmaws, I don't think, but they're still good against infantry.
Yeah, we've got, there's one Dreadmaw here, and it looks like there is, in fact, a second Dreadmaw kind of toying with these Sisters of Thorn right now, but yeah, let's see. Right now, Anticity just moving them back into disruption position. Of course, there's no counterplay when they're burrowed. You kind of just have to watch for them and prepare for them to inevitably arise. Yeah. But while they're kind of threatening the rest of the Warriors of Chaos army advancing, looking like they want to tangle here.
That they do. One Dreadmaw approaching the Swift Shiver Shards here. The Deepwood Scouts looks like it's going to be popping up right now, but it will take a little bit of damage in the process, most likely, if the sisters are watching. So the Tremor Snake does pop up and probably will instantly go back to Earth, so it is going to be going back down there, having done a little bit of damage. Berserk could have microed away from that, as we do see the Deep Burrowing activated on the Eternal Guard there. So we're going to be disrupting those guys and then burrowing into the ground. So now it's going to have a little bit of a cooldown before it can do those shenanigans again, but still very cost-effective damage. Meanwhile, on Objective 2, we do see the Marauder Bearmen hanging out and muscling that capture weight, while the Trouser Snake over here is going to be popping back and forth, while the Eternal Guard and the Sisters are going to be battling it. So 2 objectives for Chaos, 1 objective for Wood Elves here.
Yeah, the Chaos with a pretty nice position right now. The Tzeentch Sorcerer just cackling and cowering in the woods. Hasn't really wanted to reveal himself yet, but yeah, Sisters of Avalorn just looking to do damage to something right now. We're going to start to dump some arrows into these Marauders, which is maybe not the most cost-effective thing, but it's not really a lot they can do about the Dreadmaws at this point, so definitely in for a tough time.
Tricky, yeah. I mean, basically the Warriors of Chaos army isn't presenting too many good targets for archers. Everything is just hard to deal with in that regard. Obviously, against the Bearmen and the Marauders, Dryads and or Blade Singers or War Dancers would be very, very good against them. And honestly, that is a big weakness of Anticity's army. If the Wood Elves had come in with a rush build using War Dancers and Dryads, the Bearmen and the Marauders and the Hellstriders would basically be useless. They would all be terrible in that regard. So, thankfully for Anticity, the Wood Elves brought more of a defensive build with Sisters of Thorn and some loose archer play, but we'll have to see if Berserk is going to be able to work his way up and start to get some of these objectives. You don't want to be sitting there for too long.
Yeah, he does have some units kind of in position here to threaten on objective number 2, but so far has not fully committed to an engagement. Still got that Dreadmaw kind of hanging around, and this massive Hellstrider is also going to be quite dangerous for a single Wild Rider, so maybe he wants to build up some more reinforcements to try and help out. But speaking of reinforcements, we got a couple of Forsaken coming in for Anticity.
They're his favorite unit. They're fast, they're furious. It's all about family for these bad boys. 46 movement speed. So they're going to be able to cruise up, and they really bully Wood Elf infantry. War Dancers might trade somewhat evenly with them, but even still, it's probably Forsaken favored on the charge. They're just such a cost-effective infantry unit at 750. So they're going to be hustling up, and what are the Wood Elves going to be doing to get on the points here? Looks like they're focusing on Objective 2, kind of ignoring the situation here on Objective 3. I do think the Zote from Objective 3 should be rotated over to 2 to really consolidate their strength, since Chaos isn't really pushing that point. We do see a Spellweaver of Shadows being brought out, by the way. You do see that, the Pit of Shades and Melkoth's Caster. Beautiful pink fire, by the way. Damn on that Eternal Guard as the fighting erupts on Objective 3 here.
Yeah, get some really, really nice damage. The Dreadmaw is still staying, underground on that side, but the one on the opposite side here looks like it has a pretty good chance to surface. Ooh, those Sisters of Thorn and Wild Riders avoiding that potentially disastrous situation, but yeah, the Cavalry of Anticity still lurking, still looking for a nice engagement, so Both players kind of being very patient right now, not really committing too heavily, but Anticity's got a lot of supply banked right now. Wonder what he's going to call in.
Yeah, he's saving up quite a
more
bit.
Mobility.
Yep.
Huge mass of Warhounds and Hellstriders being unleashed from that that far side Vanguard portal.
He's letting the dogs out, and the thing about the Hounds is most players, if they tried to play this way using, friggin' 5 Hound units, 4 light cavalry, and 2 like burrowing units you have to micro, would fail pretty heavily. But Ent does have that high level RTS micro. He's able to really micro a lot of units at once. Doing a little bit of a feign charge into the Eternal Guard here, but like all the pressure is on the Wood Elves here. They're the ones who need to advance up. Warriors of Chaos are just gonna sit happily with their Bearmen and their armor and say, "Come at me." And Sisters of Twilight gonna start running out of ammo here soon. I don't know about the value they've accrued so far. It looks like about 400, which is cute, but nothing to write home about. But yeah, I mean, if I just had to say at this point who's looking better this game, it's definitely Anticity. He's got just so much going on here, and Berrserk seems to be struggling to solve this puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, they present so many issues with this massive mobility. There's poison on almost everything here. So, Wood Elves' mobility is good, but they don't really have the ability to mass the same kind of mass, I guess.
Yeah.
With just the volume of units here, right? So it's quite scary in that way. The Dreadmaws also are just such an extra pain in a situation like this because there's really nothing you can do about it. You kind of just have to eat the damage. But yeah, those Zotes have just been chilling over there for a long time. Definitely could have used them on this engagement here, but Anticity calls in more mobility even over on that far side, and it's going to start pressuring objective number 3, it looks like.
Yeah, one of the Wild Riders units gets blundered. It does get Flesh to Stone, which is going to give it a fat ward save. Well, not ward, but Physres and Earthblood as well. And it does turn to fight these units, but it looks like Ent was able to get a decent pick, did a lot of damage, and is going to be retreating with his prize now, as his Hound units are still in good health. And the Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Tzeentch, also going to be escaping unscathed. Meanwhile, the Wood Elf offensive on Objective 2 has begun, calling in the Wildwood Rangers, which is excellent because they wreck Forsaken and also will beat Marauders. So now Wood Elves are starting to play and grind up here a little bit. Ent with a massive flank overload here, just kind of 4 Hellstriders, 4 Hound units, really wanting to envelop the Wood Elves here. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to hold with their Wild Riders and Sisters waiting up in the trees.
Yeah, it looked like Berserk maybe was about to take an engagement there, but he's got quite a bit of mobility of his own now. The Sisters of Thorn are definitely going to have to use their abilities here. They both still got Curse of Andraer, so maybe that will help them even out the numbers in this big fight. But here it goes.
Yep, Hellstriders are going to be coming in. Curse of Andraer, as Dov articulated, is now active. Wild Riders, though, do get the Shield of Thorn, so the dreaded damage reflection is in play, and more Sisters of Thorn coming down from the high ground, while Dryads are going to be getting called into buffer. In the meantime, Dryads fighting in the front, and the Wildwood Rangers winning their respective fights against the Marauder Bearmen, but at a bit of a cost. And the cow fight here is a bit of a toss-up. The Wild Riders with the Shield of Thorns, pretty heavy metal, actually trading okay. And if they get some Dryad support, that's going to be quite good. In the meantime, big fight going down over towards Objective 3. Pit of Shades activated from the Hardwood, able to nail a Forsaken unit. And it looks like the Wood Elves are going to be stabilized on Objective 3, since the Wildwood Rangers will be able to dispatch these units. And the Zotes are actually taking down the Dreadmaw, which is quite nice.
Yeah, they've done quite a bit of HP damage there in a surround, so who knows. Wisely gets back underground, but right now Wood Elves trading favorably on this side, but it's looking like things are starting to fall apart a little bit on the opposite side, as we've got some Forsaken breaking through, some of the Dryads and the Spears as well. Eternal Guards getting routed off, but the Hell Cannon. Ooh, I just saw a Hell Cannon shot come in. Yeah, we've got the just regular Hell Cannon going to be able to fire in. We'll see. Maybe Wood Elf mobility might be drawn into trying to attack this and counterpunch by something else on the summon.
Yeah, I mean, so as you said, the Warriors of Chaos did break through on Objective 2, won most of the infantry fights, but on that same coin, the outside fight, the mobility fight, was won by the Wood Elves. Although the Hellstriders are rallying now, they were all broken just a moment ago, and the Wildwood Rangers are still pushing as well. Sisters of Twilight should be able to go sit on top of the Hell Cannon and kill it. It's a pretty free kill for them if they just fly over there, so I think that's going to be prudent. And back towards Objective 3, we do see the Zotes moving up. Melkot's going down on the Chaos Warhound units, and Wild Riders and Wildwood Rangers are actually trading very cost-effectively over towards Objective 1. So the Wood Elves might actually be threatening a bit of a play here. Unfortunately, I missed Pit of Shades going down, so that's going to be a complete whiff there by Berrserk, as the value does slightly favor Anticity, but, not so much that this is game over. Still looking a little bit wild, though.
Yeah, definitely getting all kinds of wild here. We get the spawn summon up from the Tzeentch Lord, and, or is that? Yeah, it's a summon
correct.
One for
Staff
sure.
of Change, yeah.
But yeah, now looking to get chased around by the Sisters of Twilight. A lot of these Wood Elf units, yeah, they got a good kind of favorable initial mobility engagement, but just the volume of stuff that Warriors had here, they were able to rally some things, get some good surrounds, break these Wild Riders and Sisters of Thorn. You see some Glade Rider Spears being called in here, but same thing, they're going to charge in and just immediately get enveloped by like Forsaken and Hellstriders, so they might be able to win just because of how weakened those units are, but they're going to take some serious damage in the process.
Yeah, I don't like that Berserk is chasing that Lord. I mean, Chaos Lords have high armor. They have 100 armor, even the Sorcerers, and she's just riding an Eagle, so it's not going to really be able to do much, and I think tapping out there is probably warranted. He still had some play on the other side, but I think he just kind of felt that the Sisters just got surrounded by a bunch of Hellstriders, and probably going to be game over. So GG to Anticity with his dreaded mass mobility. Now, guys, he cannot play Warriors of Chaos again for the entire Grand Finals. So, again, this could be a series that goes... Obviously, is the maximum number of games, but no more Warriors of Chaos for him. However, Berserk can still play them if he wants to. So GG, crazy mobility. Dreadmaws were disruptive, but like you look at the Dreadmaws, and their value isn't off the chain. It's 800 and 500, and you can probably assume maybe like extra 600-700 a piece for the explosion damage that isn't tracked. But it's like nothing too obscene. But yeah, still disruptive, I guess. And they seemed very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, very disruptive, and given it's only 1,000 points, even still very cost effective, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough to deal with. Even for a faction like the Wood Elves that has mobility and like 360 shooting skirmishers, it's tough.
Look at the frickin' reserve army for Anticity too. 6 Hound units. So he ran 3 Warhounds and 3 regular ones. Only he does that. Like if I were to try and play with that many Hound units, they would all be running off the battlefield. It would be a disaster. But yeah, he pulled it off. I don't know how I felt about the Eagle Sisters. Like, I felt like they were super suboptimal. Like, on the Dragon, at least he would have breath attacks for the Forsaken and could bully Chaos Lords, but the Eagle just felt haggard, you know?
Yeah, felt very useless.
And where are the Wild Hunters of Karnas, too? We didn't see them in the tail. I feel like they're very good, too. Yeah, a couple odd picks from Berserk there, in my opinion, but let's go ahead, my friend, and jump over to the other side. So let's go find our other game. Good. And now we shouldn't have downtime, guys. It should be rapid fire. The lobby name should be Ratatouille. Let me tell them to get a spec slot in there. Spec slot. And let's go ahead here and message Czarix. All right. Cool. So we are all set here.
What's the Ratatouille one was the one we were just
yes.
What's it called?
Oh, that was in... Ratatouille is usually Danakin's lobby unless he... Oh, no, they called it third place match. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we found it. We have discovered.
There we go. I see it.
So Slanesh versus Norska. Ooh, have we even seen Slanesh today? Yeah, we saw them once. We saw the mask earlier with against Bretonnia. Yeah, we did see that. Okay. So let's go this, and we're going
interesting. The 2 DLC factions squaring off should be quite a juicy matchup.
Yes, it should. It should indeed. Dakala would be crazy to see. I would be stoked for that, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let me get this. I'm just updating the scoreboard real quick, my friend. Who is playing Slanesh? Did you see?
I did not.
Okay, no worries. We'll find out in a second. All right, so I know Czarix is on one side, and we will do it to it. Okay, so Danakin's loading in. And it looks like it's an Exalted Keeper Steercar making an appearance as well. So Danakin is going to be on Slanesh. Okay, there we go. Czarix is going to be on the other side. So this is the third place match, guys. Let's go to the prize support. The winner is going to be getting 800 pounds, which is quite solid. And yeah, let's go ahead and break it down. You want to go over the Norscan army here?
Absolutely. Be happy to. Wild Wolfric here. And I'm curious to know your opinion on this. I know I might be in the minority, but like, why take Wolfric over Sail? I guess just to get a little bit better combat stats.
Yeah,
so he's not as easily sniped.
Sail has like 30 armor and super low HP. So Wolfric brings the dreaded Lore of Boats and Hunter of Champions, which are both viable abilities, especially if you're ringing Beorg for like kind of a character hunting squad. But yeah, I actually am not the biggest Sail enjoyer, especially since Shalkane's teeth is bugged and we can't use it. I think I like Wolfric more because he's more survivable, you know, and especially against a faction like Slanesh. If you mess up for like half a second against Slanesh with Sail, he's going to get taken to Pound Town pretty badly, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that would just be my 2 cents there. But yeah, you were going to talk about the Norscan army a little bit?
Yeah, we got Lore of Metal Sorcerer here. It looks like Plague of Rust, Final Transmutation. Like you said, Beorg rocking in. He's got his Bear Fang Talisman, Potion of Toughness as well. Berserker, yeah, a couple of Berserkers, 3 Marauder Bearmen, and a couple of Javelin Hunters with some Marauder Horsemen as well. So pretty nice mix of kind of mid-tier infantry.
Yeah.
What is Slaanesh got going on over here?
Yeah, so Slaanesh, obviously, a lot of mobility. It's going to be Danakin drop. Danakin going to be rocking the Exalted Keeper of Secrets with the anti-large, and he is using Phantasmagoria, which is really fun for alpha striking, because you snare and you go for the kill. Hellstriders and Steercar, and then for the rest of the army, it's going to be Marauder Horsemen and some Slangors. Slangors and Forsaken, pretty ideal infantry choices here. Slangors will be able to trade very well into low-tier Marauders and also defeat Bearmen, losing to higher-tier units, but still very good. But yeah, the Greater Demon is a risky choice. It's incredibly strong, of course. Very good anti-large fighter, but very weak against Norscan Javelins. So Czarix can come in with the Javelins and just end that thing's career if you mess up for even a second. It's one of the most, like, glass cannon-y, all-or-nothing type units in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, these Javelins are super, super punishing. That tiny little buckler is only going to give a little missile block chance, 30%. You know, most single entities don't have any, so it's nice to have, but you do not want to be relying on that against the huge damage those Javelins can deal.
Yes, indeed. Norscan army surging forth. The Norscan Warhounds and Beasts of Tashnar are going to be creeping up, while the Berserkers and Beorg Bearstruck, very, very cool to see him in action. So Homie's going to be rolling up. He used to be anti-large, but they changed him to anti-infantry, which was probably a good change because you kind of made Skinwolf Werekin redundant. But now he kind of has his more unique role. But Slaanesh is going to be getting forced back. Norska with a very wide, tough-to-deal-with army. While Slaanesh is just kind of hanging out in the woods. Forsaken and Slangors getting ready to advance up. And, yep, they're going to be the ones who have to knock on Norska's door.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get a nice trade between these Slangors and Berserkers. Somebody told me that Slangors actually beat Berserkers. I don't know if I 100% believe that, but...
Hard to say. So the Berserker has 10,000 HP. The Slangor, I think, has 9.6. Yeah, I still got it, baby, 9.6. Berserkers do have much higher weapon strength. They have 57 against the Slangor's 38. Stat line is 39-28. Berserker's 48-24. I don't think the Slangor would win it. Could be wrong, but... yeah, maybe if they have, I don't know. Yeah, I still can't see it. I guess it depends on who gets the charge, but I feel like the Berserker would win that fight.
Yeah, it seems, I think I agree on that, but got some Javelin Horsemen trading happening right now, just some tasteful skirmishing, not really anything too intense so far, but yeah, that Forsaken force with the Slangors, all super fast speed, high damage. They're pretty threatening, but they don't have a lot of staying power. But, what's this? Regiment Renowned Chariot. The Sibilant Slaughtercade with their extra speed being pulled by steeds. Yeah, they've got the Soul Hunters passive as well. Interesting choice for sure.
Yeah, 100-speed Chariots is not the worst, you know, because it can outpace a lot of the counter elements like Skinwolves, and it can just kind of put free pressure on the Marauders and the Berserkers and things like that. Obviously, you know, there are Frosthounds, so they can catch it and kind of lock it down. But yeah, curious to see what this Chariot's going to be able to do. Objective 3 still belongs to Slaanesh. 1 and 2 belong to Norska, so Norska is getting the 2 victory tickets per second and is going to be cackling all the way to its 1500 unless Slaanesh does something. But Slaanesh tends to like to build up like this anyways and then do a big alpha strike, so we'll see what they end up doing. Some of the Frost Doggies kind of teasing an attack on the Slaughtercade, but going to be forced back here.
Yeah, I don't want to overcommit and throw any units for free right now, but Steercar, so scary with all the, you know, Hellstriders and everything else going on here on the Steed with great armor piercing damage.
Yeah,
if he can lock things down here, that's going to make it really tough for Norska to move around.
I love what the Slaanesh army is doing right now, how they're rotating back towards Objective 1, which is good to force the more static army to move, and then they can pick off things on the way, like in transition. We do see the Norscan Ice Wolves getting attacked by Steercar and the Hellstriders, and 1 unit of Marauder Horsemen does get taken down here. And are we going to be seeing Phantasmagoria come in to cut off the reinforcements? Probably not. But Hellstriders engaging versus dogs, and the Hellstriders are going to want to get away. Beasts of Tashnar and Frostwolves are going to crump them pretty damn badly. You can see the Hellstriders being forced into full retreat here. And Steercar, Steercar a little bit trapped up by Hunter of Champions. Homeboy could be in some trouble here, that's for sure.
Yeah. He could potentially take some damage. Right now, Wulfric's kind of getting screened by his own units, but now looks like he's in contact. We also see a wild Marauder Ice Wolf chariot starting to run through these Forsaken. Doesn't look like the Berserkers got their charge off, though, which is a pretty big problem, getting flat-footed by the Forsaken.
Absolutely is, yeah. Forsaken will be able to really trade well into Berserkers with their armor, but Steercar is able to get away. Wulfric wishing he had armor piercing. He's like, can I borrow that demonic steed so I can get AP? But Sword of Torvald does put him up to 700 weapon strength, and Steercar is losing the fight. He is down to 4,600 HP, down to 4,200, so Very nice performance from Wulfric, and he also has his homie Berrserk here. So we got a big Lord fight. You zoom in here, Dov. You can see the big Greater Demon and Steercar are going to be fighting the Norskin heroes.
Yeah, they're going to jump in there. A little Seductive Glory used to debuff their melee defense. Also Rampages. Beorg in particular, his melee defense is actually pretty high. So with that debuff, he's taken some significant damage. Throws in the Riders of the Mighty Serpent to support, but a Final Transmutation in response. Wisely, the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is going to walk that away so it doesn't deal damage to Steercar and the Horsemen, but still's probably enough to save them for the time being. Ooh, a wild Feral Manticore being brought in to assist that engagement as well.
Yeah, Feral Manticores are great against Slaanesh. They're just cheap, expendable. You can just send them on Slaaneshi characters, and they usually, will do some pretty good damage there. But the Final Transmutation was good, but Danakin was able to get away. Phantasmagoria activated. That's a really cool looking effect, but that will be snaring down the Norscan army and lowering their leadership. Wulfric kind of getting spanked a little bit here by the Exalted Keeper of Secrets.
Wow.
Getting broken would be a disaster.
Yeah, the Manticore certainly gets broken here very, very quickly. Wulfric himself standing for now, but that Manticore is going to get, completely shattered. Impossible to get away from Steercar, but once he starts taking hits from the Keeper of Secrets, that big old 530 weapon strength, plus 25 bonus versus large, now 2v1 versus Steercar, it's turning into a disaster for Wulfric.
Yeah, Danakin, being very patient, getting some good trading here, but we do see the Hunter of Champions activated on the Exalted Keeper. Is there anything Norska has nearby that can really punish? Looking elsewhere, it looks like these Slaaneshi Forsaken have won a lot of their trades. Javelins are not anywhere to be seen, and Wulfric is going to be wandering away from his opponent as Steercar is going to be hunting him down and potentially getting a break here. Final Transmutation again, so is it off cooldown already? Maybe it is. But yeah, man, Wulfric looking to be in bad shape. Final Transmutation activated, Wulfric putting up a good fight against Steercar, and we do see some Norscan doggies coming in. Boob Snakes are also in, Pleasure Seekers. They're going to really rip this fight up, and looking tough for Norska, ladies and gentlemen. Danakin up about 1,000 value, but, the Final Transmutation's doing some good work there.
Yeah, it definitely helps against something like Pleasure Seekers. Right now, Pleasure Seekers being kind of left in this combat. They're absolutely a unit that needs to be cycle charging as much as possible, but tricky when you're against the Ice Wolves to kind of debuff your speed. Now that the Ice Wolves are routed, though, I honestly think maybe cycle them out and charge back in. This seems like they're maybe getting a little greedy trying to kill Beorg, or I'm not sure 100% what they're targeted on, but yeah, sitting and fighting the Berserkers with their like 40, 50 weapon strength, it's going to be tough. They're not taking too much damage right now, but yeah, taking some damage.
It'll start getting worse, too, now that their infantry support is gone. But looking around, Wulfric is basically to the dogs here. He's at 84 HP. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets is eating a little bit of Javelin Fire from the Marauder Horseman, which certainly isn't bad. But, he's obviously going to be able to get away with his 104 speed if he wants to. Looking around the battlefield, Slaanesh does own objective number 2 and looks to have enough infantry there to hold that. Objective number 3 owned by Slaanesh. And with Wulfric being killed and Beorg being karate chopped and Pleasure Seekers being relatively healthy, that's going to be all she wrote. And Danakin is going to be getting the fat dub right there in game 1. So let's go ahead and update that. GG, well played. So
decisive
fun game.
Victory for Slaanesh. Definitely a fun game for sure. We see Steercar just absolutely a terror in the night once more.
He was good.
Forsaken trading nicely as well.
Yeah.
And just really well-constructed build overall. The Sibilant Slaughtercade didn't do anything, but we're glad they're here.
Yeah, it looks cool. Oh, dude, he had devoted crossbows in reserve. I'm kind of sad we didn't get those,
Yeah.
Yeah, the Snakes came in. The Pleasure Seekers got 2,000 value, a really strong unit if not targeted. And for me, the Pleasure Seekers are a god tier unit when the game is chaotic and kind of scrappy, right? If you have Pleasure Seekers early, everybody's focusing them and ready to counterplay them and target them. But in a late game where there's not much left on the field and it's very sporadic, that's where the Pleasure Seekers really get in there and do work. So, all right. I think it's time to jump over to the other bracket, man. You ready to go?
Excellent.
Dude, I want a Nurgle game for Christmas, dog. I want it. I don't think we're going to get it, but I want it. A man can dream. Oh, Khorne versus Wood Elves. That's a fun matchup. That's a very fun one, actually.
Yeah, should be in for a great time.
So let's fire it up. We have Anticity on his ODM special Wood Elves, and it's kind of a legacy as old as time. ODM players are usually the Dark Lords of Wood Elves, really good at kiting and ammunition conservation. And Berrserk, of course, dominant victories with Khorne earlier over the Greenskins and a couple other ones as well. So Nurgle's never going to happen. How dare you? You take that back. A real Chad would win this tournament with Nurgle. That'd be the real play.
Yeah. I guess you don't really see much mobility builds from Nurgle using a lot of like Rot Knights and Hounds and stuff.
No, they're just not. They don't seem to just get the job done. I find Rot Knights die way quicker than you'd think they would. I don't know what it is about them, but certainly not a bad unit. But yeah, Nurgle's just so janky. The Noxbringer is of course very good. I like to use the Noxbringer to ammo drain enemy skirmishers to give you a little bit more play, but Nurgle can beat Khorne for sure. It's a toss-up, a 50-50 matchup. Nurgle against Wood Elves is basically a death sentence. I don't know how Nurgle wins that.
That seems very hopeless.
Yeah, it does. Why is no one playing dwarves? They're not too popular these days. Tomb Kings Czarix might play Tomb Kings. He's in the semifinals. This is the grand finals, and we're alternating between the two brackets. But Czarix and Danakin are playing for third place, and one of them might pick Tomb Kings. So, yes. Okay, so there we are. And, okay, that's the right lobby right there. It's going to be Ent versus Berrserk. Let me see. So, yeah, Wood Elves versus Khorne is going to be the matchup. Yeah, outstanding. All right, so no admin stuff, and we're all set. So you're going to be traveling to Old Europe soon, huh?
Yeah, taking a family vacation. We're going to visit northern France, head up to Lille, and then head to Brussels for a few days. Might take a train to Amsterdam for an afternoon as well. Who knows? But yeah, looking forward to it.
That's going to be fun, man. You've been out there before, I'm guessing, yeah?
Yeah, I took a river cruise up the Seine, like through Paris up into Normandy once upon a time years ago.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
That was actually right after Total War Warhammer 1 came out. Wow, has it been that long?
Yeah, it's like 10 years, dude. Long time ago.
That was wild. I remember reading I was reading the Song of Ice and Fire at that time, just like cruising down the river in France. It was peak, honestly.
That's pretty epic, yeah. Speaking of, man, I hope he finishes Winds of Winter because the ending the show gave us was kind of depressing.
Yes.
I really, really hope he gives us a different ending in the books because those books were so good. I remember being in my college dorm room in like 2010 or 9, or I can't remember, and reading even the first Game of Thrones book and just being so shocked at the ending with Eddard. I was like, God damn, like this series is wild. And the show was so good too. I mean, getting into the later seasons, it got a little bit haggard, but man, the first few seasons of the TV show were so good, and the casting on point.
Yeah.
He will never finish the books. I know it's not going to happen. Hey, thank you for the raid. I don't know who's raiding here, but thank you so much to Dimmy and Valerium. Thank you guys. He's never going to finish it. You take that back. That happened with Wheel of Time too, didn't it?
Yeah, well, didn't they just get random, Brandon Sanderson wrote one, and they just started getting random people to write for Wheel of Time?
Yeah, I don't even know. It wasn't a series I was super into. I watched the show. My wife and I watched the show, and it felt pretty haggard.
Yeah,
the one on Amazon. Yeah, that was Amazon, right?
Yeah, I think it was Amazon. Was it? Yeah, it was Amazon for sure.
Just butchering a whole bunch of fantasy IPs, like the Rings of Power and that and.
Oh, dude, Rings of Power, don't even get me started.
Grubby, thank you for the raid, man. Damn. That's a thick one. What's up, dudes? Welcome to the party. You were saying, Duff?
Oh, just that, The Witcher, even on Netflix, the first few seasons were good, but this season has been,
It's rough. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, it looks like it's some CW show or something from some of the clips I've seen.
Yes.
Hey. Thank you guys so much for the raid. And for those of you guys just joining, this is a championship tournament. So we have the top 4 players in the world playing and multiplayer Total War. And they're duking it out right now. So this is a best of 5 series. Anticity is up 1-0. Here's the prize pool for today. So pretty decent little prize pool for what we got on the table. And here's the brackets. So we have the grand finals, Berrserk versus Anticity, Canada versus Georgia, and Czarix and Danakin battling it out with Poland and Ukraine there. So it should be pretty fun. You never watched multiplayer Total War before? Well, yeah, it's the top factions. There's 4. Norska, Warriors of Chaos looking really good right now. Wood Elves are great. But, even the worst factions in the game can perform. So we're loading in right now. So let's do it to it. And once again, thank you guys all for joining. Hopefully you had fun over on Old Grubby stream. So, you see the build here? A Blood Speaker?
Wow. Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, look at that guy, dude. Does he have one eye in the picture, or is he just kind of winking at us?
No, I think he's missing an eye.
Just be so funny. Just some bloodthirsty warlord just winking at us on screen there. It'd be pretty fun. But yeah, Let's break it down. So this is going to be the Rift at the World's Edge. It's a very cool Chaos-inspired map. It's a style. So we have 3 objectives parallel to one another. And we will take a look at the armies here in just a second. So, quick thing before we get into the game, for anybody just joining who hasn't seen Total War Competitive. How it works is you have 2 armies fighting. You call in reinforcements, just like you would another RTS game. But you don't have a physical building representing it. You have deployment points where you call in units. Each objective gives you 1 victory ticket, and whoever gets to 1,500 first wins, but often games are just decided by killing your opponent's army. It's more so just there to make sure that the players fight. Anyways, brother, I'll go ahead and break down the Khorne army, and then we'll have you take over the Wood Elves, yeah?
Sounds great.
All right, so for the Khorne army, the Lord is going to be the Blood Speaker. So the Blood Speaker is basically a support/caster Lord. He's pretty cool looking. Looks like he belongs at Mad Max or something, but he has the Wild Abandon, so buffing nearby units to make it so they can't die and they do more damage but are squishier, and the Pilgrimage of Skulls, which makes nearby units get a vigor replenishment as well as unbreakable. Marauders with shields, couple of Hounds and Furies, and what do you think, man? Look at this triple Skull Reaper. So these guys, in theory, a hard counter against Dryads with their magic damage and anti-infantry. Not bad at all. All right, pretty cool, man. So what do we got for the hardwood over here?
Yeah, the Wood Elves coming in hot and heavy. I mean, maybe not so heavy, but
yeah, a little
hot
bit
and light with
yeah.
with 4 Way Watchers here. Wow, that is quite intense, including the Hawkeyes of Jakir, Regiment of Renown. We've got some Blade Riders Spears as well. 1 great Stag Knight mixed in there for some actual thickness. But yeah, just going full elite archers for the time being. I'm quite curious to see how it goes. The triple Skull Reaper, though, it's quite interesting. There was Scarbrand, the player, not the character, was coaching me up at one point in time. I don't remember why I was fighting, what was it, Khorne versus Tomb Kings? And basically his forbidden tech was to take triple Skull Reaper because there was nothing on the Tomb Kings roster that can kill them from an infantry standpoint. They just kill infinite skeletons. But against Wood Elves, very curious choice. No missile block chance, only 60 armor. It seems somewhat vulnerable, but right now he's using the woods for cover very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Objective 1 going to be going to the Wood Elves. Objective 2 is going to be going to potentially the Wood Elves as well as their cavalry corps rotates over and pushes away the demonic hounds. Objective 3 going to Khorne as well, and we do see the Khornate ambush in the woods. So the Skull Reapers, I don't know what they're waiting for. This is a massive investment. They're not cheap units. They're going to be there with the Blood Speaker, and they will certainly steal Objective 1, but like you articulated, very vulnerable against the mass Way Watchers. Way Watchers will pound them to dust if they can get direct line of sight, but maybe he's going to utilize the trees and try and get a big envelop on this Wood Elf army. But yeah, Khorne so far playing very defensively, not wanting to get in range of the Way Watcher spam, the ODM Way Watcher meta there. And yep, Khorne just going to be rotating over, threatening Objective 1, while Objective 2 is going to be in the clutches of Wood Elves, and all is calm in the land. You know, Khorne being the most bloodthirsty faction, you'd think they would be bum rushing, but you know, they got some tactics too. It's not just Unga Bunga here.
Yeah, we've seen Berrserk play very patiently with Khorne in previous games, and certainly looks to be doing so again here, trying to like draw out some shots with the Way Watchers and kind of dodging. You see he's pretty on point with his Hound micro there. As soon as the volley comes in, he kind of changes direction. Has wasted some ammunition, but I don't know how sustainable of a tactic this is going to be in the long run.
Dude, you see what's being called in right now? Berserk calling in more Skull Reapers. So he's got another unit of these guys coming in, as well as some Forsaken, which are very meta against Wood Elves because they're incredibly fast, they hit very, very hard, can play the objectives, and it's kind of like just whack-a-mole right now. You're basically seeing Khorne like hide in the bushes and go for outside objectives, and then the Wood Elf Death Star follows them, and Khorne, yeah, calling in more Chaos Warhounds on the other side, just trying to ninja the point. So Ent is going to have to, you know, eventually whack the bull here, or Khorne is going to pull the trigger and try and swarm on those archers. It's tricky, and look at the ammunition. So the Wood Elf archers have already used maybe 10-15% of their ammo and really haven't done too much damage to the Khorne army. So that's a win for Berserk for sure.
Yeah, less than 1,000, less than 500 even damage value.
Yeah.
On those Way Watcher shots is it's a lot of spend, but of course the whole time he's building up his cavalry force as well, just continuing to bring in more and more mobility to protect these skirmishers. So
yes,
Anticity definitely has a very clear plan of what he wants to do. Let's see if he's able to execute.
Indeed, and we do see the Wood Elves actually being the aggressive ones, which is very immersion breaking. They have their great Stag Knights over here, which are going to be hunting down these Chaos Warhounds. Chaos Warhounds going to retreat back into the trees. We'll see if Christmas comes early. Looks like it is not. But now they're going to be rerouting, maybe threatening a charge on the Marauders of Khorne, but deciding to pull away, not wanting to delve too greedily and too deeply. But Wood Elves do have the double cap. They have Objective 2 and 3, so they don't really need to be too aggressive against Khorne. Khorne is the one who's going to need to be aggressive, and for somebody in chat asking, this is best of 5. Great Stag Knight's going to grab objective 1 here. We do see the Coronate ambush in the trees. The Skull Reapers seem like such a weird pick to me, man. But I guess if Dryads come out, they'll be really good, huh?
Yeah, Dryads come out, they'll be very good. They'll be very good against like War Dancers and Blade Singers as well because of that magic damage and high weapon strength.
Yeah.
But you see this Forbidden, like, Furies landed on the ground in the forest here? What is he doing?
I think, was he trying to bait a charge from the Stag Knights? Maybe he was looking to rear charge into the Great Stag Knights. A little bit hard to say. But Wood Elves are once again going to be stealing the objective. So eventually Berserk is going to have to pull the trigger. He's going to have to charge with everything and get a triple cap and hope he can succeed. He has drained about 40% ammo off the elite archers, and they haven't done like game-changing damage. That is for sure. Fury's pulling back, and Khorne is now going to be surging on the other side with its Hounds and its Forsaken looking to grab objective 3. So those bad boys are going to be making a play for that. But Ent has good mobility himself, right? Wild Riders are very good quality. They'll beat Fleshhounds decisively. So tricky game for Khorne, man. I think they might have put themselves in a bit of a corner with this build here.
Get it, corner? Anyway.
Oh, shit, I didn't get that. That's a good pun. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, that was good. I like that. Good catch.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Berserk definitely should deploy kind of while Anticity's rotating his army over to the other side. You know, just pop here out of the woods, maybe get some capture weight just to threaten here. We've got a couple of Blade Riders. I guess the Stag Knights as well are somewhat threatening, but yeah, Berserk is playing maybe a little bit too patiently here right now.
Yeah, because Ent's getting a big points lead.
Going soon.
Yeah, look at the points. I mean,
exactly.
it's 577, and yeah, he's eating some damage, wasting a little bit of ammunition. He's got Hounds Forsaken. Hounds will be very good against Way Watchers if they can catch them, but the Wood Elves are very good at defending their archers, basically using these Wild Rider cavalry as well as the Blade Riders, which are just so cost-effective. Khorne going to be grabbing objective number 1, so they do pop out of the trees with their dreaded pencil formation to mitigate.
Yes.
That's actually great, right? Because you only have to stick a little bit out.
Yep.
That's what she said. And basically, you know, you're not eating as many arrows. A lot of the unit is hidden in the trees. And we do see the Wood Elves pulling back. And Khorne looking like they might be sounding the horn of war a little bit, as we do see some infantry advancing up. Forsaken and Warhounds going to be surging. And here comes the battle, man. Looks like the fight is on.
Yeah, they're getting these units on objective number 3. We get the Forsaken and Fury is kind of threatening right now, looking like they might want to charge in. There's a lot of mobile defenses for Wood Elves, but we get some engagement starting to play out here.
Yeah, Great Stag Knight's getting an epic-looking charge and just running over those Marauders, doing some nice damages. We do see a Tempest going down from the High Elf Caster, going to be locking down the Chaos Furies, and Wild Riders now engaging Hounds on every front. It looks like Anticity is winning a lot of the fights. We see Chaos Warhounds being defeated, Fleshhounds being defeated, and here the Wild Riders in the front folding up the mobility of Khorne, while the Skull Reapers are now going to be advancing out towards Objective 1. We do see Objectives 1 and 3 flipping to the Blood God, but Objective 2 still belonging to Ent. Value trading within about 1,200, give or take. But look at the Lord.
Yeah, Lord's definitely caught out of position here. Going to get potentially sniped out by the Way Watchers. Kind of being saved a little bit by those Blade Riders, actually, due to the line of sight issues. But having some leadership issues. Might just straight up route here, desperately trying to get to those friendly Skull Reapers. And it looks like he might just survive here.
Yeah, Skull Reapers managed to get in time, and they will be able to defeat the light cavalry for sure. The Stag Knights are going to be a little bit problematic for them, but the Stag Knights and the Wood Elf cavalry will be retreating now, while Furies are being called in by Chaos, and are going to be looking to get on top of the Way Watchers here. Anticity pulling a value lead over towards Objective 3, Forsaken, and ooh, we got Chaos Knights with Lances coming in as well, one of the coolest looking units in the game. So they're going to be chasing down these light cavalry, and for sure will annihilate Wild Riders in combat. So a fight over here that was looking bad for Khorne, suddenly looking decent as they do overwhelm the Elven defenders, and probably will be getting a win there. But back towards Objective 3, it looks like a very chaotic fight.
Yeah, lots of blood being spilled here. Khorne did manage to actually grab this center objective as well. This the Skull Reaper push, yeah. I think because the Way Watchers have used up so much of their ammunition already, and like they targeted some Forsaken. I haven't seen them target the Skull Reapers yet, so I'm not sure Anticity really should be maybe going after these elite infantry more, but right now it looks like focus firing on the Chaos Knights instead.
Yeah.
Also, all the Wild Riders collapsed there, so Chaos Knights probably had a good run, but I think that's all she wrote for them.
Yeah, especially since they're the Lance variant. They don't want to be in sustained combat, but getting away is going to be tricky. And these are the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, which are elite Wood Elf Cav with armor piercing. So they're going to be able to take down the Chaos Knights pretty effectively. And it's a big 4v1, basically. But yeah, the Haggard Skull Reaper push continues, and Khorne does have 2 objectives, so they're getting some points back on the board here. Anticity with a sneaky Dryad call-in, so the Wood Elves going to be popping out of the woods to try and ninja that objective there, and they might be able to. While the Skull Reapers are cutting through some Wild Riders, and I mean, hey man, they didn't hear no bell. Value trading is about a 2,000 difference, which isn't the point of no return, because when the ammunition runs out for the Elven Archers, and if the Khorne Infantry still remain, could be good. We do see Furies on top of the Way Watchers right there, but potentially going to be routed off by a little bit of crossfire. Oh, you see the Relentless Rage being used on the Furies to make them unbreakable?
Yes, that's great. Absolutely great. Relentless Rage cannot die, Unyielding Assault, Unbreakable, so they're going to be an impossible unit to extricate for at least momentarily. Wild Hunters of Kronos respond right as that buff drops. They're going to be able to just carve straight through those Furies, but some nice disruption. Also baited out a few more volleys as well as the Way Watchers were trying to defend themselves.
Yes.
But let's see, the Skull Reapers still are somewhat vulnerable to being shot here, and it does look like the Way Watchers are finally going to start to focus them down.
Oh, dude, yeah. They just ate a fat volley to the face. Ent, of course, is now going to be getting some good target priority. Skull Reapers trying to hunt down the Wildwood Rangers. Wood Elves are pushed back to their spawn zone a little bit, but the problem is they didn't get a triple cap during all this. The Wood Elves have been able to hold on to Objective 3, and if you're going to be bullying someone and trying to push them in the locker, you need to make sure you have the objectives, because by attacking into somebody's, essentially their base in this game, you're going to be giving them the defensive advantage where they can call on units immediately and your reinforcements are far away. So if you're doing that, you want to have a triple cap. So at least you're bleeding them out on points for your sacrifice. But here, it does seem like Anticity is able to recover, and he does have his Way Watchers moving up while the Skull Reapers are in full retreat. Each of them is going to be running back to the points. The Bloodspeaker trying to fight here, but not really going to be super impactful as he is fighting these Dryads here. And it looks like the Wood Elves might be back on the menu right now.
Yeah, they're definitely getting back in this fight. This one Fleshhound comes back to threaten them and just immediately gets pincushioned by arrows. They're maybe going to make a tiny bit of contact there, but more Furies being sent to threaten, so Zerk still respecting those Way Watchers, even though they're just about out of ammunition, continuing to send threats there, but I mean, they are just about out of ammunition, and the Skull Reapers have managed to survive with enough HP that they're still going to make a pretty big impact here.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? Oh, that Fury. Look at the Chaos Furies. They're going to get disintegrated instantly. God, 650 gold in the trash can. Yeah, that one volley. So these, for anybody just watching, are the best, basically the best archers in the game. They hit super hard. So they melted that flying demon unit. But yeah, they are about to run out of ammo. Berserk does have 2 objectives, and he will win the game if he can hold 2 objectives the entire time. And look at the Blood God on Objective 2, actually crushing the Wood Elves. The Glade Riders losing the fight, Skull Reapers putting in work, and the Dryads are going to get cut to pieces by the dreaded Skull Reapers, man.
Yeah, this forbidden tactic, honestly, it's working out pretty well right now. That Vigor refresh as well. You see the Skull Reapers are tired, but they're going to be a lot fresher than a lot of the enemies they're fighting here.
This is like a build you would look at from Khorne and be like, this has a 0% chance of winning. But somehow he's still in this game and competing and keeping it very, very close. Wood Elves a little bit resurgent on the high ground. The Wild Rangers and the Waystalker with Arrow of Kurnus getting some nice shots here, but the Khorne Infantry Blob is Unga Bunga in the middle and grinding relatively well. Still tricky though. Wood Elves are going to have their archers, which they can use for capture weight, but it looks like Ent is just going to be unsummoning them, which will give them a partial refund. So Wood Elves definitely still in the winning position, but is it unwinnable? I don't know. Maybe it is, but yeah, Khorne's looking pretty raggedy, man. They only have those 2 Skull Reapers there.
Yeah, but he is also getting some Fleshhounds on that objective number 1. He's, just trying to intercept reinforcements wherever he can. Way Watchers are pretty much out of ammunition at this point, but yeah, a lot of the mobility units, like those Warhounds, just getting crushed in the locker as they try and get summoned out, immediately defeated by the Wild Riders, and Anticity just needs to leverage his mobility advantage to try and take these points, and I think he's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Bloodspeaker went for a desperation play, trying to take down the Spellweaver, just a little cheeky snipe there, but ultimately he's just going to get surrounded by some Glade Riders. The Skull Reapers are bouncing over towards this objective. Khorne desperately trying to hold on to the double cap here, but the Wood Elves did actually ninja this one. Looking at the points, we do see Anticity sitting at 1,224. Basically, at this point in the game, the Wood Elves can win the game by holding just 1 objective. So that's going to be really, really rough there. He could just hold the single cap and close the game out. And, if the Wood Elves are able to consolidate all of their assets to defend just 1 objective, it's so much easier to win the game. So very, very tricky. Yep, Bloodspeaker's probably going to break and or get chased off the battlefield. And I think that's going to be game 2 going to Anticity, man. Out for blood, looking to win the big one.
Yeah, definitely not giving Berserk an easy time. I do love the forbidden triple
There's like four of them.
Skull Reaper, yeah, quad Skull Reaper actually, if you count the one that was in reserve. But I guess he had 5. He had one more in reserve that he didn't end up calling out. Very interesting.
That is so off meta. Like the Blood Speaker felt really haggard. But the Skull Reapers did okay. 1,200 value on 1, 800, and then 865. Like, it could be worse. The Chaos Knights got about 1,100 value. Way Watchers, 16, 16, 15, and 16. That's insane value on those archers, man. That's brutal.
Yes, able to carry the game in a very real way. Yeah, like you said, best archers in the game. And in the hands of a good player like Anticity, just super scary.
Yep. And he played it very clinical, didn't really waste ammo on inefficient targets, maybe had a couple suboptimal shots, but overall doing very well. So now we're going to be jumping over to the other third place match. So we are alternating between the first place match, the grand finals, which is this series, and the third place match. So we are going to go jump over there to reduce downtime in between games. Somebody in chat asking, does anyone play Vampire Coast? Yeah, they're very good, actually. Vampire Coast is solid. They can definitely win tournaments. The players you're watching today, I don't think any of them are Vampire Coast players except Anticity, but he's been practicing other factions lately, so. All right, let's go find this other game boss. Hopefully they'll still have us. Okay. Yeah, Skull Reapers, really fun to watch. Oh, we get a high elf game, dude. Yes, and Grand Cathay. Let's go.
Wow, two factions we haven't seen yet so far. 2 factions that are more known for being maybe more on the defensive side, maybe a little bit more on the static side, with some mobile tools, definitely. But I'm genuinely curious to see what these 2 factions bring to square off against each other. What do you think? Will we see some like AoE damage focus from High Elves? Maybe some Sword Masters?
Oh boy. I mean, man. Danakin is probably going to go for a mobility Cathay with some crane gunners, like mass mobility with like some long rifles to shoot. Czarix, will he use any new units? Ship's Company probably. I think that Sea Lord Iceland, unless he's memeing and just doesn't care anymore, is probably not going to be on the table. I think Oceanids are pretty terrible against Cathay probably, and Sea Elemental's not good here either. The Mer Wookiee, the Merworm, probably not good against Cathay with all their shooting and Iron Hills and crane gunners and cannons and stuff. So yeah, probably going to be mostly OG High Elves. Yeah, hard to say. Question in chat: are there limits on what army you can build? Yeah. So basically, you click this unit caps, and it puts restrictions on your army in terms of like how many of certain units you can bring, and then you just build your army with a certain amount of funds, and then you play against your opponent. Pretty straightforward. So yeah, it's great fun. It is great fun indeed. Yo, Czarix, by the way, this player here who's playing for third place, he did win the last major event. He got, in the grand finals, he won it using Skaven. Yeah, so we could see some rats here today as well.
Absolutely incredible. Love some Skaven gameplay, honestly.
Yeah, little rat people.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
You said no Sea Lord, but look at this. Sea Lord with quad. It's basically like Way Watchers, right? Except non-armor piercing, and they have a little bit better melee stats, but the Shadow Walkers.
Yeah, you cut out there for a sec, boss.
Oh, just the Shadow Walkers. Yeah, they're going to be very strong here with Sea Lord Aislin's buff. They can potentially snipe some things out at long range and really set the tone early on. But let's see. Mist Mage also, Shadows. Very interesting starting army.
Yeah, that's extremely unexpected. Czarix is one of the best high elf players in the world. He plays them regularly in tournaments and often wins. So he's very good at them. We do have 4 Shadow Walkers, which are basically like the Walmart version of Way Watchers, as we've said. Decent in melee. And honestly, if Cathay brings like a lot of peasant units, they can definitely melt them. But I see Jade Warrior crossbows. It's got to be tough. So yeah, we got the 4 Shadow Walkers. We have a Mist Mage, like you said. And he has the Oceanid summon and the armor reduction. Oh, look at that, Dov. Like a budget Plague of Rust with archers. With the Flensing of Har. It's kind of cool, huh?
Yeah, it's able to target like specific units, and it will also spread, right? So unlike Plague of Rust, this one will actually affect multiple units up to a max of 5, kind of within that local area, but probably going to be used to target specific high-value units. One thing to note, too, about the range trade here is Shadow Walkers with 180 range. The boost from the Master of Mists is only 50% range, which means they're going to be more or less equal to the crane guns.
Yeah.
And I mean, because they're stocked, they might actually be able to get in range, pop that ability, just snipe like the crane gun and or the cannon, and then get out of there without taking much damage.
That's very true, man. I love that. I want to see this work so badly. Hey, Halduro, thank you so much for giving 20 subs, man. He says that if the Hiles win, he's going to give another 10. Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, Cathay's army, man. What do we got here? A bunch of Jade Warriors and Jade Warriors and Jade Warriors?
Yeah, Jade Warriors front line, Jade Warriors crossbows. We got a Great Cannon, Crane Gun, Lord Magistrate Dreaded leading the way with an Alchemist Lord Metal Caster. Yeah, you see the Onyx Crowman there discovering the Shadow Walker Gambit. And let's see, right now the Crane Gun and Cannon are focused on the Mist Mage, which can heal with Ladriel's Shroud Overcast, which he did bring. It's also got the Mistress of Deep's Summon and Cleansing Har. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Bro, do you see Sea Lord right now? He's landed on the ground with his Haggard Chariot, and he's just running over some of these Cathay infantry. I don't know, dude. He's so janky, I feel like, but I really hope it works because it would just be funny. Oh, the cannon shots of the Mist Mage, though. It eats a fat cannonball to the face. Certainly rough. That's oh my god. And look at Sea Lord getting pounded as well. I feel like everything is just a disaster for the Hiles right now, but we need to see the Master of the Mist, man. We need to see the Forbidden Arts.
Yeah, with that ability, basically the earlier the better. And he is within range. Well, maybe not quite, actually. It might be just outside of range. And the thing is, because it's such a short uptime and a one-time use ability, you really want to make sure that you're in a position to make best use of it when you pop it. Right now, it's going to be tough. Honestly, the earlier the better, though, you can get in a position to use it.
Yeah. Cleansing of Har, did you see it? Used on the Jade Warrior crossbows to lower him down, and then they ate a little bit of damage. Kind of cute, but they were still kind of far away there, as we do see some... what the hell was that ability? Was that a Searing Doom just like randomly cast, hitting nothing? I think he misclicked that.
Yeah, didn't seem to... Or maybe the Shadow Walkers were able to dodge out of the way in time. But right now, Cathay bringing in some mobility to try and pressure. But oh yeah, look at those Peasant Horsemen just getting melted as they try and pursue.
Yeah, Shadow Walkers doing their thing, man. Mowing down a lot of the Peasant Horsemen on the advance. As far as the damage trading goes, definitely favors Cathay, though. The Sea Lord is eating a lot of damage. Mist Mage is pretty beat up. Silverhelm's coming in, and High Elves do have the double objective. But yeah, Cathay is just a wall of steel and iron advancing up with high armor, shielded. It's very tough. Meanwhile, Sea Lord is basically doing nothing, just flying around in his Haggard Skycutter. And the High Elves are going to be yielding objectives 3 and 2, while they do have the Pure Main Company, some white lines of Krace threatening the outside, but probably going to be vulnerable against the Crane Gunners, who can turn and shoot them down.
Yeah, their penetrating shots should do okay. We'll see. Right now, the crossbows responding quite well to the Shadow Walkers. They're able to come in and get some damage, but take some damage in the process, so definitely not a great trade for the High Elves right now. They are already 2,000 damage value down to Cathay here.
Yeah, they're getting shoved in the locker a little bit here. We do see the Crowmen being focus fired. Sea Lord Iceland is just going to be waiting in the back. Pure Main Company will win their fight. And we do see the overcasted Melkoths on top of the Crane Gunners back here. So that is going to do a little bit of damage, but the cannons shooting into the Mage of Shadows, while the Elves are calling in more and more cavalry, Illyrian Reavers. Rangers, of course, are very good against peasants. The Magistrate is a bit of a meme pick, too. It seems like these guys both had an agreement that they're just going to bring weird shit this game. But Silverhelms charging through the woods against the peasants, of course, will favor the Silverhelms.
Yeah, more Reavers coming out here as well, so trying to do what they can to protect. A lot of the unit models of these Shadow Walkers have gone down already, which is tough. You kind of lose the ammunition of every model that dies, right? But they still have enough unit models that they're able to very effectively focus on these Jade crossbows here. Yeah,
I mean, look, they are getting them down. It's a slow grind, but it is getting there. We do see the Jade Warrior crossbows, one unit being taken down, the second one about to be compromised. Sea Lord looks like he's about to charge in on his Skycutter Chariot, getting into the Jade Warrior crossbows here. And why? That thing doesn't have armor piercing. I guess it's an eagle, so that's kind of the idea. But the Mage of Shadows compromising the Crane Gunners there is very cost effective. And the Pure Main Company winning a fight on the outside as well. Maybe he could surge back and shut down that cannon. That would certainly be very cost effective.
Yeah, Czarix not going quietly into that good night. He's got some War Lions in here as well for some armor-piercing anti-infantry against these Jade Warriors. There's no harmony. Oh, I guess the crossbows are just barely within range to provide a little bit of harmony there. But yeah, right now, High Elves taking some pretty significant losses, and like Cathay units are breaking, but nothing is really shattered yet.
Yeah, certainly some losses for the High Elves. However, they do have healing, so the Mist Mage can overcast the healing ability, and it gives you vigor and HP, which is nice. And we do see the Master of the Mist activated. giving the range and the armor-piercing buff to those archers there, which are now shooting into the Jade Lancers, but not really doing a whole lot of damage. That ability really should have multiple charges, I think. I think that'd be a really nice change. Yeah. It's just like a little
with the
jank.
range nerf, I think like 2 or 3 charges would be completely fine.
Yep. And the High Elves still have a point, though. I mean, Cathay really should have made more of a play to try and get Objective 1 earlier, because the longer this goes, the High Elves are fighting in their own spawn area, so they're going to have the advantage. They might be able to pull back value. We do see Narnia Lions being called out, so War Lions of Krace are being summoned. They will do well against Jade Lancers with their armor piercing, and also even better against the infantry. So the Narnia Lions are nibbling on the Cathay infantry, while the Rangers in the high ground will be able to beat those spearmen. And the Shadow Walker Corps, man, still has some ammo, so there's still a little bit of fight left here. Value is about 1,800 difference, give or take, so certainly not impossible for High Elves to come back in this game with healing.
Yeah, they haven't been able to like really pad that value lead and increase the distance between them. So right now, Czarix is at least trading evenly, at least for the past like minute or so.
Yeah.
But let's see if he's able to continue to do so. This War Lion infantry the War Lion War Beasts, just the lions themselves. One of them gets routed, another one getting a nice supporting charge, with Aislinn absolutely going crazy right now, cycle charging on his chariot.
Yeah, he's rolling, man. He's getting in there, and we do see the Mighty Roar activated, so the Narnia Lions roaring in the deep, and we're going to be breaking the leadership of these Jade Warriors, so they will be breaking, while Sea Lord still going. Cannon is doing a lot of damage, probably sitting upwards of 1,000 value right now, sitting at 1,200, just gods here. And the middle objective is actually in flux. If you see the Purebane Company is trying to capture Objective 2, Cathay trying to ninja the outside Objective 1, but High Elves, they're fighting it, man. They're fighting hard. Sea Lord's still going. Magistrate could potentially be killed by the Sea Lord. I mean, he's just a janky foot character with relatively poor stats.
Yeah, and granted, it is a sort of a chariot lord, right?
Yeah.
He does have a true anti-infantry bonus, right? So yeah, the magistrate on foot will be basically completely unable. Man, I can't believe Aislinn's animations. I don't think I've ever seen this before. He's flying around like Big Bird used to back in the day on the ground, just absolutely untouchable.
Yeah, so far he's at about 800 value, which he probably only cost barely over 1,000, so it could be worse. Middle objective did not flip. Really good play from Grand Cathay. Danakin did send in some Crowmen as well as some Jade Lancers to intercept those Pyramanes, so they were able to take them out. Cathay going to be grabbing Objective 1 over there as well, but the High Elves are looking a little bit victorious over here, aren't they, over towards Objective 3? Like, is this the comeback? I mean, look at this. Cathay in a mass rout right now. The Oceanid summon extra Chad with 3 War Lions, and the Magistrate going to be probably getting killed right now.
Yeah, if he doesn't get killed by Aislinn, he's definitely at risk of being sniped by the Shadow Walkers. They've used most of their ammunition yet, but already, but they do have a couple of volleys still. And yes, the Mist Mage is also somehow still alive through all of this. That's Elven leadership for you.
Yeah, it's like in Warcraft. Well, I don't know if you've played Warcraft 3, but it's like when the Blade Master gets away with 1 HP and just comes back to karate chop you out of Windwalk. But yeah, the Magistrate is broken. Chasing him off the battlefield would be super important, and it looks like Czarix is back on the menu. I mean, here's the thing. Danakin has a value lead, yes, but the High Elf Army has healing, number 1. Number 2, a lot of the value that the forces of Cathay have done is against Sea Lord as well as the Mist Mage, both of whom are still functional on the battlefield. So that's kind of like dead weight value a little bit. It's like in 40k, if you're playing against an Imperial Knight, it's your turn. You shoot it, you get it down to 2 wounds. Well, it's still going to shoot you back next turn and mess you up, despite the value you got on it. So very similar, right? And I don't know, High Elf's looking pretty good here.
Danakin's doing a nice job, though, covering his long-range units. You see the Warhounds were kind of threatening to get back at this crane gun, and like the cannon right now is just absolutely feasting. But he's brought in some more light cavalry just to kind of cover this location. And it looks like the Mist Mage eats another cannonball there and is going to rout. I don't think it's coming back with 78 HP. It might even just get straight up killed here. Yep, down
sniped.
It goes.
Yeah, it was a nice snipe. That was the Crane Gunners right here. They have basically long rifles, which is very good. Cathay looking to try and get Objective 3 back, but I don't think Czarix is going to let that happen. Probably can't afford to unsummon the Shadow Walkers. I think you need them as combat pieces, but wow, he's going to unsummon them, okay. Because they're still very good in combat. You know, they're pretty solid infantry, so we'll see if he gets punished for that. Dude, look at the Sea Lord.
It looks like he's pulling back the one that has full health to try and get the refund, but the ones that have sustained damage, it looks like he's deemed not worth it. They're going to stay in the fight.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the friggin' Sea Lord going for the Crane Gunners right here, able to get a decent little charge and take a couple of them down, but he's very low, man. Is the Cathay Cannon still shooting? Yes, it is. So the Cathay Cannon could potentially kill the Sea Lord. He's a very vulnerable target back here, but the High Elves do have Objective 3 and Objective 2, and Cathay is getting pushed back pretty heavily. And Cathay is probably one of the worst factions in the entire game at reclaiming objectives once they've lost them. They're hard to get off, but once you do, they're very slow and ponderous with their infantry and their capture weight. But Sea Lord Iceland, man, he's going. He didn't hear no bell at 1200 HP here.
Yeah, not having a very comfortable time against this Jade Lancer surround, but let's see if he can get back to his screening elements. For Hogwarts Pride trying to get in there. Lions actually are going to trade very well here, but for some reason, it looks like they're trying to block the Reavers from catching the Crane Guns, which they were not able to successfully do. Reavers, like half the unit still makes contact there with the Crane Gunners. And Aisling also rear charging the Jade Lancers here with the Wild Storm Riders, Lothern Seaguard Regiment of Renown. They actually cause fear.
Yeah.
And what do they have? I think that's it, basically. But,
yeah.
They're here. They're here to fear.
I think the Forbidden Sea Lord meta is upon us. The time of heroes. He has arrived. So yeah, the Sea Lord is still going. I mean, look, he's got 1200 value, which is it's not the mask or anything, but he's trying his best. And Cathay kind of looks to be GG'd here a little bit, right? Like they have 2 Jade Lancers and some Crowmen fighting, but there's a bunch of Shadow Walkers still alive. We got Pyrmane Company coming in, and Sea Lord is still going strong. And the cannon is getting close to being compromised as well. About to run out of ammunition, but cannon getting freaking 2,000 value, absolutely nuts. These Narnia Lion Death Stars are just chewing through all these units, man.
Yeah, the Lions trading good against basically Cathay's entire roster, right?
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, actually, to stack up on those here. And the Lothern Seaguard, also a really nice unit for defending this objective. They're not going to care about getting charged by cavalry, and they can use their bows to kind of poke units at a distance. But, ooh, is this the end of the Sea Lord here? The cannon gets compromised, but they're desperately trying to get off their last volley. Oh, barely clips the Sea Lord down below 500 HP. Yeah. Looking very risky right now.
Yeah, looks like he's going to break. He potentially rallies, but look at this. A couple of Haggard Elven Cav do get back here. So some of the Silverhelms did survive an earlier fight, and they get on top of the cannon. So that probably will save the Sea Lord's life. And then from here, you could take the Sea Lord and just hide him on the edge of the map to make sure you don't get him killed. But yeah, the cannon being taken offline by a couple units. And look at that! The High Elves came back, dude! What a freaking comeback!
Wow.
They were getting dumped on in the beginning, man. But the the Skycutter Lord didn't hear no bell, man. Yeah,
that is very impressive.
Yeah, I thought he was dead when I saw that build. I was like, "There's no way." But he, Magic D, thank you for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. I cannot believe he won that. That was nuts. That is nuts.
I love the Wild Shadow Walker play. Honestly, ended up kind of drawing Danakin a little bit out of position there over pursuing. And like you said, Cathay, they have a really hard time reclaiming points once they've been pushed off. And since they kind of walked off the point there, they ended up just getting folded up. And yeah, really, really impressive from Czarix here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Haldario, the man is true to his word. 10 more subs, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Dude, you wanted it bad. He was just watching, just fiending for a High Elf win. And there you go. So High Elves, apparently OP. They actually have a 100% win rate in today's tournament. So, you heard it here first. The High Elf meta is upon us. All right. So here's the situation we're in. The other side of the bracket is, I guess we could just go back to the grand finals. It could be the last game, which means we would end on this, which is fine, I guess. I think less downtime is probably good for people, and yeah, it'll let them go to sleep as well. Because I know for Berserk it's like 5 a.m. right now, so probably a good idea for us to do that. So let's jump over to the grand finals. Yeah, let's do it.
Sounds good.
All right, here's the prizes for today, guys. They are duking it out for £3,000. Big money, big business here, and yeah, it's been good. So this is the grand final lobby. You saying it's going to be Chaos Dwarves? No, not an Ogre Kingdom's mirror. No, okay, no, it's not a mirror. All right. First time seeing ogres today, though.
Yeah, ogres are. I'm kind of surprised considering they're a faction that, in at least in land battles and conquest, is like a hard counter for Slaanesh.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, see them here against the Beastmen. Oh no.
Oh, dude, it's Greason time. You see, it's Greason. Oh, look at the McDonald's King, dude. Oh, he's here. Worst faction of the game, probably Nurgle right now is probably one of the worst. Yeah, they can still win though. You can still win with Nurgle. It's just really hard to play. A lot of bad matchups. Okay, guys, this is the grand finals of today's championship. This is for all the marbles. Anticity is up 2-0. If he wins this, he is going to be the champion today, and he will be walking away with 3,000 Great British pounds, which I believe in Canadian currency, where he's from, is a little bit more. He's going to be getting some bang for his bucks. That's a pretty damn big prize. So let's go ahead and break it down. You want to go ahead and talk about the McDonald's Legion over here?
Oh, I would love to. Greece is near and dear to my heart. I identify, as an enjoyer of food, I identify with Greases quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's got him paired up with the Anvil Peak Greybacks here with their Frostbite. These Regiment of Renown Yetis. Smart to have like a slow kind of control situation with them. We've got a couple of Saber-Tusk packs as well.
Yes.
And some Pigback Riders, the dreaded Flingers, and some more Noblars as well.
Yeah.
Bunch of Trappers. Trappers are honestly one of the things for Ogre Kingdoms, especially in Domination. They're so dangerous in so many ways, but we'll see what the Beastmen have in response.
Yeah, dude, the Greases pick, like, look, if I were just like an outside observer, I would say that Berserk is like messing around, but like there's so much money on the line here. $3,000 is quite a bit. So like, yeah, I think he brought this on purpose. I don't think he's messing around. I think that he has some forbidden tech, and he thinks that Greasus is going to be greasing all over his opponent's face. So I don't know, dude. Looking at the Beastman army, it's going to be mass Vanguard. So the entire Beast, yeah, he knows something. He does. The entire Beastman army is going to be Vanguard deploying with Gore Herds and Korngors. Ungor Raiders are going to be very good at putting Archer Fire into the Ogre models and the Eddies. Malagor is going to be using Doom and Darkness is his only spell. So Doom and Darkness with something wicked comes this way stacked up will be -20 leadership. Okay. That's very, very off meta coming in from Anticity. And it looks like he's going to be pressuring his opponent's back objective as well, Dov. Sending some Korngors out of the woods to try and steal the home objective or delay the capture that the Ogres are going to be getting back here.
Yeah, Korngors, of course, great pick in this matchup with their anti-large bonus. Yeah. And having Vanguard and good speed as well makes them one of the speediest halberds in the entire game. But let's see, it looks like he's going to pull up with the Trappers, kind of just keep his large units back for the time being and try and deal some range damage, or at the very least force Anticity off the point here a little bit. But yeah, Anticity getting some really great map control, seizing the other two objectives, and already pressuring these Trappers a little bit with his Ungor Raiders here in the center.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Here we do see Berserk forcing the Beastmen back into the woods, but they're in their natural habitat now. They will be hidden, so it's kind of tricky. You won't necessarily know their strength. But the Ogres are going to have to consolidate and push somewhere. We do see the call-in here is going to be Ogre Bolts with dual weapons. These guys are very good at killing Ungor infantry. They got their big pimp sticks and will do some good work. The Yeti pick is basically a combo with Greasus. What you do is you use Greasus's Everyone Has Their Price. So Greasus rampages the enemy lord, and then they get lured down to him where he just rubs his meat all over their face and uses the Yetis with their Frostbite, as well as their Aura of Frost to basically make it so the enemy lord and or hero straight up cannot escape. So it's a pretty cool combo, but as long as Anticity doesn't fly Malagor near Greasus, he should be fine.
Yeah, should be being the operative word, but right now it's looking like he's going to try a little danger close here.
Oh, that's so dangerous. This could just be game here. Oh, if Greasus is watching. Oh, God, he's got to move. Oh, I don't think Berserk was watching. Oh, he's going for it. He's trying to get close to him. Anticity noticed, I think. Oh, he just wasn't in range. Oh,
barely missed that opportunity.
Oh, my God. That would have been, like, so bad. Malagor would have died there 100%. If Berserk had been paying attention there and had moved up a little bit, he could have gotten him, dude. He could have gotten him.
Yeah. It would have been absolutely devastating, but it looks like Anticity's flank force is emerging from the woods. Once again, they got some Centaur support into the Pigbacks. Or no, those are just regular Noblars there. Doom and Darkness on them. But, yeah, Greasus is just going to sit and defend for the time being.
That's the problem with Greasus. He's so slow, dude. I guess he has 40 movement speed, but he looks like he has like 18, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ogre Bulls charging into the woods here, brother. Attacking into the Halberds. Halberds are going to be able to force them back. Very favored for the Beastmen. Breaking an Oblar unit, catching this Ogre Bull slipping, and it looks like there is going to be some witchcraft coming in from the Ogre Slaughtermaster of Heavens. Ooh, nice little bombardment going to go down there.
Yeah, not too bad. Get some damage in, but wow.
Combat of Cassandora. Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Unfortunately, the Bulls with dual weapons just got absolutely chewed up in that combat. So, I mean, they're not a super expensive unit, but not a super cheap unit either to just be losing in such a manner. But the Pigback Riders charging in, leveraging that decent charge bonus for infantry, trying to get these Ungor Raiders off the field, or just regular Ungor Spears even.
Yeah.
But Butchers of Kalkengard coming in from the center point. The big old moo cows with their regeneration and shields going to be just running rampant through the Noblars here.
Yeah, it seems like Greasus is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, he keeps wanting to go back to Objective 3 to fight, and then when he gets there, the Beastmen just advance on the other side, and you just can't keep up with the pacing, but we'll see. I mean, still very early on. Minor points lead for Anticity, about 300, which isn't minor, I suppose. Greasus is going to be going up to fight in the middle, but, I mean, Greasus, okay, let's take a guess at his value right now. I would say Greasus is at like 60 value. What do you think?
0.
0?
Yeah.
Oh, he said 0 value. Oh, no. Oh, no, he hasn't done any. Imagine having like
a single attack animation.
Imagine having a 2,000 gold lord like 5 minutes into the game just doing nothing, just like not able to hit a single unit. Oh,
no, it's just Greasus suffering.
Okay, Greasus though going for it. He's moving towards the Butchers of Kalkengard. He's waddling on his mobility scooter, and we'll see if he can get it. You know, on the bright side for the ogres, at least they have been able to hold their back objective, but Anticity really just pressuring everything right now.
Yeah, definitely throwing the whole house. We see some blood vultures being brought in for the ogres. They're going to try and get on those Ungor raiders. Yeah, the Amble Peaks tried to pursue the butchers, but Anticity did a great job screening through his infantry, getting them to safety, and now the Amble Peak Greybacks are forced back a little bit with some damage as well.
Yeah.
But more bulls moving in. Got these dual hand weapon bulls trading very nicely here in the center, so right now, the value trade, yeah, Anticity starting to get a little bit more of a lead, but still hovering right around like 500.
Oh, dude. Okay, Greasus has 11 kills now. He's got 26 value. He's really stepping up his game. It looks like a Comet of Cassandora going to be activated from the Butcher of Heavens, but it looks like Anticity is paying attention. He's really, really zoomed in today. He's focusing, man, and he does dodge that Comet, which is very good. And Greasus just can't catch anything, dude. He's just moving around, getting caught in halberds. And, oh, man, it's just he's having so many problems, dude. He's having so many problems.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could just try and push Greasus up and get him onto this objective number 2 here with all this support. But, yeah, Malagor with a really nice kind of maneuver with the Butchers of Kalkengard here. Brings in that Pharaoh Manticore as well, breaking up some free trappers. And we see some of these bulls being pulled back into reserve as well. But, yeah, the ogres were actually able to pretty decisively defend point number 3. Question is, how much time did this take, and will they be able to recover from that?
Yeah, on the bright side, like you said, they defended that objective, and I think Greasus, oh, dude, he's moving. He smells Malagor. Okay, there is a Manticore for him to fight, which is pretty good, and if you can get Centaurs, it's also not bad. Ogres trying to advance up. Beastmen do have them pinned in. A little bit of a value lead for the forces of the Beastmen, but certainly close enough that it's not a huge deal. Cash Cascade going down, so Greasus making it rain on his units, giving him a melee attack and leadership buff as the ogres do surge forward. And Greasus looks to be battling some Minotaurs now. He's got his... Does he actually hit people with his meat shank? I can't remember.
I think he does, honestly.
Yeah. He uses...
Oh, but there we go. Everyone has their price. Didn't quite catch Malagor in that, but does lock down the Manticore and the Butchers of Kalkengard.
Yeah. And look, when Greasus hits you, it slows you down by 60% with the monstrous impact. So it does put the Manticore's movement speed down to 18. It's going to be pinning it in. And back towards the center of the battlefield, the ogres do have a good critical mass. They got some ogre bulls and some dual weapons, and they're mainly fighting Gore infantry. So there's a decent likelihood that the ogres will be able to get through the Beastmen front lines and maybe make their way over towards Objective 2. And look at the value! Dude, it's Greason time! He's pulling it back. Yeah. Value's even.
Pulled it back completely, just about, but at the same time, Anticity's using his mobility very well to pressure this Objective number 3, kind of pick off these weakened, tattered units. There's some bulls moving in for a response, but they're going to take some time to get there.
Yeah, that's just such goblin play. So a lot of those units had retreated into the trees, and then when the ogres abandoned the point, the beastmen just pop back up, which is very clever. But ogres are getting momentum, and if you look at the mainline army here for the forces of the beastmen, it's looking really raggedy. I mean, the Centaurs are in bad shape. Malagor is not really a combat-centric character, so Greasus can definitely lube him up and beat him in combat if need be. The ogres basically, Dov, in my opinion, need to secure Objective 3 before it becomes a triple cap situation. If they take too long and the beastmen can win on just one objective, I think they're going to ping-pong the ogres for eternity. But if he can get it within the next minute or two here, he might be in okay shape.
Yeah, definitely needs to staunch the bleeding as quickly as possible, but beastmen still scrapping. Ooh, Amble Peak Greybacks getting a hold of the butchers who had just recovered their leadership and come back from rout, but it looks like they're going to be able to finish them off, so... Anticity's pushing. He might even push all the way over to Objective number 1 right now with how much he's surging forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, I love the Yetis, by the way. They're so cool. And it looks like the Butchers of Kalkengard are going to be defeated in combat, and they are going to be routed by the Yetis. The Ogre Kingdoms are just wheeling over, man. And now it is basically the point where the Ogres are going to need to get a triple cap to win this game. or just hold the triple cap for a period of time where they can catch up and then they can fall back to the other objectives. But I mean, they got the momentum. Korngor is being called in. Oh, dude, it might be greasing time. He's going to rub that grease all over Malagor. If you look, he might not be able to escape this.
Yeah, I think he's locked in by the high mass here. Malagor, of course, being an infantry character, doesn't have much mass at all. And he is currently in ogre jail, just getting smacked by meat. So, very uncomfortable situation.
There he goes. Greasus hits him, and does it apply the monster's impact? It looks like Greasus maybe missed that attack. But yeah, he is in naughty jail right now. And the greasing, it does continue. Malagor getting chunked by the monster's impact. Huge damage from the Titan. I mean, Greasus hits for 600 weapon strength, guys. And Malagor is going to be broken. Oh my god, it's greasing time, guys. We were all laughing at him, but look what's happening. It is his time.
It is his time. He managed to reclaim his home objective as well. Granted, he is just barely within range where he'll need to 3-cap for at least a short period of time here. But yeah, right now, this objective number 1 push, he's starting to get some weakened units isolated by the Beastmen. Feral Manticore brought back in, gonna crush those Blood Vultures, and like these, yeah, weakened bulls here getting chased down by some Korngors. The Beastmen not going quietly. They are definitely scrapping hard, putting units on objectives wherever they can.
If he can maybe save Malagor, if like Malagor can escape that situation, I think it gives the Beastmen a much better fighting chance. But at negative 16 leadership, all the Gore units who have like a base of 50 are just going to be in the trash. We do see Malagor being hunted. He's being he's being chased by Greasus, which is just look at the Noblars pushing him. Look these little goblins pushing him on his mobility scooter. Oh, that's so haggard, dude. But Malagor does manage to get away and potentially get a route off the edge of the battlefield. But still, very, very close match. We do see Anticity closing in on 1,200 points. Middle objective owned by the Ogres. Back objective owned by the Ogres as well. But they're still going to need to get that home objective of the Beastmen. And there is a chance that Anticity is going to be resurgent here now that Malagor has been able to escape. And yeah, the Halberds are going to start piling in, doing some work. Yetis putting up some fight here. They need to probably join up with Greasus. This is not going to be easy for the Ogres to finish.
Yeah, and like this this regrouped, resummoned Korngor rather, just came in and did a ton of damage to those supporting bulls. All of a sudden, the regrouped Butchers of Kalkengard also have Greasus in a surround here, and it's, yeah, Anticity really scrapping hard here to try and bring this game back.
Yeah, that's right, man. He is. Ogres, though, have a massive army in the middle that was busy fighting in the backfield, and now they're going to be rushing up to join Greasus. And Greasus still does have the Yetis here. He's got to be careful flying Malagor so close to the KFC King here, or else he's going to get rampaged, but those are a lot of halberds. Korngors are anti-large. Butchers of Kalkengard hit very hard. Manticores are good against light armor as well. And Greasus is going to be calling for a Comet of Cassandora from his homies as the Yetis do move in. This Comet is going to be thick on those Korngors if they don't move. And here it comes. The heavens open up. Help the Ogres, which is a bit odd, but we don't ask questions here.
Just finishes the... Oh, man. The Butchers of Kalkengard, there was like 3 more models that got direct impacted by that.
Oh, the Comet. The Comet just sent him out to pasture, huh? Oh, that's so good. You got to love it. So on the back point, Dov, it looks like we got some Beastmen shenanigans, huh?
Yeah, Beastmen never content to just let Sleeping Dogs lie. They're going to throw in some Centaurs, Poison Warhounds here, but the Saber Tusk Pack Blood Vultures, catching them flat-footed. Regrouped Manticore is also going to try and help out, but it seems like Ogres should be able to hold that one just fine.
They really need to. If they lose that, they're going to be in dire straits. Greasus getting in there, dude, greasing it up, and it looks like he was able to get that Comet support and move up on Objective 1, where the Ogres now have the capture weight advantage. Granted, Korngors and Ungor Raiders coming in is going to be very tricky. Anticity posturing in the middle a little bit, looking to maybe threaten that. I think that Berrserk needs to send some Ogre Bulls to the back objective. He just needs to flip the back objective for like a minute or two, and then he's going to be in a position to win on 2. And then it's a much easier victory. But yeah, he needs to partition his forces a little bit better and send some of those Ogre Bulls on the middle back to this point here.
Yeah, definitely. A little cash cascade on that objective number 1 as the Ogres scrap and fight, trying to seize it. But right now, double Korngor, even if one of them is very weakened with some nice supporting elements, it's not going to be easy. Greasus is also getting pretty low. He's taking a lot of damage so far. He is within range. That, like, even those Ungor Raiders are going to be pretty dangerous to him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, more Saber Tusk Pack and Bulls being brought in, though, just trying to stack up that girthy capture weight and get the objective flipped.
Dude, Greasus just beat the hell out of that Manticore, though. He was at, like, 20%. He took that Manticore down from full, and everyone has their price. Oh, he's going for Malagor again. Dude, he's going to grease up that turkey. Oh, he did the meat attack, dude. He did the charge attack with the meat stick.
Nice.
And yeah, Malagor might get broken off the battlefield here. We're going to have to see if Greasus can connect with him. He's an elusive bird, but Yeah, ogres do flip it. All right, so they flip
Yep.
the objective, and he really only needs to hold this for about 30 seconds, and then he's going to be in a situation where he can win on just 2 objectives, so he can just fall back. I cannot believe Berserk is pulling this game back with Greasus, of all characters. All right, Dov. All right, you ready? What is Greasus's value now? We're both going to take a guess.
I'm gonna guess at least 1,500.
Ooh, that's good. I'm going to go with 18. 11. Okay, you were closer. But look, he rampaged and he buffed his homies, so it's a little bit more value, right, from that. We got to give the Grease some credit.
Yeah,
man.
and I think I don't want to call it too early, but I think Anticity is basically done at this point. That triple cap is he's quickly closing the gap. Even now could fall back and just defend on 2, but Anticity's having a really hard time massing up his forces to even reclaim his home objective, and cackling Greasus.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I love it. I'm so happy that in one of the most competitive Total War tournaments with the highest prize pools we've had in years, Greasus Goldtooth is going to be the lord who carries the day. At this point, it's probably an easy win for the ogres, because you can see the points are close to the point where now, even if the ogres completely abandon objective 1 and pull back, they could just win on the other 2 objectives with the current rate that's going. So yeah, I mean, Malagor's around. He's not going to be much of a difference maker. Meat Feast on Greasus, healing him up. So he is feasting on his shank right now. And
grabbing the leg of one of those goats and just chomping it.
Yeah, just grabbing one of his saber tusks or like an oblar and eating it or something. Ent with a little bit of resurgence here, but Greasy is just going to run away. Ogres can now just hunker down. You can see the Ogres have actually passed him on points, Dov. So he's at 1,300, and Ent is at 1,295, not getting any victory points. So I think it's a pretty comfortable victory here for the Greasus.
Yeah, we got these piggyback knights defending center objectives, some saber tusks scattered around as well in different positions to try and respond to threats as they develop. But even just contesting this objective 1 here and kind of keeping the beastmen pinned in here, dealing damage, it's tough out here for the goats and cows.
Oh, dude, I just keep zooming in on Greasus and like forgetting everything else that's happening. Yeah, so this game's over. It's Anticity's just fighting hard because it's, a very competitive grand finals. But man, if Ant had won this, he would have closed out the series. But now his opponent gets the morale victory. He gets the confidence back. Look, if he can go in and take a game off, one of a 2-time world champion in Anticity with Greasus, then I mean he's got to feel pretty confident going forward here. And Berserk has won a major event. He has won a championship before. So he's definitely a beast as well. But, dude, the Flame Gullets getting it done. Wowza. Greasus.
I love it. This is probably my favorite game of the entire tournament so far.
Yeah,
honestly.
hands down. We can't really, I mean, we were laughing at Greasus for having 0 value for like the first 5 minutes of the game. But when he got going. Hey, Zverik, thank you for giving out a sub, man. I appreciate that. Grease Lord all day. So yeah, both builds were good, right? I guess Greasus was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shit. He greased some stuff. He lubed them up. He rampaged them and buffed his allies. Could be worse. So yeah, Greasus is like a deterrent too, right, Dov? So like you don't want to go where he is. So even if he's not fighting you, it's like you want to avoid that area. So like space denial, kind of.
Yeah, definitely an area denial weapon for sure.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think for Berserk here, also excellent micro with his mobility, with the Saber Tusk pack and the Blood Vultures getting some nice value, kind of trading into Anticity's mobility, which is not the easiest thing against a very strong player like Anticity.
Right.
But yeah, he overall was able to get the trades that he needed to. Beautiful play with the Trappers as well. And yeah, just a nice kind of combined arms ogres victory. I love it.
That's how we do it, dude. That's how we do it. Great game. Let's go ahead and load into the other match now. So we're going to go back to the 3rd place match, where we should have another game ready to go. Hey, that's Roxy. Thank you. This is for the Greasus win. I'll give you a Nurgle win, Berserk. Berserk might pick Nurgle. He is a Nurgle player. So if anybody's going to pick Nurgle, it's going to be him. Oh, we got Greenskins versus Wood Elves. Nice. That was a fun matchup. Czarix on his main faction, and Danakin is a really good Greenskin player. Give me 1 second. I just need to close the door here. All right, man. You ready for this glorious fight?
Yes.
Shielded Blackworks are one of the coolest units in the entire game, and he brought 4 of them, which is awesome. Meaty, 10,000.
Azag too.
Azag, yeah. What do you think he's on the Wyvern?
Gotta be. I mean, taking him on foot is just asking to get him sniped here. Even on the Wyvern, he's quite snipeable. So a little bit of a risky pick, I think, but I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, Lore of Death is good in pretty much every matchup. Spirit Leech, Buna, pretty much ubiquitous. Like, is there any matchup in which Lore of Death isn't good or viable? I don't think so, right? Like, everywhere those spells have a place.
Yeah.
Spirit Leech is always good,
Oh, he is on foot. Wow. I guess with that much spend in his starting army, I should have figured before Black Orcs is quite a bit. But yeah, he's just old Azag foot slogger here, just going to be running across the battlefield.
There is a little bit of a meta play on this map. Basically, Azag can hide behind the pillar in the middle. So this map is like, did you ever play World of Warcraft?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you ever play Arena back in the day?
Like
PvP
the game mode, or
like WoW PvP arenas. Like, you remember how they had the pillars in the middle on the maps where like resto druids would run in circles and cast life bloom on themselves and just be like impossible to catch like with your mages and rogues and things like that. So I mean, he can hump that pillar in the middle and just hide behind it.
You do have your screen blocker up still, by the way.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Radio commentary. Yeah, I've done that before where we do like a full 20-minute game with that, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and break down the Greenskin army for the people, man. What do we got?
Definitely 4 shielded Black Orcs looking absolutely fantastic. We've got some Orc Boys, Sword and Board as well. Rugled's Armored Orcs with a couple of Error Boys. Savage Error Boys for the physical resistance, I guess, and the extra melee stats. Wolf Riders as well, moving up to contest this objective, and that's it so far.
Yeah, it's a solid army. Basically, the principle behind the Orc army, from what I can tell, is just, hey, I'm going to bring mass shields and just not care about your archers that much. However, what I love about Czarix's build and the Wood Elf build is that he anticipated the Black Orcs and brought 2 dragons. So he's got a regular Forest Dragon and then has a Lord on a Forest Dragon. That's going to be 6 breath attacks, which if used effectively on the Black Orcs down the side, could be a potentially game-ending situation. But I think you're very right about the Azag on foot. He's already getting shot by that Glade Lord on the Dragon. That's going to be the pain train if he doesn't find a way to hide from that.
Yeah, and it looks like he's rocking Fate of Buna aspect of Dread Knight, so not even a good Spirit Leech response. Not that that would be the most efficient response anyway, but yeah, the Hawkeyes of Drakira move up. There's Swift Shiver Shards, which have shorter range, but they're also going to try and move up here and forward pressure the Green Tide as they come up on shore here. And let's see, yeah, Azag so far taking some hits, but even the Hawkeyes, they're within range to get some volleys on him, and there's not going to be a lot he can do about it.
Yep, yeah, indeed. And we do see the Forest Dragon pulling back right now. The one Forest Dragon going to be pressing the objective here as it does get attacked by the Goblin Wolf Rider, so not going to do much damage, but will force him back. But the Wood Elves definitely have the Greenskin army on the back foot. I think that Danakin is waiting to get more archers or more tools to deal with the 2 dragons. We'll have to see. And looking back on objective number 3 here, are they going to get it? Some Dryads. You see how he's camping the Dryads on the edge of the objective right here just to maintain capture weight. Very good troll tactic to just delay the capture. But the Greenskins do arrive with some Orc Boys and now the Pump Wagons, which will be very good against the Dryads here.
Oh yeah, you got to fear the Flappas. One of my favorite units for the Greenskins, definitely. But the Dragon charges, manages to interrupt their charge for the most part, but they still flap their wings and pop on joyfully into the Dryads. Yeah, we'll see. Right now, the archers in the center for the Greenskins are trying to respond to the non-character dragon. And yeah, they're able to push forward a little bit here. The Black Orcs also moving forward to try and gain some objective secured. But let's see.
Indeed. And the back objective finally goes to the Greenskins. Arrows of Kurnus being used by the Glade Lord down the side. Going to be doing a fair amount of damage against the Black Orcs, but now the shield wall of the Greenskins is in full effect. So you do see them moving up here. It's going to be 5 Black Orcs in total. And what are the Hawkeyes of Drakira targeting? So the elite Elven Archers are going to be shooting into the Orc Boys right here, which is not really a cost-effective use of their ammo. But really, Dov, when we look at this entire army, probably the only cost-effective targets for the elite Elven Archers are going to be the Lord and or some cavalry and maybe the Rugled's Armored Orcs. But even they do have shields and 70 armor, so might not be ideal, you know?
I might drop a volley or 2 into the Savage Orcs. They've got a fair amount of HP, but because they have 0 armor, they're going to take massive damage. Yeah. And, you know, their leadership's not incredible, so a couple of volleys could set them close to wavering and then land on them with the dragon to send them running to the hills.
Indeed. Yeah, probably what we're going to be seeing happen a little bit later, I would imagine. 2 dragons are kind of exploring the Greenskin front line, looking for opportunities to attack the Black Orcs. And look at that. So Pravenoth Rama activated, snaring down the Black Orcs, and the Forest Dragon going to be getting a big breath attack. So really nice combo right there. And those Blorks going to be losing about 30% of their HP from that breath attack, which is very, very nice indeed. But really, could be worse. Fade of Buna also activated on the Hawkeyes there. You see that?
Yeah, that's going to do massive HP damage considering the Hawkeyes don't have a lot of HP to begin with, and all it's going to take now is even like a cheeky little charge from these Moon Howlers, and you might even be able to rout them. But yeah, I'm actually surprised. I thought that breath attack would be a little bit more impactful on those Black Orcs, but I guess they just have so much HP.
Yeah.
And I guess their unit models are also bigger as well, so like they don't actually get as many hit by the explosion, maybe?
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the amount of HP, because they're rocking like 11,000, whereas like a Chaos Warrior has like 8,000 for reference, right? So the Black Orc is just much meatier. Dragons attacking into the Black Orcs, and it does look like Danakin is going to be pulling the trigger on a full stuff, which means he's going to be sending his entire army into the danger zone, looking to just push his opponent back and win on points. A couple of the Boar Boys do go for a Balls Deep charge as well, but do get focus fired by the Deepwood Scouts, as well as the Hawkeyes of Drakira, losing a lot of HP and potentially wavering, while the Christmas Cavalry of Czarix going to be countercharging. An aspect of the Dread Knight for the leadership buff. Kind of cute there on those Orc Boys.
Yeah, leadership buff, and it also gives magic damage, so they can cut through the physical resistance of the Wild Riders in that engagement, but the Dragon lands and kind of prevents them from getting much benefit from that spell.
Yeah, Dragon does get a nice little engage right there, and you can see the Orc War Boys are going to be getting broken and terrified. Meanwhile, the Archers continuing to shoot, but really, I mean, the Orcs are still pushing hard, and if you look in reserve behind the World of Warcraft pillar in the middle, we do see a couple Bacon Cavalry, so some Orc Boys, just waiting for an opportunity where they can maybe compromise the Archers or charge some of the isolated infantry. And it really seems like Czarix is struggling to deal with the mass Black Orcs. He probably needs Wildwood Rangers or something in that vein to really cut through them. It seems like the Dragons are doing okay, but if we look at the Black Orcs, they're all above 60, 70%, and are now pushing all the way back towards the Wood Elf capture point in the back, which is going to be incredibly tough.
Yeah, there's not a lot that can be done here, and from what I remember, this matchup, yeah, even like Warhammer 1 and 2, the fact that the Green Tide could mass so much cavalry, like just the volume, especially through the cheap shielded Orc Boar Boys here, like even if you're able to get good trades, they just overwhelm you with girth often. Just lots of meaty infantry and pig cavalry and so forth. So
very true. Fat, girthy greenskins coming in on the backside. We do get some Orc Boys engaging against Wild Riders. Wild Riders will win that, but they'll take some damage in the process. In the meantime, we do see the Ruggles Armored Orcs and the Savage Orc Air Boys actually pressing into the Deepwood Scouts and the Hawkeyes. And dude, look at these Black Orcs. These guys have been running across the entire battlefield just for the past 5 minutes, finally cornering the Wood Elves and getting a good fight versus the Light Cavalry and the Archers. That's got to feel good for them. Pravenoth Rama activated on the Orc Boys, very clutch. Going to be saving those Deepwood Scouts. And yeah, the Wood Elf Archers pushed all the way back. Greenskins, though, have not managed to threaten the Wood Elf capture point, which is very, very big for the Wood Elves here.
Yeah, we got a little bit of action on this back point of the Greenskins as well. Wild Hunters of Kurnos, another Wild Rider moving in, try and take this objective. Some Orc Boys defending. We see a wild, death thrower. The Bolt Thrower Regiment of Renown gets called in here to try and apply some pressure, but not a lot to protect it. So it seems like the Wild Riders, they'll be pulled off the point momentarily, so they're not going to continue to capture it, but we'll ride over and dispatch that Bolt Thrower.
Indeed. We do see Azag looking a little bit rough, dude. He's kind of overextended a little bit too deeply. He moved away from his World of Warcraft pillar, and he is just a foot caster. So, yeah, fighting 2 Forest Dragons is, if anybody's ever played Warhammer Tabletop, Old World, dragons are one of the most obnoxious things in the game, and, they're not that in this game, but against Azag, it's going to feel that way. So he is wavering, he is running, sitting at a very low amount of leadership, and if Czarix has that killer instinct, he should for sure get in and take Azag down. And the Greenskins need to surround Azag with a bunch of their cavalry, like these Boar Boy Biggins, and make sure he doesn't die, and try and just get him away, because, oh man, he is not looking good. He needs some milk right now, man. This is bad for the Greenskin Lord.
Yeah, not great at all. Gets terror routed, and both the dragons still being so healthy as well. They've taken some incidental damage from the Archers over time, but Danakin hasn't been able to focus fire super effectively, so like the healing from the Spell Singer here has been able to keep both the dragons quite healthy, and Azag gets chomped.
There he goes. Good night, my sweet prince. You will be missed. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the entire Greenskin army is going to be rocking a -16 leadership modifier, which, considering he's mostly indexed into Black Orcs, is not too bad. Like, if he was like an Orc Boy, Skirmisher heavy army, everything would be running. But since he brought some of the most elite high leadership ITP units, he's potentially going to be all right. Look at this. War Dancers being called in the back. Of course, they will lose the Black Orcs, but Yeah, not bad. Greenskin still own Objective 2 and Objective 3. Was actually ninja'd by the Wood Elves. So the cab coming through the woods, big stuff, huh?
Yeah, definitely to be able to try and stay a little bit ahead on the value lead despite that early positional loss. Yeah, the Wood Elves with that back cap able to just maintain a very, very slight points lead here. And the Greenskins are going to get it back. You know, the Wild Hunters of Kurnos getting decisively defeated by the Broken Tusk mob there in open field. But let's see what they can do. We got more Flappers reinforcing into the center as well. But yeah, basically Azag in that entire push, other than like 2 half-health unit of Black Orcs, are basically done. So tough situation for the Green Tide.
Yeah. I think this game's probably over. The Dragons are going to be able to clean up the scattered Black Orcs. We have War Dancers coming in. The Wood Elves ninjaing that back objective is even more icing on the cake, because that thing is just yielding points for the Wood Elves right now. And the Wild Riders chasing back the Flappas. Greenskin's going to be losing the middle objective to the Dryads, and a big resurgent Elven army is moving forward. And yeah, at the end of the day, I think Foot Azag was probably a big disaster. He was just... Against Wood Elves, like, you usually need like a mobile lord who's like hard to snipe and is elusive, and having a slow, squishy lord on the ground to just be eaten by either archers or a forest dragon seems to be very tricky. No, orcs are a good faction, guys. They're very strong. Just his build was not quite up to the task here. It was a little bit off, and he got punished for it. So, yeah, I think that's it. Greenskins have their back objective. Czarix is up on points too. You know, he's got the double cap. I don't see much of an opportunity for him here.
Yeah, double cap, value lead, and despite how sticky and hard to kill those Blorks are, they still ultimately are just infantry units slogging it across the field at the end of the day. So there's, yeah, we even see some War Dancers in here as well. Dragons still have some breath attacks, I think, or no, they've used all of them at this point. Yeah, both of them have used all 3, but been able to dish out some pretty good damage, and especially when the Dragons kind of form up and both attack the same unit of Black Orcs, it's going to be really tough for them to sustain that.
Yeah, they're going to get ripped to shreds, and we do have the War Dancers on their way in with the coil activated to make them a little bit tankier. But these Black Orcs are wavering. Up on the point, we do see Objective 2 being held by Greenskins. The last of the Black Orc units here is basically just fighting a Spellsinger, but the Dragons are going to get to them eventually. Back objective completely stable for the Wood Elves. No threats going down back there. And the Greenskins are trying to resurge their army. Azag, with his crown, apparently it spoke to him and told him to wake up and come back and try again. But yeah, Czarix is just going to be approaching 1,100 points here soon. Greenskins straight up will not have enough time to contest this. Czarix is up by several thousand value, and I believe he has a life caster too, which makes it even worse.
Yeah, not great. Definitely not great. That Black Orc in the center shattering, and he's bringing in, he resummoned of Azag. I wish we could see the Winds of Magic of both players. Honestly, like in terms of UI wish list, that's kind of the only thing left from a spectator's perspective.
Yeah,
I would want for this game. But I'd be curious to see. Maybe he just wants to try and unleash some Fates of Yuna here. I mean, he's got some time to work with, and I mean, 2,000 damage lead, like 2,700 to be specific, is a lot. But who knows? Maybe he's got some cheeky plays left. Not looking great.
Yeah, it's hard. Greenskins are a faction that kind of peter off a little bit in late game. In my experience, especially against Big Terror. Nice prey of an Othremo right there. You can see that the Orc War Boys get locked down, Dragon attacks them, and we do have the Christmas Cavalry and Archers hammering them. So really nice combined arms coming in for the Wood Elves, as his Bacon Cavalry is going to be getting sent to the Shadow Realm. So they do get broken. Aspects of the Dread Knight on them, kind of a cute play to keep them fighting, but they will break in a matter of moments. In the meantime, in the middle, Azag getting a really good Fate of Yuna. You know, on those Wild Riders, they're able to break them. So he's back on the menu a little bit. Broken Tusk Mob doing well. And those Black Orcs are still fighting, man.
They are. Cheeky Dryad, though, going to, once again, Ninja Cap objective number 3. And that is going to be really nasty to just continue to generate that points lead. Right now, he is not quite on 1 cap. No, definitely on 1 cap. You can go back to 1 objective, no problem right now.
Yes.
But you see this wild T-Frabas Goblin Chariot summon.
Just all the jank is coming out now. It's just pure desperation mode. Yeah, we got Orc Boar Boys, T-Frabas. Dryads, like Dov said, and caught. And they are going to get the last back objective here, which is basically going to be the end of the road. Because Greenskins are also struggling to get this point. And guess who's going to get eaten by dragons again? Yeah. It's not good. It didn't go well the first time. And it's basically going to be the same outcome, as the 2 dragons are going to be able to munch on him. And with that, he taps out. And Czarix is going to be going up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. And we will be back with this series in a moment. But we, of course, have the grand finals on the menu. Very, very well played there.
Yeah, it's been quite the battle. We'll go back over to the other series, but Azag ultimately, what do you think? Would have been better to have somebody like Ron the Paunch who has mobility and self-healing,
Yeah.
maybe to try and survive there?
Yeah, I think so. I think Black Orcs are really good in this matchup. I think 3 is fine, probably. Yeah, Azag was just the weak link. He was so vulnerable. Or if you bring Azag, put him on a Wyvern and just have really good micro. Like, that works too. You need to watch out for Praise and Way Watchers and things like that. It's still very risky, but Grom is a viable choice. Any of the Night Goblin can sneak around and get good fermented fungi and like lock down the dragons, but yeah, the dragons are big bullies. Czarix's army, Danakin's army had a couple Boar Boy Biggins, but yeah, the dragons were definitely a big issue. 3,300 on the Dragon Lord, and the Forest Dragon got about 1,500, so that's pretty damn solid.
Very good. Very, very good stuff.
All right, brother. Let's go to the other lobby. Back to the grand finals we go. Okay.
See if Berserk can build on the momentum from the last game. And if he plays Gorst, I think that he'll be my favorite player of all time.
Helmengorst. We have Norska versus Beastman. So this time, Anticity is going to be whipping out his trouser snake. And he is going to be facing off against the Beastman of Berserk. Really interested to see. Probably Slangors will be on the table. I think they'll be very good.
Slangors.
Yeah.
I also really like Chimeras here because they have flaming attacks, so they're good against like Skin Wolves, magic damage. They're good against all the physical resist that Norska can bring. I would expect probably double Chimera here once again.
Yeah, I think so. As far as this matchup goes, interesting. Ungor Raiders probably get countered pretty hard by the Dreadmaws. Has Norska won every game today? I think they have, right?
I think so.
I think they played 3 games because a lot of them are Warriors of Chaos, and with how their factions are right now, it's like very easy to blur them together because they use like Bearmen and Dreadmaws and Chimeras. But yeah, we'll see. This is the grand final match. The other one we were in was the 3rd place match. If Anticity wins this, he will win today's championship, going up 3-1, and he will win the 3,000 pound prize here. Oh, Norska lost to Slanesh. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Berserk, he lives in Georgia, not the state, the country in Europe. So he is Georgian. Anticity is in Eastern Canada. So for Ent right now, it's about 9 p.m. For Berserk, it's got to be like 3 in the morning or so. But Berserk tends to play late night anyways. Like, I host tournaments at 6, 7 p.m. all the time, and these guys show up and play in them. So for them, I don't think it's that big of a difference. But, they've been playing since the morning, man. We started at 9 a.m. today. 9 a.m.
It's going to be a 12-hour plus event today, which is it's an endurance definitely with these, especially domination.
Yeah.
But even in a conquest tournament, when you're doing sweaty best of 5s, players are really considering their faction and army picks. It's I've definitely had some 10+ hour conquest and land battle tournaments back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Old Guard, thank you for giving out a sub, man. Appreciate you. Yes. Georgia the country, not Georgia with the peaches. Yes. So, how many Dreadmaws are we thinking? I'm thinking 2. Oh, 2 Chimeras instead. Oh, shit.
Yeah, double Chimera.
Oh, look at the Chimera, 4 of them. There's 4 on the field. Oh, my God.
Beastman didn't take the ROR, though. Interesting.
Yeah, they go in budget. Oh, my God. 4 Chimeras. Yeah. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. That's a whole bunch of those bad boys. Where can you bet? Yeah, there's no betting on this game. All right. Let's get it, man. Let's see how this goes. We got the Chimera Feast. At the very least, good feedback for CA. They can see which units are overperforming and adjust accordingly. So, I'll talk about the Beastman off. We got a Wildcaster. He's going to be using Traderkin to win some of those mobility and blob fights. We have Slangors, which are pretty excellent. We'll see if they can beat the Berserkers and the Bearmen. I know they'll beat Bearmen, but Berserkers, I'm not sure. Double Manticore, or Chimera, excuse me. So breath attacks, really strong monsters, great fighters. No power creep here, that's right. And what do we got here for the Norscan army, my friend? A lot of horsemen, huh?
Yeah, just Marauder Horsemen and Horse Masters. That's kind of it for the starting army, besides Sail and the double Chimera. Of course, he's got Riders of the Mighty Serpent as well. They're a little bit of anti-large and magic damage, and, they've got their leadership buff as well. So, yeah, just looking for skirmish and monster play initially, whereas Berserk took a little bit more of a traditional army. Definitely going to be able to move up and capture the objectives. I'd imagine we'll see the Beastmen go for like a triple cap early.
Yeah.
And then let's see if Norska is able to value trade and bring things back.
Yeah, if I had to say, like, in terms of, like, army favorability, I think the Beastmen army... Oh my god, their Sail's giving some, like, crazy speech. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, calm down. I do think that the Beastmen army is going to get a triple cap pretty quick out of the gates here with that infantry presence. But is Anticity going to be able to value farm? And his Windblast will be very good at clearing out the Beastmen infantry because Sail does have Windblast. We do see the 2 Chimeras lurking. And yeah, triple cap going to be in the clutches of the Beastmen, although they do yield the side objective out of the gates. First breath attack going to be coming in from the Bloodshriek Chimera, doing some very, very good damage. But both 2 players can play that game with the breath attacks as well from the Beastmen.
Yeah, let's see where they land. I'd imagine that the Beastmen are going to want to take this, Chimera versus Chimera fight together so that they can get the Traitorkin to cast on both enemy Chimeras at the same time. But right now, Norska forcing the 1 Chimera on the side to kind of outmaneuver. And the Bray Shaman has not responded yet. That does leave this second Chimera free, though, to charge in. And it looks like some of these Marauder Horsemen get caught by Chaos Poison Warhounds. They're going to take some damage in this engagement.
Indeed. The 1 Chimera here getting trash canned a little bit. And honestly, that could be the deciding factor, to break the parity of the essentially mirror builds here. The Chimera is going to be running. We do see Nightmaw being activated, doing great damage against the Unga Spearman. Ungor. And this Chimera should be able to escape, but under heavy, heavy pressure. But the Beastmen on the other side getting a nice pick on some of the Marauder Horsemasters. And the Bray Shaman with the Traitorkin there continues pushing with some heavy Centaur pressure, while Objective 2 is for Beastmen. Oh, he never captured Objective 1. He left it before capturing it. That is a huge mistake.
Oh, that's tough. That's really tough. Yeah, needs to just maneuver, like, maybe the Centaurs or something back there to just kind of stand on the corner of the objective. But, yeah, right now, this other Chimera over-chasing pretty hard, while the first one hard lands on the ground here to try and screen the other Norskin Chimeras out, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, it does look like Anticity is definitely winning a lot of the trades here. We do see the Centaurs, the throwing axes, tar pitting a little bit, but getting breath attacked by the other Chimera homie, who's going to be helping out his buddy. Beastmen need to get that triple cap, and they do notice it, so Berrserk is going to be grabbing Objective 3 now, which is going to give him the triple cap, which is exactly how you beat these kind of like mass skirmisher type builds, which are still very strong, but now the counterplay is on the table. So Beastmen Chimera getting attacked here, getting some Centaur help. We'll see if the Beastmen are going to be able to claw something back and maybe knock down one of the Chimeras.
Yeah, the one Norskin Chimera that got screened on the ground, though, by the Centaurs. Ooh, it looks like the Centaurs are actually going to nope out of that engagement. They had him pretty much dead to rights and were doing a lot of damage. But it looks like they let that Chimera loose. It's going to get back up into the air. Maybe move over for a nice breath attack. Ooh, Nightbob being unleashed once more against the Slangors over there on objective number 1. So
yeah,
Norska trading well, especially Kurgan Horsemen coming in to support as well.
Yeah, so that's pretty badass. We get the Kurgan Horsemen with dual weapons. Should be pretty good at clearing out Beastmen chaff units, and their low melee defense would be as problematic against low tier infantry. And Sail is really good at clearing out troops with the Chain Lightning, Wind Blast, as well as Nightmaw. He can definitely clear business out. But the Beastmen do have that triple cap still. Traitorkin's probably going to come down here. We can see the Bray Shaman working its way down the hill, looking to drop a fat load on Sail's face, and it looks like it is going to be dropped right here. And that's going to be really good. That's going to hit everything. It's going to hit Sail, it's going to hit the Kurgan Horsemen, and really, really be a big win for the Beastmen, who are definitely in need of one right now.
Yeah, and Anticity responds by taking his huge block of Marauder Horsemen and Horsemasters over there to try and secure that objective. The Chimeras also, the Chimera fight going pretty decisively in Anticity's favor right now, but oh man, he's going for the snipe on the caster. Yeah. That is going to open his Chimeras up to getting rear charge, potentially, but let's see how Berserk can respond here.
Yeah, the Bray Shaman being hunted, but going to be calling in some Centaurs with their mass to block up the Chimeras, and now maybe an opportunity, like you said, for the Beastmen to isolate one of the Chimeras of Anticity and take it down there as his other Chimera is on its way back over. Beastmen chilling on objective 3 and 2, and that Traitorkin punish was very, very good. It hit Sail and hit quite a bit, and a lot of the value we do see with Norska's value lead is tied up in the damage he's done to Berserk's Chimera, so if those things can still keep contributing while not dying, could mitigate some of that efficiency. But man, what a great wind blast on those Centaurs back there. That was brutal. And it does look like Ent is pulling a nice value lead, and if he can break the Beastmen lines, those Marauder Horsemen actually have 4 capture weight each. So they can eventually sweep the objectives later on, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah, nice face charge from these Kurgan Horsemen. Dual weapons just straight into the Slangors. Going to do a quick hit and run there, and then move over to the other Slangor that's threatening the objective. Yeah, right now, a lot of Berserk's army just kind of sitting idle, defending various points, so he's allowing himself to get picked apart a little bit on value. Anticity's doing a really nice job keeping all of his Marauder horsemen in one unholy line and, using them together to support each other.
Truly is unholy. Slangors, though, holding well. And remember, Slangors do have pleasure through pain, so the more damage they take, they get a little bit of a stat buff, which is quite nice. Good breath attack coming in for the Beastmen. Cooks a lot of the horsemen. Another Traderkin again. These Traderkins are really good, man. He's hitting like everything that Anticity loves and holds dear. And those kind of plays could pull Berserk back into the game here. We're going to have to see.
It looks like the Norscan Manticore also, the Chimera, also having some troubles. Got cut up by some poison warhounds there, taking a charge from the Brave Shaman himself. It's down below half HP, whereas the Blood Shriek, where did it go? Oh, it's in the back line, chasing some stuff, healing itself. Yeah. Gorbel coming in as well.
Gorbel's a great choice. I think that's really nice, because otherwise the Chimeras are just going to be bullying the Brave Shaman, causing a lot of havoc. And we do see Ent doing a big rotation over to Objective 3. And that's a lot of capture weight, right? He's got 2 Warhound units. He's got a Norscan Ice Wolf as well as a Norscan Warhound. That's 8 capture weight plus like another like 20. So he's just going to get that objective like instantly. So what the Beastmen need to do in response is hard rotate down to Objective 1 and just counter him by grabbing that objective real quick. And looks like he's already doing that with some Slangors, and most likely will send some Sentis over there as well.
Yeah, he's got the Warhounds that could potentially head down there. A couple units of Centaurs. Gorbel kind of just staying relatively close to the Brave Shaman for the time being. But let's see. Right now, value lead is starting to get pretty big, like 2,500 maybe or so. Yeah. For Berserk versus Anticity here, but definitely anyone's game.
Yep, Berserk definitely needs to get that Gorbel up and have it support the Brave Shaman. Having it just get attacked there for free and losing like 25% HP, definitely not acceptable in this situation. Slangor's capturing Objective 1 slowly but surely. Nice Wind Blast there on the Hounds, although it didn't do as much damage as you'd think. But Gorbel will put a hurt on that Blood Shriek Chimera, and we do see a couple Beastmen Centaurs engaging versus the Kurgan Hordes. And Centaurs will trade very well into Marauder Horsemen, although Ent does potentially have a surround opportunity here, and he is going to be taking advantage of that, enveloping the Beastmen army. The only way the Beastmen can get out of this is a Traderkin, which maybe he drops here. Yes, he does. Yes. That hits everything again, dude. And I don't think it's tracking on the damage value meter, so that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the Great Brave Shaman's only 1,200 value so far himself, and I don't know that that's necessarily showing on the army damage values also. So looking interesting, but Beastman Chimera is going to team up with Gorbel, gets a really nice rear charge into the Blood Shriek, and they might be able to rout him off, but the 2 Berserkers also on this center objective is going to be pretty tough for the Beastmen to deal with. Yeah,
I mean, and the mobility of army of Ent is still so numerous. I mean, look how much stuff there is, dude. He's got so many units coming in. And the Beastmen are pretty haggard. I mean, they have a Slangor, a beat-up Slangor, a couple SEs, and that's basically it. I think that Anticity is going to be securing the championship here today, as he's just looking to be very much in control of this game, utilizing that mass mobility style. But really a lot of it came down to Berserk just like hemorrhaging value on that early Chimera fight. That was very tough. That just gave Anticity complete dominance in the monster fight and the SEs, and really put him on the back foot. But we'll see what he can do as these Berserk Chimera tries to fight against all these Kurgans here in the middle. Breaking the Blood Shriek Chimera, though. Not bad.
Yeah, he did. He also tried to put another Traderkin out, but it seemed like that one only hit Sail and not the rest of these mobility units. That being said, Anticity did retreat a couple of his Marauder Horsemen just to refill their ammo. He's pretty confident here that he still has enough value on the field to just win whatever engagements he needs to.
Yes.
But, okay, we're going to see an engagement here between Berserkers and Slangors. I don't know if the Slangors had an attack order, but right now they are losing pretty decisively.
Yeah, Ent does, of course, get the Chimera to help, and a Wind Blast going to be coming in from Sail as well, as Centaurs are being called into the back to protect the Brave Shaman, and they do get a nice charge into the Norscan Doggies with some Slangor support. So far, we do see Beastmen still holding on to Objective 1, and over here, the Chimera of Berserk is going to be probably getting taken out by the Marauder Horsemen. Gorbel just chilling in the middle, fighting Kurgans with great weapons, with dual weapons, who do not have good AP, so the Gorbel will be in very, very good shape. And the Brave Shaman getting broken, probably the nail in the coffin. There was a lot of damage this game he took that wasn't really necessary, just kind of lapses in micro here and there. But that is going to be the Brave Shaman going in the trash can right there. And with that, I think the Kraken King is going to be clutching it, dude. Winning the biggest prize pool ever in Total War competitive history, which is pretty nuts. It's pretty fat.
Yeah, it's Brave Shaman goes down there. Berserk will honorably throw in the towel,
GG,
and
dude.
That is GG. Yeah, Berserk put up a great fight, even won a game with Greasus of all things, but
that's what Berserk gets for not bringing like a Greasus style build. He tries to bring like a super sweat build, and it didn't work out, but when he brings the Grease, the off meta is how he feasts. But yeah, GG, man. Anticity played super well today. He dropped one game here, and then he 3-0'd Czarix. I mean, really playing super, super good. I mean, it's amazing performance by him. It's an incredibly frustrating playstyle to play against. Like, I played against, and his mobility style and his alpha striking and micro is so hard to deal with. And really showing that he does still got it. That is for sure.
Yeah, very impressive. Impressive performance, impressive victory for sure.
And now,
and congrats to him. Also, very well played to Berrserk. But shall we adjourn ourselves to the third place?
we are going to go over to the third place match. Did you hear that beeping sound? What the hell was that?
I do not.
Okay, I'm just hearing things, I guess. But yes, prize support. Anticity going to be claiming the 3,000 Great British Pounds, and Berrserk going to be claiming 1,400, which is still quite a bit of dough. So congrats to both those guys. Hopefully they had some fun and they can go enjoy their glorious, glorious prize here. You heard the beeping? I don't know what the hell that was. That was weird. What was that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it came through on your microphone.
Bit sound? Is that a Twitch thing? Oh, it is. Huh. Oh, okay. Still encryptic. Thank you for the bits. I don't know how Twitch works. I'm pretty new here, so I apologize, guys. Thank you. All right, let's get to that third place match, brother. Let's do it. Yes. Anticity yelled so loud from excitement we all heard a beep. Yeah. Hey, Cheese Puffs, long-time watcher, first-time chatter. Saw you were live and figured now's a great time. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that donation. Seriously, thank you, boss. Hopefully this third place match will be a good capstone for all of you guys to close out the night. Third place match. Let's do this. Get in there. And here we go. Thank you so much, man. Really, really means a lot, Cheese Puff. Oh, the Skaven. Oh. Yes. Let's get some Skaven talk in chat. You guys know how to talk like Skaven, right? Yes. Man thing.
Czarix also, would you say he's a Skaven main?
Yes.
Maybe at one point in the past.
No, he is.
But
he won the last major event we had last week. On the 6th, we had basically a CA official event as well. And Czarix won it, the entire thing, defeating, what was it in the grand finals? Was it Anticity with Skaven? So he is here, and he is going to be for sure using his signature Storm Vermin and Sensor Bearer play, which is super fun. Yeah, you guys deserve this for hanging out all afternoon. You guys deserve this glorious Skaven battle. And Khorne. Oh, it's got to be Khorne. That's really fun. I don't know how good Danakin is at Khorne. I'm sure he's good at most factions, but... Oh, dude. Are you excited? It's time.
Yes, I'm very, very excited. I'm spying their builds a little bit, I'm not going to lie, as they're kind of picking through some different things. It seems like Czarix is basically ready to go.
Yeah.
Danakin's considering his choices right now, but Skaven's such an interesting one. Yeah, in Domination, I wouldn't be 100% sure what to expect in this matchup, just because there's some different things they can try to do here. Are like Poison Wind Globes still super common Skaven gameplay for Domination?
Yeah, they're pretty good against Khorne. Ironically, Storm Vermin Halberds with Sensor Bears is a really nice combo. Because the Storm Vermin Halberds can hold their own against most Khorne units except Bloodletters, but the Sensor Bears can pound most of the demonic units with their magic damage and Discourage because they can get them to disintegrate very quickly. So there's so much fun tech. Although Czarix, do you see that? Picking the clan Eshin. You see it?
Ooh,
yeah, dude.
Very sneaky.
No way he's going to do something like that. Czarix just last week won something like $2,000, and I would assume he wants to collect the third place prize here as well. He's been raking it in, man. He's going for it. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get it. All right. So Bloodspeaker. What is with the Bloodspeaker being so popular these days? What is it with
Wild.
Yeah. He's winking at it.
I don't.
Okay.
With how many great lords you have access to as Khorne, I mean, he's good. Don't get me wrong, but why not take something that can just kill a lot of stuff? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I've seen it. Oh wait. Sorry, I haven't eaten since 7 a.m. and it's almost 7 p.m. right now, so I'm a little bit spacey now. But was it Danakin who played Czarix in the grand finals last week? I think it was. Okay, I'm nuts. Yeah, because Anticity, I think, lost in the early rounds. I can't remember, dude. Shit, I have no idea. Anyways, I'll break down the Skaven army. So, Storm Vermin Halberds, only costing $950 now. Pretty damn awesome. They're numerous. 160 of these little rats. And then we do have a Natty Boo Boo Sharpshooter to put consistent stock and snipe pressure. They can shoot while being invisible, which is pretty dank. And Plague Monk Sensor Bearers are the Terminators of Khorne Infantry. They have Discourage and magic damage, really high armor piercing values. Glass cannons, but if supported by Storm Vermin and Clan Rats, these stinky rats can do some great work. So you gotta love it. And the Bloodspeaker is going to be using, well, that's your guy, right? Oh, do we have Deathmaster's Nickage? We do!
Oh, yeah.
Deathmaster and a Nescian Sorcerer with Brittle Bones and a Skitter and Leap. I love it so much. This build is awesome. So what do we got for Khorne?
Absolutely. Coming in hot with the Bloodspeaker, just on horseback. He's got a mix of Marauders and a couple of Chaos Warriors, actually, with dual hand weapons for extra anti-infantry. It looks like some Hound units going already onto objective number 1 here. We've got a couple of Chaos Warhounds, and that's pretty much it. Just a big old thick line of infantry supported by that Bloodspeaker.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet army, dude. You know what's one kind of cool thing about the Bloodspeaker against Skaven is he does have the gruesome display ability. So basically, he gives an aura of -4 leadership, which might seem small, but against Skaven, who are kind of baseline low leadership, it can lead to some routes. So I don't hate that. Yeah, a lot of Chaos Warrior dual weapons, very good at grinding through Skaven, but will struggle to get through some of the Stormvermin armor most likely. And I would imagine them and the Censor Bears will have an evenish trade, give or take. Jezzail's shooting in, able to fend off the Warhounds, and Skaven are going to be securing objectives 2, and probably objective 1 here, and most likely objective 3, with Khorne playing very defensively, which we've seen a lot of today.
Yeah, and not super surprising to see. I mean, I guess, for me, I'm a little bit surprised to see this much infantry. There's sort of a paradigm, at least in land battles and conquest. A lot of players I know don't take hardly any infantry, like melee infantry against Skaven. They all go like all missiles and mobility just to try and overwhelm the ratty boys. But here we see something quite different. These Chaos Warriors going to be taking some shots from the Jezzails, and Skaven moving to capture those objectives.
Indeed. Objective 1 going to the Rats. Objective 2 and Objective 3 is being fought over right now. We do see them Skaven slaves, the true heart and soul of the Skaven Empire, fighting against some dogs here. Imagine just being like a naked rat and being sent to fight a giant, mastiff beast thing. But yeah, Deathmaster's Nickage, as well as the Plague Monk Censor Bearers and the Nescian Sorcerer getting in here and claiming the objective. And looking like Khorne is a little bit nervous about this whole situation here.
Yeah, they not sure exactly how to approach this. I would think just try and press forward and see if you can win some engagements locally, but we see the Furies being called in. They were maybe going to try and threaten those Natty Bubo sharpshooters with the Plague Pack standing nearby. That magic damage will absolutely butter the Furies' bread, so they're going to hang back for the time being.
Yeah, Fury's getting dunked on pretty good by some of the Jezzails, and we do see the Poison Wing Globadiers being called in, so you had asked about these earlier, and we saw them. But yeah, these guys are great against infantry. They have high AP values and do damage over time. And are these Death Globes? Oh, they're Death Globes. Okay, so no damage over time, but just harder damage. Yeah, Czarix looking real. This is another thing, right? You come into an extremely high-level tournament like this, and everybody's practicing Norska, Warriors of Chaos. People forget about Skaven and don't get practice reps in against them, which is really funny. Because you don't know if you're playing Czarix in the finals, right? Or the semifinals. You don't know who you're going to run into to a point.
Right.
So Skaven are probably like on the bottom of the totem pole in terms of who you want to practice against. So yeah, this Khorne build is just like, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. So this is a tactic you sometimes see in domination mode against defensive gunline factions like Skaven, where what Khorne is doing is yielding the objectives, hiding on the edge of the map, and they're going to be saving up like 3,000 supply, maybe 4,000, and they're going to call in like 10 units at once and blitz Czarix before Czarix has an opportunity to assess what's happening. It's really janky, but sometimes it works, and that's what's going to be cooking here. And do you see Deathmaster going Spec Ops here, sneaking around?
Oh yeah, he is going on a secret agent mission right now, all on his own.
Yeah, he's going. This is the third place match. We finished the grand finals, but third place match is a little bit more contested here, so we still have some third place matches. If Czarix wins, he's going to be securing third place, though. All right, Deathmaster running. I love how he holds a knife in his tail. It's so funny. If you like zoom in on the model, yeah, he's great. Yeah. His voice is so good, like how deep and scary it is, you know.
Yeah, he's a terrifying character, honestly, but kind of gets caught by some Poison Warhounds, takes a little bit of damage. His little AOE bails him out there.
Yeah, wrecks those guys, doesn't it? Wow.
Yeah,
not bad at all.
Very impressive stuff, but
oh my god, strength. Bro, do you see what's being called in by Khorne? No,
the Slaughter Brute.
No, not the one of the worst. It looks so sick though. Oh my god, look how cool that thing looks. Kind of wish it was good, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not though.
What if he wins the game with it? I mean, look, anything could happen. It's 2025. We saw Greasus win earlier. You know, maybe the Slaughter Brute will get it done. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Definitely might be some hidden tech here. But it does have high weapon strength, magic damage. What does it have? Like unbreakable until it gets below a certain amount of HP, and then the magic damage. And Lord is killed. Oh, the Lord is not killed, routed, or routing. So as long as the Lord's on the field, it'll stay unbreakable and not. Yeah, it'll maintain those magic attacks and not rampage. But we're seeing the Furies advance here, looking like they're trying to do some disruption ahead of the infantry line also getting on the move.
Yeah, they're going to try and jump on top of the Jezzails and Globadiers, but the Skaven players are used to this. He has 2 Rat Ogres guarding his range pieces in the back here, so they'll be able to fend them off. While the Slaughter Brute and the Lord here, the Bloodspeaker, looking to chase some of the Censor Bearers back into the woods here. But now Skaven don't really care about holding all 3 objectives. They've gotten such a points lead that they should consolidate their position, pull back, and hold objectives 2 and hold objectives 1. There's no reason to fight on objective 3, in my opinion. And now here comes the Slaughter Brute, brother.
Yeah, getting into those Censor Bears, Bloodspeaker in support. Furies now going to try and find an opportunity. They jump on the Jezzails as well. So Khorne definitely trying to make something happen here. And the value lead, actually, Czarix was able to get early on is they're basically even now.
Indeed they are. Blightscab's Plague Pack crumping some Marauders in the front. Fury's trying to shut down the Globadiers, but most likely going to be shut down by some of the Ogres. And a lot of the Fury units are going to be diminished, although some of them do penetrate into the back. Wolfrat's trying to screen them out. And the Slaughter Brute, honestly, not doing bad. Getting some okay damage against the Censor Bearers and also breaking those Skaven Slave Spears. Is this going to be Grease's round 2, where we laugh at this monster, but it somehow pulls it out?
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, the Skaven don't really have a great response. The Natty Bubo is once again getting jumped by Furies. And Danakin's done a good job so far of disrupting those range units in the fights that he needs to. But at the same time, there's so many Censor Bearers here still. And we get a big engagement with Snitch going after the Bloodspeaker, Horn of Khorne being popped here as well. The Slaughter Brute hanging around, kind of just watching the Bloodspeaker get killed.
Yeah, dude, Deathmaster might be able to just straight up karate chop Danakin's Lord right now. And he is a very good assassin character. He has a snare, he has scaling damage as well, so the more damage something is, the more damage he does. And we do see the Bloodspeaker getting taken down to half health by Deathmaster and being sent back right there. Skaven are starting to pull the value lead again. We see a lot of good fights. Plague Monk Censor Bearers fighting the Dual Weapon Warriors, but Dual Weapon Warriors caught them kind of low, so they might be okay there. But looking in the middle, Skaven positions holding, Storm Vermin Halberds are cackling, and the Globadiers are back online. Jezzails did get taken off, so Khorne's certainly still in this game, but down by about 1,000 value right now. But look at Deathmaster, dude. He's on the hunt.
Yeah, he is very, very hungry, trying to get that assassination, but some Fleshhound Regiment of Renown is going to gonna try and move in and screen him a little bit. Nope, they pull actually out and away, and man, these Storm Vermin are actually quite scary. You can see Khorne just kind of avoiding engaging them as much as possible.
Yeah, you can see the Bloodbrute Behemoth being pushed back by the Storm Vermin Halberds and the Rat Ogre, so probably not going to be having a super good time. And the Jezzails do rally. They still have 15 of 32 models, so basically half efficiency, which isn't bad. And they're putting some good firepower into the big Behemoth here, while Deathmaster is just weeaboo Naruto chasing after the Bloodspeaker. And we do get a mutant Rat Ogre, Morse Guitar's Hellion being called in. A good SE for Skaven at fighting enemy big monsters, especially with Deathmaster. I think the Slaughter Brute could be taken to Pound Town by these 2 Skaven characters here.
Yeah, not a great 2v1. We see massive damage already popping off there. Morse Guitar's Hellion able to get some really good damage, and the scaling damage at this point is also going to be quite dangerous. I mean, 1v1, the Slaughter Brute would probably do pretty well against Snitch, as he was able to cut through his physical resistance, but yeah, he's down.
He is down, and did you see the Brittle Bones get used? So the Skaven using the Lord of Shadows debuff right there, and Deathmaster Sigil on top of the Bloodspeaker, really trying to end this game here and secure the 3rd place in the tournament, as the Bloodspeaker is now getting hunted by the Skaven Goon Squad, and that is going to be victory. GG, Czarix with the 3rd place win in the tournament. So, quite an epic ending. I mean, I'm kind of happy we ended with this game, because I think it was more fun than the Grand Finals game. Getting, Plague Monk Censor Bearers, Storm Vermin versus, a Bloodbrute Behemoth, all sorts of stuff. And once again, Skaven, showing they got some chops, man.
Yeah, wild time for sure. Deathmaster gets some pretty respectable value, assassinating enemy single entities. I love the pick of the Morse Guitar's Hellion, too.
Yeah.
Just to have a big, scary, monstrous presence. And he does magic damage as well, right? So going to be good against, demons and things with physical resistance. But overall, very well-constructed Skaven build, and very cool as well.
Yeah, it was a fun little run of games we had here today. We obviously got to see some of the meta sweat and seeing the current, big threats, which of course are Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, things like that. But yeah, we also got to see some interesting builds, some cool Beastman tech with Cygor, Skaven getting some play. We saw some interesting Tzeentch games, even though Tzeentch did lose. The Burning Chariot tech was pretty fun. And I'm sure this will be good feedback as well for folks from Creative Assembly watching. You can see some of the units overperforming, and you have some real hard data featuring, the top 8 players in the world, essentially, like the players who qualified through all these very difficult qualifiers to get here. And yeah, so congratulations to Anticity, who's going to be, wrong button there. Sorry, guys, I'll fix that. Who's going to be winning the overall event today. I don't know why that's not working. Give me 1 second. There we go. To Anticity for securing the first place here today. And for Czarix for securing Berrserk second, Czarix third, Danakin fourth. I think I'm right? I didn't mess that up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Getting hungry, getting a little bit sloppy here, but it was fun hanging with you today, man. Always a pleasure casting. Looking forward to doing some future events with you. Someday down the road, we'll have 40K, and we'll be casting some dank Space Marines versus Eldar Orc games. I'm pretty excited for the future, man. It's going to be good.
Yeah, a lot of great things to look forward to. Thanks again for having me. Really had a great time with this event. It's been a ton of fun. So, yeah, looking forward to what the future holds.
It's going to be good, man. Yeah, hopefully not. We don't have to wait too long. And here's a link to Dov's channel as well. I'm dropping it in both Twitch and YouTube right now, so make sure to check him out. If you guys want to check out his action, he does a lot of conquests, which is, land battle with a capture point, which is definitely a great game mode. I enjoy it quite a bit, so make sure to check him out. And of course, anything he does in the future will be there as well. So thanks for playing, Dov. Thanks for casting. It was super fun, and we'll be talking soon, man.
Sounds good. Take care.
Take care, brother. All right, guys, and that's going to be it for today. Congratulations to Anticity claiming the big throne here today, getting the fat dub in the Winter Championship. That's a big amount of prize money. Shout out to Dov, man. He is awesome. He is a great caster. And Dov was up with me early this morning, and we were adminning all the matches in the morning, and he stuck through the whole day. It was awesome. So shout out to our boy Dov. Make sure to check him out. He is the man. So Anticity is going to be winning 3,000 pounds. Berrserk is going to be getting 1,400. Czarix is going to be getting 800 pounds. Danakin going to be getting 600. And everybody else who was eliminated in the round of 8 is going to be getting 300 pounds as well. So it's a win for everybody, really. Nobody leaves empty-handed for their time. Even though they did play, 9 hours, making that amount of money for 9 hours is not terrible at all. So that's it for today, guys. Thank you for joining. Congratulations to our winner, and for Anticity for reclaiming the throne here in this highly competitive tournament. Very dominant. And hopefully you guys enjoyed all this action today. All right, guys, that's it. Big thanks to Creative Assembly for sponsoring the prize pool for all the players as well. Quite big, and it really came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it at all, but Josh from Creative Assembly hit me up. He's an absolute homie. He's been supporting multiplayer forever. So big thanks to Josh and all the team over there for supporting multiplayer, which is great. It's great. So yeah, he's an OG. He was so back in the day. The first ever Chosens, I worked with Dogbert from CA, and he had Josh working with him as well. And then Dogbert ended up leaving CA, and I was really worried that we wouldn't get as much support for multiplayer tournaments. But our boy Josh, he carried the torch, man, and he keeps supporting multiplayer, keeps advocating for us at their HQ, and makes these events happen. So big shout out to our boy Josh for all the support that he's given us. Josh MVP, that's right. All right, guys, see you around. Take care of yourselves. That's it for today. And thank you guys all for joining. If you enjoyed it, this Total War Multiplayer on YouTube, please do drop a like. And all of you on Twitch, if you enjoyed what you saw, consider following, as there will be plenty more of this. We're going to be covering anything in the future of Total War. So 40K, Dawn of War, of course. We're very excited for Dawn of War 4. And Med 3, we're going to be hitting all these games. So it's going to be great. All right. Take care of yourselves. See you guys around. That's it for today. And thank you so much for watching. Sigmar bless his ravaged body. And now I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife and get some big old dinner. So it's going to be great. See you guys around. Thanks to Dov again for the great casting. And thanks to all of our mods for helping us out with this event. And we will see you all on the other side.